Whoa, whoa. 2 cups of coffee sit side by side, steam rising like secrets we can't hide. The sun crawls in, paints gold on the wall. A puff of smoke, a sigh so deep, dreams awake while the world's asleep. 2 cups of coffee, the sun and a puff. Is this morning enough? Is this morning enough? Sip slow, let it linger, don't rush the hush. 2 cups of coffee, the sun and a puff. A spiral lands where the shadows lean, cracks in the pavement, whole stories unseen. Your laughter stirs, breaks the morning spell. The air so thick, it almost hums with everything said and left unsung. 2 cups of coffee, the sun and a pup. Is this morning enough? Is this morning enough? Sip slow, let it linger, don't rush the hush. 2 cups of coffee, the sun and a puff.
Hi there.
WDC. Well, I don't know. Man. I need to chat more. I kind of keep my portfolio a little bit more simple than you do, probably. Peak time, right, Mary?
I'm on my way, I'm making it.
Here we go, yes we are.
I've got to make it show. So much larger than life. I'm gonna watch it grow. The place where I come from is a small town. They think so small and use small words. But not me, I'm smarter than that. I worked it out. I've been stretching my mouth to let those big words come right out. I'm rising up, I'm getting out to the city, the big, big city. I'll be a big noise
Ooh, I haven't heard that extended version in a very long time. Good album by from a great album by Peter Gabriel. So the album's called So. In My Eyes is on there. Big Time. Uh, oh God, what's that other one? Oh God, starts with a red. Red is red something. Oh my, I forgot. Anyway, it's a good album. Welcome to the Wake and Bake Hump Day. All right, what's up? Will is in the house. Hey, Will, I got one of your songs is on my playlist today. Yes, it is. Actually, I think it's the third song on the Tsuno playlist today. But I figure start off with a little big time because, yeah, I was looking at the metals. The metals are going up. They're creeping up again. Yeah, the dollar is getting devalued. Yes. Oh, my God. So much to talk about with politics. But no, we're going to wake and bake and shake first. 9 likes opens up the room if you want to hang out. All right. I really have nowhere to go. I could do other things while I'm having to hang out with you. It's going to rain. And yeah, I got weed. I have an order up to be picked up. So, yeah, let's wake, bake, shake, praise 9. Oh, God. All right. Green's in the house. Green, getting ready to go to work? Or are we working from home today? I managed to get a like on this song. So, yeah, I'll play it for you. We'll start it off like that. What do you got planned for today? Yeah. We'll get that coffee. We'll get that coffee. This is the waking and baking part. Yeah. I saw someone else recommend quantum computing. Yes, seems like some of those companies are already up. Get an early tip. Buy the rumor, sell the news, right? There you go. One from our community. Lil Freeman. Al C. I think Vic worked on this. I like this. Plastic Palace.
You walk this world like you're a god. You have your fire, and that's what you got.
There she
You
is.
need their praise, you want their love. You tell them lies, they like it rough. Paper tiger, cardboard king, tastic palace, what do you bring? Thinking you're unshared, yeah, to be seen. Stir the hornets, feel the sting. Slippery whispers, gossip in the air, looking for the proof, cupboards always bare. Bullets in the chamber, both sides taking aim. Harnessing the hatred means you control the game. Build it up, bring it down, throw them in, let them drown. Take some more, take it back, kick the wall until it cracks. Paper tiger, cardboard king, tasty palace, what do you bring? Thinking you're unshared, yeah, to be seen. Stir the hornets, feel the sting. You walk this world like you're a god. You have your vibe, and that's what you got. You need their praise, you want their love. You tell them lies, they like it rough. Paper tiger, cardboard king, tastic palace, what do you bring? Thinking you're unshared, yeah, to be seen. Stir the hornets.
There you go. I always like the chorus in that one. Yep, looking around. It's certain time.
You move slow, like a rumor in a small town. circles in my doubts. You say trust, then you shift between the lines. Every promise has a hidden underside. Serpentine, how you color in my mind. Leave your shadow in my spine. I can feel you when you're gone. Serpentine, you keep slipping through the lights. Call you quiet in the night. I still follow, still hold on. Serpentine. You draw maps on the back of my hand. Crooked paths, only you must stand. I lose track of the truth and of the time. Every kiss is a crooked little sign. Serpentine, how you color on my mind. Leave your shadow in my spine. I can feel you when you're gone. Serpentine, you keep slipping through the light. Call you quiet in the night. I still follow, still hold on. Serpentine. Are you blessing? Are you bite? Are you hug? Are you high? Say you love me, shut your eyes. I can taste the double side. Serpentine, are you color on my mind? Leave your shadow in my spine. I can feel you when you're gone. Serpentine, you keep slipping through the lights. Call you quiet in the night. I still follow, still hold on. Serpentine. In the garden of the galaxy, amongst the shooting stars, by the rhythm of pulsating quasars, calculates our memoirs. Deep within the cosmic sea, bathed in nebula's glow, unraveling mysteries only the cosmos knows.
Damn you, internet. Damn you, damn you, damn you. Ah, where were we?
In cosmic notes, plays on the fabric of time. Invisible chords of stardust, playing an eternal rhyme. Every atom of our earth, born in stellar fire. The beauty of the universe, an orchestra of cosmic choir.
You know, I like the chorus to this. 9 likes. We'll open up the room. 9 likes. Oh.
Light belongs to many. God doesn't lie to me. It's only God. I created the sun. The sun can live in me for the love of God. She showed me evil had its place, but it wasn't enough. I myself, I will wait for the yes. I'll still learn my diploma. So many people forget that love was never gone. Love of my life, where do you lean? There's no side to leave. I have no roots, or maybe I do. Near this asphalt, it reaches over 40 degrees. It gets there. Yes, it does. I have less of myself. I will wait for the yes. I'll still learn my diploma. So many people forget that love was never gone. Good morning, Lord. The greeting came with light, the sun's victory. Amanda, I want more. You're so kind, you bring the light. God walks with people just like you. I have less of myself. I will wait for the yes. I'll still learn my diploma. So many people forget that love was never gone. Open to the sun. Let's start mine. Run from what wasn't. I have less of myself. I will wait for the yes. I'll still earn my diploma. So many people forget that love was never gone.
Oh, yeah, that one gets me going. Yeah, starting to break that sweat now. Woo! Yeah, welcome to the GenX Cafe, waking, baking, and shaking. Right? Trying to help build your body. All right, I'm me. Right, I'm trying to lose some weight here. So let's help each other out, motivate. That's what this is about. Yeah, mind, body, spirit, and maybe our bank accounts. We can, help with the GenX Cafe. All right, we have 9 likes yet, or what? What's going on? What's going on here? Let's go look at YouTube before we move on to our playlists. I don't want to cool down too much yet. All right, we're only up at 4 likes. That's it, 4 likes. You want the room open up? 5 more likes. That's it. Get some skin in the game, guys. Come on. All right. We could open up the chat, chit chat, whatever, about whatever. Let's do more problem solving than complaining. How about that? All right, what's up next on it? Another favorite in the rotation. Hey, if you got a request, email me something that goes along the line here to get the blood going. You know what I like. Here we go.
and I on this wild ride. The stars don't talk, the moon just stares. I ask the night, but it don't care. Me, myself, and I, that's the thing. No one else, just chasing the dream. We laugh, we fight, we never say goodbye. It's always me, myself, and I. The mirror cracks, it still reflects 1,000 thoughts, no one connects. I build my world with bricks of doubt. The walls come up, I shut them out. But I don't need saving. I'm my own craving. Me, myself, and I. That's the cool crowd, but it's my truth. We dance, we fall, we reach for the sky. Forever me, myself, and I. If I fall, I'll catch my fall. If I'm lost, I'll hear my call. No echoes here, just my voice alone but loud. That's my choice. That's my choice.
Ooh, that one got me going. You breaking a sweat yet? I hope you are.
Turn the lights up, feel that glow. Let's flex, baby, steal the show. Snap, twist, spin it around. We don't stop when the beat gets loud.
Here we go.
Click, clack, heels on the flow. I'm in control, silver lip, sharp moves, I'm on a roll. Every look, every breath, I ignite the space. Got the rhythm dripping down my face. Body in motion, flashing gold. Heat in my veins, I lose control. When the baseline bites, we slide and sync. Keep it hot, don't blink. Drop it low. Flex it loud, we own this sound. Groove so wild, spin me around. Electric fire on sacred ground. Step to the front, let the camera spark. Every move I make leaves a mark. Baseline drips like liquid gold. We shine fierce, fearless, bold. Exit out. Let's ride that groove with crowd control, proud. Sweat flash, spin it again. Yeah. The night's alive and we don't end. Yeah.
When you say I am, choose the next word wisely.
Drop it slow.
Drop it slow.
Come on now. We keep that power all night long.
No.
Feeling irie, baseline heavy, selector drop it, vibes get ready, skanking feet on the concrete steady, sunshine high and the mood so heady. Sunshine high and the mood so heady. Sunshine high and the mood so heady. Light up the green, the natural flame. Inna the dance, we no play no game. Good vibes rise, run through the vein. Positive energy, heal the brain. I still light up sunshine, send similar time. Baseline rolling, body in time. Party people feel the vibe so fine. Love and laughter, pure design out there. 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 Package of numb to the brink, stooge free. Massive gather can't feel defeat. Jungle soldier, rhythm complete. Smoke curl up in the tropic, feel the same. Fight for the sunshine, sense similar time. Baseline rolling, body in time. Party people feel the vibe so fine. Love and laughter, pure design out there. 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 Love and laughter, pure design. Eyes off closed, mindset free. Bass like thunder, roots like tree. No bad vibes in the vicinity. Only love and unity. I say wheel it up, rewind the sound. Pick up the massive all around. Feel the warmth, no cloud in sight. One love, one word, one light. So pass the chalice, light up bright. Dance through day and into night. Sunshine rhythm, hearts unite. 90s junglist, pure delight. That's the sight of sunshine, sense in a time. These line rolling, body in time. Party people feel the vibe so fine. Love and laughter, pure design out there. 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 Love and laughter, pure design out there.
Like the vibe, subscribe.
Wine pon the she got the rhythm. She got the rhythm. Wine, 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 wine.
talk real slow. Heat in the place when the rude gal steps up. Glow in the dark, every move get echo. Man lose breath when the waistline let go. Fire in the breeze when the rhythm just rise. Sweat drip sweet when she lock on the eyes. Hold dance floor, catch a flame, hypnotized. Every little twist, write a spell in the sky. She got the rhythm in her veins, every turn, every sway. Drive man insane, hands up, heart race, can't escape when the rude gal bust. One move, place rearrange. She got the rhythm in her veins, knock me soft speech. Head full of haze, one drop, one rock. Mind levitate when the rude gal bust. One move, word reshape. Tick tock, time stop, center of the crowd. Baseline bend when she fling it down loud. Wine like trouble, sweet like cloud. Every ex-turn friend just go watch her now. Lit by neck flex, tension rise, cool breeze gone. Pure steam in the sky. Ask who bad, them can't answer why. Cause the baddest one there and she right by my side. Hey, she rhythm in her veins, every turn, every sway. Drive man insane, hands up, heart race, can't escape when the rude gal bust. One move, let's rearrange. She got the rhythm in her veins, not me soft speech. Head full of haze, one drop, one rock. Mind levitate when the rude gal bust. One move, will reshape. Slow roll and she brace and bend. Bring it back up like storm again. If this night can't done, don't pretend you will follow that wine to the world end. She got the rhythm in her veins, every turn, every sway. Drive man insane, hands up, heart race. Can't escape when the rude gal bust. One move, place rearrange. She got the rhythm in her veins, not me. Soft speech, head full of hate. One drop, one rock, mind levitate. When the rude gal bust, one move, worry shape. Worry shape. Yeah. Wine on the baseline. Wine on the baseline. Wine on the baseline. Yeah. Wine on the baseline, body talk real slow. Heat in the place when the rude gal steps up. Glow in the dark, every move get echo. Man lose breath when the waistline let go. Fire in the breeze when the rhythm just turn. Tattoo print, sweat, flare rough, skin burn. All eye lock when she circle reverse. One lip, go touch, make up. Big man nervous, oh, rude gal echo. Every little step shake the ghetto. Drop low, high five, take it mellow. Heart beat fast like a stiletto. Rude gal echo. Every moving print like a shadow. Head gone, can't find it. Oh, when you whine and set the place below.
All right, let's see where we're at. Whew. All right, we're only 3 likes away from opening up the room. 3 likes away. Or 3 cups of coffee. Let me know if you buy one. Or 2. Or 3. Thanks, guys, for coming by.
Little sound system, wire and twine.
We're here to pick up your spirit.
Never shout easy from the upstairs flat. Pots on the fire and a spliff in the cap. Roots in a gravy, heart in the drum. Rasta in the rhythm when the pressure come. We scan through the chaos, hail up the sun. Baseline lightning, thunder on the run. Roots in the gravy, heart in the drum. Rasta in the rhythm when the pressure come. Hands to the ceiling, breathe in my lung. Jungle in my chest when the war beat run. Oh, select a draw, crowd leaning close. Zinc proof sweat, man that smell of blows. Lion face youth by the speaker stack. Chant one love as a snare slap. Roots in the gravy, heart in the drum. Rasta in the rhythm when the pressure come. We skank through the chaos, sail up the sun. Baseline lightning, thunder on the run. Roots in the gravy, heart in the drum. Rasta in the rhythm when the pressure come. Hands to the ceiling, breathe in my lung. Jungle in my chest when the war beat run. Yeah. Yeah. Clap it tonight. Minska's on the move.
Looks like Suno has taken over.
Heartbeat rising, baseline tight. He don't sleep, he lives at night. Says need a calling.
Go, 2
I'm
more
gone
minutes.
by dawn, but he's still outside when the sun comes on. Run to need a hand, like take that life, but a runaway plan. Roll up, window down, let it bang. Ganja man ride with a drum and bass gang. Pain here, pain there. Don't care now. Every thought spinning, body won't slow down. Laugh too loud, eyes half closed. Minska's living in his own code. Straight out of Babylon, boy got flair. Weed for the joy, no time for care. Norway pay, but he won't stay. Baltic sun where he earns his way. Mushrooms, breakfast, acid lunch. Says I'm balanced, then doubles the punch. Dinner hits with the jungle sound. Subwoofer shaking the whole damn ground. Something in the shit again. Treasure hunt with no real plan. Amber dreams like Soviet gold. Finds old junk, but the story's told. Run to me the sand. Like take the life, but a runaway plan. Windows down, let the system cry. Baseline heavy, let the moment fly. Pain here, pain there, everywhere. Every muscle, every thought he bears. Still he moves like he's okay. Detox twice in a single day. Greenhouse king with a twist of fate. Big cucumbers, tomatoes late. Says it's science, we don't ask why. Just nod once and let it slide. No slowing down. Minska's king of the coastal town. Broken logic, golden grin. Chaos out, but peace within. Whoa, whoa, where am I dying? Whoa, 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 yeah. Take me higher to the sky. Let the rhythm lift my mind. Oh, yeah. Take me
You walk in late like the room is yours. Eyes locked one side, forget the floor. Little hair smile like a secret there. You say come closer, I'm already now. Move to the groove, don't stop. Hard on the 2 and 4, it drops. You and me tangled in that shot. Let it all, let it all. Move to the groove, lean in. Spin to the walls, I'll start to spin. Lose every line where I end. You begin, move to the groove again. Hey, hands say more than your mouth can speak. Every small touch sends a spark up my sleeve. You pull me fast and you slow me down. Little off balance, but I like it now. Closer till the room fades out. Only you. If this is wrong, I don't want right. Hit that rhythm all night, 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 all night. Move to the groove. Spin to the walls, I'll start to spin. Lose every line where I end. You begin. Move to the groove, move to the groove. Lean in, spin to the walls, I'll start to spin. Lose every line where I end. You begin. Move to the groove again, move to the groove. Move to the groove.
Damn, man, that gets your blood going. Where's it taking us? Suno has taken over Uncle Cluster. Who is Uncle Cluster? Oh, they're taking us down the jungle beat route here. Sweating your balls yet? All right, where are we with the like? Oh, wait, I muted myself. You guys came through. Awesome. 11 likes. Nobody fucking tells me anything. And yeah, right. All right. Even though I'm sweating my fucking balls off, I'm going to open up the room. Here we go. It was perfect time for the next song, I guess. It's called Let's Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All those sevens. Let's go.
Good morning, bro Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sammy.
The timing is impeccable today. Yes. Good
Well,
morning.
it's not morning for Sammy. It's not. It's a different time for Sammy.
Sammy has been abducted.
Oh, okay. Looks pretty. Yeah, I heard about the aliens that what they're underground. They're like in water.
What? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's been
Yeah,
bases on the water for the longest time. Yeah.
yeah,
Moon
we
base.
didn't know that.
Moon
What do you think
base.
Trump is going to do about
Moon base.
it?
I heard about all those fucking earthquakes around Area 51. Is that what you're talking about? Did
No,
you hear?
no, I heard there was underground bases in the water. Supposedly, they've been underwater for a while. I don't
Yeah,
know. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
I would agree because we have videos of those what do you call those probes or those orbs going into
Hmm.
the water. Maybe. I think so. Possibility. Why not? If you're gonna hide from everybody, you're gonna go deep where nobody's going.
Exactly.
But there were reports of some minor earthquakes around Area 51, allegedly. I don't know. I haven't confirmed it. I just heard a report on some quasi news channel.
Didn't the White House come out with that report?
Maybe since I
Yeah, I
don't know
think it's the White House. Yeah, the White House actually said it. You know, so this
chemical
is like government
earthquake
propaganda.
Area 51. Let me see. 20 earthquakes in one day. 17
Hmm.
to 20 in one day. Everybody's reporting it.
Is there a fault line there or something? Or
Area 51.
This says getting worse.
Oh wait, yeah, wait. Sammy, now either Green is not loud enough or Sammy's too loud. Now I have to check everybody's. Oh, Sammy's too loud. There we go. What were you saying? I'm sorry, got distracted.
Um, there was one here saying 24 hours ago, earthquakes in Nevada getting worse.
Oh. What the fuck is going on? Is there gonna be a giant fucking hole? Sammy froze. Did everybody freeze on me?
no, I
No,
didn't freeze. I'm
I
here.
freeze when I go to a different tab.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it does that. I have to
I
remember
don't
to
know.
not be like,
It could be a computer. Like I'm on my laptop and like Suno doesn't work well on my laptop because I can't upgrade to Windows 11, so I'm stuck on Windows 10. And but because I see the big difference when I go on my desktop, which has 11. So I don't know. It could be a processing thing or a computer thing. I don't know.
yeah, well, you watch as soon as I click away there, did it freeze?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Huh.
I come back. See?
Well, like sometimes I'll change tabs and I'm talking and then StreamYard mutes me.
I've seen it boot you.
Yeah. Well, that could be my internet a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I am maxed out at was it 300 MBS? They're trying to sell me a bigger package, but I don't want to pay for it because my mom's has the TV going at the same time, and then
You
if I
might.
have too many tabs open, playing too many things, we don't.
Mm,
It's unbelievable. But anyway,
you might
first
need
world,
to upgrade.
first world problems. First world for now. We're first world.
Yeah.
The United States, I think, is dropping to second world soon. The West in general. Are you ready for the collapse, everybody? No, I don't think it's gonna be a collapse. It's gonna be a reset. There's a reset happening, folks. That is reset in progress.
I thought the reset was COVID. Now it's a reset again.
No, it's
No, that was a practice run.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, we're gonna reset too. Like, what is this reset? What is supposed to restart?
You're gonna have stable coins. Stable coins are going to be in the banking system, and the stable coins are going to be more used as being U.S. dollar and stable coin. You watch. Look, yeah.
Got it.
Digitize everything. That's their goal. Your friend there, Palantir, all involved there. Yeah,
Yes, God bless Peter Thiel, our savior.
Peter Thiel.
Our
Peter
savior.
Thiel and all those
He
other
will
guys.
save us.
Yeah, just like Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
These are the new priests, right? AI is your God and your church, and these guys are your new priests and prophets. Yep, that's what it is. That's all it's. Oh, did I kill the room with that, or did I get booted again? Oh, there's Frankie, Frankie boy. I was gonna switch. Oh, I was thinking of switching devices this way. I can get on cam. Oh, where are we going? We're going to work.
No, I'm just taking a ride, and I have to pick up something, and I'm going back home. I'm working from home today.
Nice. So
The GenX cafe does not contain streaming and driving. PSA.
we don't.
I don't know. Maybe we do.
Oh, Richard is out there. Oh, what's up, Richard? What do you say? Question for panel. SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, 8-1 ruling racial gerrymandering unconstitutional. What will the effects be?
Wait, racial gerrymandering? What does that mean?
I need more info on this.
Yeah, what is racial gerrymandering? What is that? What kind of right-wing shit is this?
No, this no, this is very important. No, this is important. You know why? Because this is I think I know what he's referring to, because probably both sides have done it, maybe more the Dems, but they're redistrict trying to get they redistrict their area to get more representatives, or for the minorities, they're separating the minorities in certain districts, and they're not doing it in the proper way of getting.
Well, the Republicans do it all the time. They gerrymander all the time.
Hold on, proper demographics and representation. And actually, I think this, from my understanding, this is actually a good ruling. This is a good thing. Now, yeah.
I thought it was more about cities and all that. Well, you know what? Both parties do it. If they're allowed to do it, they're going to do it. Yeah,
it is. But if a city is like predominantly black, say, who normally predominantly vote Democratic, for example, if you're gerrymandering and you're drawing lines of like avoiding cities because of the race that's predominantly there, I guess then you could make the case. But see, they're ruling that it is unconstitutional, or they did do it and it's unconstitutional? Like, what's the...
All right, hold on. I don't know if I'm confusing too, because the ruling I was talking about was a 6-3 ruling. Now, as of May 2026, Supreme Court has heavily influenced voting rights, recently striking down a Louisiana congressional map as a racial gerrymander while weakening the Voting Rights Act by requiring proof of intentional discrimination. The 6-3 conservative majority has also addressed abortion pill access, civil rights, and state level subpoena powers. So we have, let's see, April. Let me screen share. Let me screen share. So here we go. There's Louisiana versus Calais. Struck down a majority black district map in Louisiana. Ruling signals a shift requiring evidence of intentional discrimination to violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, making it harder to challenge racial gerrymandering. So I need to read that more to understand, to read that act more.
Yeah, again, that's the problem. Some of these laws, you're allowed to get away with a lot of things, but yeah, both parties do it all the time.
Well, if it stops, finagling with, district maps and stuff, just because you want to try to gain some kind of, advantage, unfair advantage, then I'm for it.
Yeah.
Because then you're not getting proper representation. Maybe one group might get more representation than another.
Correct.
Here, yeah. Vote for me. Look what I can do for you. You need the government. Rely on us. We are the government. We're here to help. Remember, Ronald Reagan said those most dangerous words you can hear. We are the government, and we're here to help.
Well, these guys use the government to do other facilities, right? They don't want to do social services, but they want to do war. So they'll say statements like that. So they can allocate your tax dollars to fuel the military-industrial complex. So that's this whole small government thing is a scam, because all they're saying is like, I don't want you to get this, but we need your money for that. Yeah, and it's rich that Ronald Reagan will say it, yet he's the president in the government. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, but that's what made him popular, was because it was, in a way, him separating himself from that. Even though you are correct, he was well and truly in that.
These type of statements, man. But the money's going to
You've
federal
gone a
government.
little quiet. Did you move away from the mic?
Oh yeah, maybe I did.
Yeah, it sounds like you're underwater.
You know what? As soon as I land, I'm going to start talking. So you guys start talking.
So who determines the gerrymandering? I guess the judges will interpret the law. You will rely on the Supreme Court justices to interpret the law properly.
Supreme Court, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, both parties suck. Two wings of a dangerous bird. Oh, it's fucking get windy again. Cloudy, rain's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, yeah, red or blue, everyone needs the green. So that's it. You make the green to be ready for the storms. Because these guys are gonna just, they're just gonna right now, they're just gonna print more money now. There's no getting out of debt here for anyone. They're just gonna inflate more money. That means inflation, right? They're inflating. Well, should I say, the prices are rising. Inflation is the actual printing of the money. The rising of the prices is a result of inflation. I hope I have that right. Yes. So yeah. And so that's just gonna happen. So the only thing we can do, this is why the prices are going up. Prices are going up because the value of the currency is dropping. And the whole thing is time and time is you want to hedge against that. You
Yeah.
want to hedge against that inflation. So you do it either with some kind of investments or assets, things that are gonna, that's so that's how we win this game. That's how we survive. Food prepping. You guys who know how to grow food and do it. Do it. You want to grow some food on my? I'll rent some land out here. We could share because I don't have the time, or the patience to do it. But hey, if you buy some land, maybe you can get somebody to grow that food, to prep. So, food, energy. It's all food. We're gonna need energy. We're gonna need community. You need hard assets. Of course, the dollars, Australian, US, UK, it's getting worth less and less by the day.
.3 inflation, I imagine, per year reduces the buying power of currency by 50% every 16 years.
And we are way higher than 2.3% inflation. When they calculate here in the US, now they use different calculations now to come out with inflation. And you know what? They exclude food, they exclude energy, they exclude housing. I mean, what the fuck?
What the fuck are they even counting at that point?
And they'll tell you the inflation's like 4%, now, 4.3%. It's a joke. I mean, gas alone now has gone up 20%, 25%. That's going to make your food go up. That's going to make everything get shipped to your house cost more. I've said.
Oh, Richard's saying 2.3 is the national 50-year average.
Our dollar since 1971, since we've gone off the gold, the dollar has lost like over. We gotta be like 98% gone since we've gone off a gold standard in 71. Nixon, and I dare say Trump, and the polls are out now. Trump has lower approval ratings than Nixon did during the Watergate hearings.
Damn. Ouch.
Yep, ouch. And we got 2.5 more years of this shit.
He might not make it. He might not make it. Yeah, he might not make it.
And the advance will take over, right?
Yep, that's the plan.
And the game continues.
Well, he is 77 as well, and he's not the fittest man.
Yeah. He
doesn't understand that eating McDonald's with a knife and fork doesn't make it less unhealthy.
Got a name because we're going broke. That's why we had to get off the gold standard. We were going broke to pay for that fucking war, and everybody wanted their gold back, and we had to give them money, and that's why we had to get off the fucking gold and get out of the war. It was costing us all our assets.
I never seen anything like this when somebody could just start a war Well, I'm sure maybe it happened before, but this is a full scale crisis.
Yes, we are. Yeah, it's we're kind of here in the U.S. We have a little buffer, but that's going to catch up to us here. It's coming. They just what did they just reported that what was it yesterday? The last ship from Hormuz came in to the states. Whatever they were holding, I don't know. Carrying.
Australia just made a big deal with Singapore. We're gonna trade them our gas for their diesel.
Yeah.
So we've shored up it, and because obviously there's shit up in the Middle East doesn't affect what happens down here with between Singapore and us. There's no one in between us. That's a problem. So
We have to get out
at
of there.
least we've got some diesel, and that's what my car uses. So fuck all the gas cars. We still haven't got any gas, as in what we call
Pure
petroleum.
baby drill.
Yeah. Oh no, see, we have raw stuff, but we got rid of all our refineries. We had 9, I think. We only have 2 left. So the majority we have to send overseas to have refined.
China refines
It's
a
a
lot of that
fucking
stuff,
joke.
right? China
Yeah.
does a lot of the refinery. That's why China bought a lot of that dirty oil from Venezuela. That was part of the plan too. Stop the oil going to China, right? Have some leverage because they have the refineries. China has the refineries for fucking oil. Giving up our refineries here. It's like ridiculous.
I've never understood it. Yeah, same.
It's ridiculous.
Our government did the same fucking
We giving
thing.
up our own self-sufficiency in the United States as well. China is the boy in town. China is the big boy in town now. China is the superpower. All right, the world is changing. The United States, being on top, it's learning its lesson. Iran is teaching the United States and lesson, and all the other rest of the worlds are watching. Everyone else is watching what's going on.
And China's really starting to, like, their fingers getting so itchy on that trigger with Taiwan because of this shit that's going on. Hey, Will. Hey, House.
I will. I'll see. Oh, and we got
whole gang is here.
and we have 9 viewers. Pray 10, but we'll go 9. Praise 9. Thank you, 10.
Yeah. China's definitely watching what's going on to see if they can maybe make a move at the moment.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Be right
Hey,
back.
House.
I'll say hi.
9 viewers at
There's
9
like,
o'clock.
I think he
Praise
was
9.
having some kind of microphone issue or something, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys were talking about the fact that Will just left, but anyway. Hello.
Hey, hi.
Hello. What do you think about? You think? Because I heard. I mean, most people I talked to in America weren't really watching and paying much attention to stuff in China, but I kind of am, because the countries that, like, they're looking at Taiwan, but not just Taiwan. Like, we rely so heavily on Southeast Asia and Vietnam, Taiwan and stuff, South Korea, places like that, that it sort of affects us a little bit more. And that's right. My point was, he said, as in the president of China or whatever he's called, that he wants to move on Taiwan by the end of 2026. Now, that was in 2024. And I kind of forgot about it And here we are, 2026. Conveniently, all this Iraq shit's going on. We're almost halfway, and he said by the end of 26, and they're starting to put all these warships and stuff all around. It'll be interesting if that shit happens. We're either gonna just stand by and do nothing, which I don't think we will because of the microchips. Like Taiwan's too important strategically. Or it's just going to drag us into that as well. And now technically we'll be aiding Russia, not Russia, fucking Ukraine in that stuff. We're meddling in Israel, Iran shit. And then we'll have our fingers in the Asia Pacific stuff. Like, is that not a world war? Or is it just multiple things happening at the same time?
I don't know, because how was one define a world war? And usually it's declared world war years after the war is ended, you know. It's never, you know, I don't think during World War II they said in the middle of it, this is World War II.
This is not a surprise. I mean, they've been talking about a great reset for a decade.
Yes.
It's just that it got reset in a way that the globalists weren't planning.
It's a process, not an event. Yeah. I mean, BRICS was formed in early 2010, something like that. And yeah, the sanctions going on. So that's, you know, America putting sanctions on Russia. You're going to push them to go find other means to trade.
What's the problem with that?
Nothing. No problem at all.
I think that's good when we find more resources and things to trade, and you know, that's good for everybody, the whole world. Forces innovation.
Right? Necessity is the mother of invention. So necessity is to avoid the dollar.
Well, it was a necessity to go to green energy a couple years ago, and we were about to do national suicide over that ridiculous ideology.
Some solar farms wouldn't hurt. I mean,
it almost
But do they help?
Sorry.
I just asked if the solar farms help. They don't appear to do that much.
I don't know, because it seems like China they're like putting up solar.
I actually,
right?
yeah, I actually was going to go on to a solar business, and all my panels were going to be from China. That's where I was going to actually buy it. And this is a while back. This is something I was thinking about. But all the panels I had to get, I couldn't get them from the US or Switzerland or places like in Europe, because China had the most cheapest panels. And that's where you could go get them. Because we actually manufacture panels, but the prices of panels are really high. But you could actually, now I don't know. I don't know if you could
The
actually
government buys American panels and wastes a lot of money on them instead of buying Chinese panels.
Yeah,
they
because
actually have
that's
them
where the
manufactured.
panels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we need to do something about it. Like, we could definitely manufacture a lot of solar panels. You know, like we could definitely do it. It's just that, again, we find cheaper prices somewhere else, we're going to buy it. Same thing would happen with manufacturing, right? Patterson actually used to have some factories, like Patterson, New Jersey. All those things are gone. They all went to China. This is back in the 90s. So this has been happening for a while, and that's the thing. Like, you know, like if we can't even manufacture because to buy the products in the United States, it's going to cost more instead of getting somewhere else a lot cheaper.
But See, that's bullshit. In the like, yeah, yes, it might be dearer in initial layout, but the whole concept with solar panels and stuff, especially as our technology is getting better, is in the long run, the savings, right? If that wasn't the case, Trump made it a rule that these big mega memory farms that are running the AIs, like the big factories, just full of hard drives or whatever the fuck it is. He's like, you're not going to use the local power and screw over locals and stuff. You're going to have to figure out your own power. And they said, fine. And they've just put up fields of solar panels around the factories. Why? Because it's fucking free once you build the panel. If it wasn't worth it,
Maintenance.
they would have plugged in. Yeah, there's maintenance, like
It's
cleaning it, but
it breaks down because of the cheap materials used to make the
they
panels. They break down into the environment, and then you have to
hence
go and
my saying outlay the cost at the start. They can make panels because they send this shit into space, like solar powered shit, and it lasts decades when they think it was only going to last a couple of years. And it's because they spend the money and use high grade materials
I've
instead of
got
buying it
solar
from China green.
I've got solar powered calculators from the 80s that still work. If you walk out into just regular fluorescent
Yeah.
light or LED light, the damn thing will
Yeah.
work. And I'm
Yeah.
like, and it's just working off of like fluorescent light or LED. How is it getting enough photovoltaic energy in order to power it? You know,
From
just off
LED
of
lighting, it's
from
getting.
LED. Yeah, just a little.
Of course it will.
But
Close
you were just
enough to it.
talking about the stuff that went to space, and these are
If
calculators
that
that were
is
made
true,
in
if
the
that is
80s.
if that is true, couldn't you have unlimited energy just recycling it?
You would okay.
You would.
There's this weird thing about perpetual energy. I've got some ideas about that with a closed loop
No.
HHO
Problem
gas and
is,
solar.
even or just with the LED thing first, Will, there's heat generated.
Now without LED lighting is very low heat.
But it's still heat. So it's not going to
Yeah,
be perpetual. But
yeah.
yes, you're correct as if you say it will last a lot longer and use a lot less electricity. Yeah. But not perpetual. Sorry, Will, go on.
Hmm.
No, I was just going to say there's been a lot done with HHO gas, splitting it out of water and using solar power to do the electrolysis process to power entire houses on a closed circuit loop, which is as close to being your own power station as you can possibly be. As long as you have water and you have solar, you have the ability to create this HHO gas. So there's some interesting work being done with that. And yeah, that's actually it might be the answer to energy because you can use salt water and in the process it just distills the water.
You know what happens to those folks who come up with free energy ideas,
They get
right?
killed. Yep, like Stanley Myers and yep.
So,
That
what's the difference between, say, a water wheel and a windmill? I know that, yes, wind is sporadic, so it's not constant. That's probably one thing. But, like, isn't it worth also putting the
kills.
windmill up? Or is it
Well,
just,
it
do
kills
they not
birds.
generate
They
enough?
break down and they're not really reliable because it depends on wind flow. A more reliable source would be the tide,
Okay.
the things that they do in the ocean to create
Yeah, that
energy with the tide.
happens twice a day,
Hmm
regardless. Yeah.
I'm sharing a link backstage if you want to see an
Yeah, I'm
H.
trying to get to. Oh, I have to remove the other one first.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Why is that? That should be. There we go.
Yeah, let me go full screen.
Hydrogen House Project presents the JewelBox Portable Hydrogen Charge Station, a compact mobile power plant integrating several renewable energy technologies to store and generate electricity for homes and
Jersey. He's in
businesses,
Jersey.
as well as provide electric and hydrogen vehicle refueling.
You're right. I should probably just find a different video. If he's from Jersey, he's from Jersey. What are you gonna do?
Capabilities. The JewelBox harnesses solar and wind energy and stores it in the form of hydrogen gas by way of electrolysis, splitting water molecules and storing the hydrogen as backup power for times when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing.
Now, to go into some of the features, why this is the most energy-dense, renewable piece of equipment on the planet, we start with the solar panels. So we have 2 kilowatts of solar mounted on here and a 1 kilowatt wind turbine. So the unit will operate day or night if you have the wind.
See, I think it's worth having the turbine regardless. I didn't mean the big ones to kill birds. I meant in your own house. Having a little windmill just constantly blowing. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help but think about the hot Matrix guy, the hot girl Matrix guy. You know, the guy with the glasses.
Oh yeah.
he
Crazy hot.
like him, and he's pointing at solar like a grid.
So I've got this idea for a houseboat that's made out of a pontoon and this sort of technology to supplement it. It's been in my mind since early this morning. Just in the back of my mind. So it's funny that we're talking about this because I think I can run the engine of the boat off of the HHO gas too, which on a boat, and if water is your fuel source, that and sunlight, you're good to go.
Resource. In addition to that, these weigh 3 pounds per panel, not 50. 2 people can take this off in a matter of minutes with 4 bolts. So you have to transport this thing. You unbolt the 4 bolts, you pull the array off, you throw it on a trailer, and you take it with you. The other unique thing about the JewelBox is the footprint. This puts it on a pallet. You can drop a dozen of these on a trailer, and you can take it anywhere you want. You have a hurricane coming, it's minutes to take it down if you've got bad weather or you need to transport and move it in a hurry. This is able to gain 33% more sunlight because we use GPS to do the tracking. Because we use GPS, it knows where it is in the world, it knows what season of the year it is, it knows what time of day is, and without seeing the sun, it's always perfectly aligned with the sun to gain the maximum amount of power. So all of these technologies are very unique to make this the most energy-dense piece of equipment on the planet.
The JewelBox's components are housed in a lockable, rugged steel container ideal for tough weather conditions. Inside, you'll find a small battery bank coupled with ultracapacitors, an off-grid inverter, charge controllers, and a hydrogen fuel cell. Mounted on top is a 2 kilowatt tracking solar array and a 1 kilowatt wind turbine. The back of the JewelBox contains the hydrogen electrolyzer and storage tanks. Operating the JewelBox is easy.
Very simple. You plug in your cord in the JewelBox, and you plug it into the vehicle. The light comes on 2 hours later, it's full. The JewelBoxes are adaptable to any size home. Some people live in a 10,000 square foot home. Some people live in a 300 square foot home. This unit is capable of doing up to 100 kilowatts by just adding more inverters and just plugging in more plug-and-play solar.
The JewelBox's power generation and storage capabilities are scalable to meet the energy needs of the consumer by simply adding more solar panels, batteries, and hydrogen storage tanks.
This is expandable to as many tanks as you want. So once all the tanks are full, you need more storage, break out another propane tank. Made in the billions all over the world.
For added energy storage, the JewelBox can be upgraded to high pressure.
This particular fuel module that you see behind me is a standard piece of equipment that has CE ratings. So this can already be placed anywhere under local codes.
The JewelBox can even be outfitted with a water purification system for the ultimate off-grid solution.
By the time you go through the federal rebates for fuel cells, the 30% ITC credit, and state and local credits, the JewelBox can be as little as 40% of the original starting cost. And you'll qualify for advanced depreciation as well, so you can write the whole thing off in a very short period of time. So as far as cost effective, right now with the federal subsidies till 2016, this is a no-brainer.
2016? Wait, how old is this video? Wait, how old is this video?
I told you this has been going on for over a decade.
Wow.
For a long time,
Yeah.
So is he okay?
We
So
need to catch up, bro, Joe.
is he
don't
up
we?
and all right? Where's his website? Where's his
I'm
business?
I'm working on it. It's all
I
right.
want to
Hold
know.
on. I'll give
This
you.
thing should be up and running by now. Then 10
All right.
years
I'm
ago.
gonna give you the link in the private chat to his YouTube page, and you can go ham, buddy. There you go.
All right,
I've been
all right.
studying this stuff for a long time, and I think this idea for the houseboat will work, especially with if I can get this tech on it, because you can live there indefinitely on the water. You know what you don't have on a lake or a ocean or something? You don't have trees that block the sun.
But what happened to this guy? These videos are 12 years ago. What's the name of his?
May not
They
be
killed him.
His name is
Jewel-
Mike Strizky.
Let me look up Jewel.
Who?
Jukebox, right? Box.
Big energy. Big energy knocked him off.
Not Jukebox.
His name is
He
Mike.
died of a heart attack or something, normal.
Yeah.
This is called
Oh,
Hydrogen
I fell
House.
out of a window.
Hydrogen
From
House.
window cancer,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah, window cancer. Exactly.
And it's got his name in it too, but hold on.
Let me see.
Charges the vehicle's battery,
Here we go.
increases battery lifespan, and more than doubles.
Look at that. He's got the solar panels on top of his electric golf cart. I
Oh,
wonder if it's hydrogen though.
Oh wow! What, dude?
is
I
it
tried to
hyd-
go. I tried to
Yeah.
go to the website. I tried to go to the website, which is through Google, and then it shows. It says your connection is not private. Attackers might be trying to steal your information.
Oh no. You better be careful.
Its range on a single charge.
This particular vehicle has many uses both in the home, on the farm, in the business. The premise of this vehicle is that we slow down the amp hour rate in the batteries, and as long as it's out in the sunlight, it's continuously charging, so that you're going to get a lot more range than the 25 miles that's advertised with this vehicle. So instead of being able to run it for a short period of time, you'll be able to run this vehicle all day. We've basically adapted solar energy to it with the flexible solar, self-cooling solar panels,
Nice. I like
high
that.
energy density, and we put a hydrogen tank and a fuel cell.
The vehicle generates its own hydrogen fuel.
Wow.
Okay, so
There's
it's
your
got the
answer.
hydrogen, yeah. So it is combustible. It's not just a solar like an electric vehicle that's going all day. That's fucking that's innovative there. I wonder how he's got it hooked up.
This is
So
dangerous. How
cool.
dangerous is it?
Oh my god. Well, it could blow up, I guess, and create a big crater where Mike used to stand.
So
I don't
could
know.
your gas tank, so could your diesel, so could your
Yeah, but I mean, that
LPG.
But this seems so more exposed. I don't know.
Well, let's hear a little more. Maybe there's some safety measure
Now,
on this.
but if this got if this took off, it would be, purpose-built vehicles with housing for these tanks. You wouldn't just have it in the back seat. Like
So the government will be stepping in, because the oil lobbyists will come in and say, "Hey, you got to tax these
Yeah.
motherfuckers."
Well,
So-
you
so
said his
12
last video was 12 years ago.
So like 12 years ago, Spartanburg, South Carolina's police or sheriff's department installed HHO fuel cells on all their cars. And that went on for several years. And I don't
wonder
know
if he came asking for money, Will. That's why he disappeared.
Mm.
I don't know. It's only a couple minutes. You want to finish the last minute and 15?
Mm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right on board with the H2-to-go portable electrolyzer.
The question is always, where do you get the hydrogen? Well, this is where you get the hydrogen. So you drop it down, you hook it into the tank, you turn it on, basically converts the solar power right to AC, runs this unit. In a day and a half, the tank is fully charged, you're ready to go. Obviously, on a vehicle like this, you're going to be driving under trees and brush and all kinds of things that would break a glass panel. These are flexible sun power cells. Your typical solar panel has an efficiency of 14%. These are close to 22% panels. And they're flexible, so they provide shade as well as generating electricity. In addition to that, you never run out of power. As long as you've got hydrogen tank and the sun shining, you have your ability to generate electricity.
This solar hydrogen system can be added to any electric vehicle to extend the driving range and completely eliminate the need to buy fuel.
Nice. Let me here is
So
hydrogen house project. See right here. And now I'll try to go through the website here. I'll try going through the website over here. See what happens. I can't even go to their website. What the fuck?
So he was saying, now remember, this is 2016, so that's perfect because that's 10 years exactly. That commercial solar panels operate generally straight ones at 14%, but he was getting about 20. Now, 10 years later, AI overview is telling me that most commercial panels operate at 19 to 24%. While high-end residential panels can reach over 24%, most average panels generally roughly convert 1/5. So if he's saying these flexible ones make 14 into 20, what would it make 23% into? We now talking like 30% efficiency?
I don't know. I mean, some of the things
Have
it
they
was
grown?
flexible.
Sorry.
It was flexible and it was high efficiency. So the tech has got to have come up. There's no way it went down.
Exactly.
What's up,
What's
PJ?
up, Greg?
Hey, Will. Hey, Sammy.
Happy 420, everybody. Yeah, this I found a little bit more updated web channel there, Will. House running on it.
You want to click on it? Let's see what the house looks like. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to the nation's first solar hydrogen fuel cell powered home in North America. This home's been off grid now for 16 years, and we're using the power of the sun. I've had no electric bills, and I do cooking gas, heating gas, fuel for the vehicles, lawnmower, etc., all from solar hydrogen I make 3 months of the year. There are two sources of energy that power this place. One is the solar energy, obviously, and the other one is geothermal. We grab from the ground. In 3 months, we make all the energy we need. So all the solar panels around here from April to about June goes into an electrolyzer that splits water into hydrogen and oxygen. That hydrogen and oxygen is then stored in these tanks forever. Whenever I need to use it, I pull off of the hydrogen, I run it through the fuel cell, I get the water back, the electricity.
Well, technically not forever, because they will leak.
And then water goes back to start all over again to make more hydrogen. Solar energy's been around for quite some time. The biggest problem with solar energy is you can't store it. This system essentially bottles sunlight to use whenever you want, weeks, months, years, centuries from now. This is the only technology I've seen that can actually turn the ship around and go the other way and keep us from going off the precipice, or at least slow it down. You've just seen where we stored the hydrogen and where we generate the electricity from the solar panels. Now we're in my shop where all the magic happens. These are storage tanks, so we're storing the hydrogen with something called nickel metal hydride. We've incorporated many new technologies in the hydrogen house that go along with conserving the planet. This hose is connected to an ozonator by my washing machine. I can get ozonated water out of it, and that super cleans clothes. It disinfects 300 times more powerful than bleach. Anything I can do with propane or natural gas, we're doing with hydrogen. Hydrogen is safe. It's safer than gasoline, diesel fuel, propane, natural gas, because it's lighter than air. Because there's no oxygen in the tank, it can't react without oxygen. So shooting bullets or putting fire, nothing's gonna happen. Hydrogen won't ignite without having oxygen. This jewel box here does solar hydrogen. This is my hydrogen house in a box. You drop this on the top of a mountain, you drop it in the desert, it works. The equipment here's already been here for 16 years. My lawnmower runs on hydrogen, my motorcycle, my ATV. I have a hydrogen car here that I built in 2000. and the maintenance is very minimal. These are the 2 hydrogen fuel cells. We took the show motor out of this Yamaha.
Hey, I want to know, has he ever gotten pulled over? Does he have to? Oh man, I wonder what the DMV in Jersey has to say about that. This is wild. Man,
It's not.
and
It's
said-
not.
Yeah.
It's just not so strange as everyone is acting like it is. I mean, I remember when solar energy was foreign. This is just another avenue of energy. It's basic
Do
chemistry.
you know what this is? Dude. Well, I think it's that guy that disappeared who come up with the water-powered car.
Yeah, Stanley Myers.
Yeah, it was hydrogen.
Yes.
He figured out how to break down water into hydrogen and power the car with hydrogen. And they killed him for it. Because we'd all be filling our cars up at the tap.
Hold on a second, William. Open your mic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Leave it open.
No, it's just I don't know, Sammy. You're a little bit louder. Both of you are on automatic noise level, but you're overpowering Will.
Sorry.
He's just stronger. You know, his genetics just stronger.
It's the German.
Yeah, I've got a little video in the back that shows you how the science works on a very small scale, because you can do this with a lawnmower. You can do it with a torch, make a small welding torch out of it. I mean, there's lots of ways to do it or to utilize it. I've seen people make kits out of a toolbox that's attached to a hand truck. They can move around and do little portable welding.
You see what this guy is? I mean, what all is involved and what to get to where he is. I mean,
to run a whole house. Yeah.
No one has a real time for that. We just need the box.
Oh, no, but
plug and play.
Brojo, do you realize if shit hits the fan,
yeah,
this dude is the only dude gonna be sitting there with his feet up, sipping his fucking pina colada.
And the only dude's going to have a lot of visitors too.
But if you don't know how to work the tech, it's useless to you.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to maintain the system and work the system, it'll break down.
And I'm sure he'll come up with a hydrogen powered protection system.
This is why I'm curious. Maybe he does know too much. I mean, I can't even connect to his website. You would think these things. It says it's a non-profit organization, but what's going on? Now you got me curious.
They always are. That's the thing. If they don't want to make money, they can't be bought. They get disappeared.
Yeah, but we don't need to just depend on his company. If the technology is out there and it's something that you can do yourself in small scale, we can develop the technology on our own. I mean, these guys are doing it because I'm telling you, it doesn't appear that the electrolysis is very difficult. I've got a little video in the back if you want to see it, but once you understand the science behind it, that it's like propane. You're just making a gas fuel.
Yeah. It's quite simple if you have an electric source, which is where the solar comes in.
It's pressurizing it into a container like a propane tank or a storage tank is a difficulty.
All right, so how we get started?
Put my video up.
You can tell us how to make it?
Yep. Sure as shit.
Hello Hacktubers and welcome back to my channel. This is second video with experiments made with the homemade HHO.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's the same. Yeah, the same design like the guy did in the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Using those long plates. Exactly.
Houses. Yeah.
Generator. Let's start. Okay, I'm gonna use my homemade HHO generator. I'm gonna use this small solar panel, 10 watts, 12 volts, and also I'm going to use a digital multimeter. To mention, for getting the mix of water and baking soda, I'm using 1 small tablespoon soda mixed with 1 liter of water. As I said, for today's experiment, I'm going to use a small solar panel, which is 10 watts and giving 12 volts. And with my digital multimeter, I'm going to show you how much voltage can generate when it's exposed to the sun. And you can see on the digital multimeter that I'm reading for about 22 volts when nothing is attached on the solar panel. That is alright. With this experiment that I'm making today, I wanted just to show you that you can use the solar power to generate a free gas. In this case, we have a homemade HHO generator, and that will be powered by the solar energy. The wires that are coming from the solar panel, the positive and the negative wire, is directly connected to the HHO generator, and the generator at the same moment is...
Say again.
And I'm waiting for him, and he blows himself up.
Yeah, but he has to say Allahu Akbar first.
Generating gas. And here it is a close-up of my generator, and you can see the bubbles are coming out, and those bubbles are mixed of hydrogen and oxygen together. Next test that I want to do is to measure the voltage when the solar panel is hooked up on the generator, just to check the voltage. The digital multimeter reading is about 5 volts. The voltage is dropping because the HHO generator is pulling too much current, and that's alright. The important thing is that we are generating a free gas out of solar energy. Next thing is to make some bubbles using water mixed with soap, so we can make bigger bubbles that we will be filled with HHO gas, and it's a mixed gas out of hydrogen and oxygen. And after we're gonna make small bubbles, I'm gonna light up with my lighter and make a small explosions. This was a short demonstration of...
So the philosophy is the more plates you add and the more voltage you add, the more gas you generate, more pressure you generate. And being able to store it just means that you can hook it into, you know, those propane powered refrigerators and stoves. You should be able to, in theory, power those things just as well and probably cleaner off of this gas it's creating.
There you go. Another way to be self-sufficient.
I mean, anything that helps you supplement your energy based on what the energy co-ops are charging you is gonna help your life, I imagine. Solar, whatever. I'm sorry, V. I saw you were about to speak.
Oh, that's the same. The thing they were doing back in the day to save on fuel, they would make those set those plates, hook up to your car battery, and then you have the gas go into your intake. And if you have the right, type of reading on the computer, it would show what's coming in, so it would give less fuel to ignite, so you'll save gas. And I've seen people that did it, and they say it works. And the only downfall is that I guess it corrodes pretty easily. So it's like stainless steel or certain type of plates you use, but it does corrode and start to arc out after a while.
Yeah, they got to figure out the balance there.
Mm. Could be the purity of the water too, allowing for. But when I remember, they were using like tap water over here. This one dude did it, and and hooked it up to the boss's van. And the boss swore up and down that it worked. He had like a Dodge Caravan. But yeah, I remember the setup.
If you're looking for a good backup generator, one that I got because of necessity. I mean, I had another generator, but I think it was on its way out, and I wanted to upgrade. But I got this Westinghouse one, and you can run it on gas or propane, and it runs really well. And you get, yeah. So, just a recommendation. I am also looking though for. I would like to do some solar, like a solar backup system, and they are running only. I think they're like maybe a few $1,000s now. I don't know. It might have went up in price with everything going on as a backup plan also, and it's portable too. They have these portable systems like $4,000 or $5,000. I think.
Yeah, I saw this one video where they have like flexible type panels where you just kind of like lay them out almost like a tarp style. So
yeah, that's
what, like a rigid frame to secure them to. You kind of just put it on something more simple.
Well, that's what the guy Mike from Jersey. He had those flexible panels on top of the cart. He was running it. Yeah, he was showing
running all these vehicles on it.
Yeah, here's more and more right there.
So this is only, I think, available in Australia because they're fucking smart.
Oi, oi, oi.
Made out of kangaroo skins.
When it comes to relaxation, my time, downtime, time to get away from it all, I like to dream. I dream of getting away from the city, away from the phone, away to somewhere peaceful, beautiful, and quiet. The Mothership is an all-Australian designed and built solar vessel using the finest materials and incorporating design sensibilities that maximize a superb experience on water.
It's $500,000. So don't get so excited, boys.
I know. I'm just listening to his script. All right, just listen to his
Energy
words.
renewables are the way of the future, and the Mothership is already there. A fully self-contained solar-powered vessel with the reassurance generator backup.
Too much wood for me.
The Mothership is a
Oh my
lifestyle
God.
that many aspire to. Who wouldn't pay just a little?
You could put your posters up, sweetheart.
Little mop and glow, you'd be all right.
The Mothership does so much to provide a quality of life experience.
I mean, you're gonna make it smell like weed anyway.
That's right. I'm gonna be
Just paint it green.
20 bucks.
I could just imagine Brojo with all his little pot plants growing around the front of this.
No
boat.
pop plants. I have no fucking thumb, man. Dude. Oh, matter of fact, I just found some seeds that I had in a bag stored away for years. I just let me take some of these seeds and see what happens. You know,
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, they're 20 years old or whatever.
Come on, those things should last forever.
No, that's not how seeds work.
That's not how seeds work.
It's on water that no other in its class can achieve.
All right, that fucking pull down steering wheel that's sexy.
That is fucking sleek.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
See-through chairs. I love it. I want
What
my
do you do with
furniture
your
to
day?
disappear.
What do you do with your fucking day, man? You're just out there on the water.
Swim, write music.
You bring some.
Have
you
sex.
That's right. You bring some
Or
company.
masturbate.
She's just masturbating at sea. We're just doing what pirates have done forever. Jizzing into the salt water.
All right, it was all for this.
No, I'm seriously thinking about it though. I'm thinking about moving to a marina and living on a boat in a slip because I want to. Like that's how I want to fucking retire. I think
That'd be cool, man.
Dude, I'll
There's a
come
guy,
visit. Sure.
one of these financial channels that I listen to. This guy, if you're interested, Peter Leeds, and he just did that. Will he sold his house, and he bought a boat, and he's transforming it. And he wants to. He's living on the water, and this guy is in a wheelchair. I'm sure he's going to bring an assistant with him.
Fucking hell.
And yeah, this is what he wanted to do: go out on a fucking boat, and that's what he did. Yeah, he's sold it, and that's what he's doing.
Wow.
He's doing videos from on the sea.
If wheelchair guy did it, I guess Will has no excuse.
Yeah, right. Because I have legs and can swim. Right. I have
Well, I'm sure he's not rebuilding home. He's hiring.
I was just thinking like moving around the boat more easily, but yeah, you could swim as well.
I just imagine the guy rolling off the front of the boat into the water with his wheelchair.
Oh shit!
Rough water out there, and he forgets to lock his fucking wheelchair and just rolls off. It's like a Naked Gun skit.
No, we're supposed to end this way.
No, I'm seriously thinking about it though, because the idea of putting solar panels on the boat and a water filtration system, just being able to go out and, spend the entire day, weekend anchored in the middle of the lake that I live near, it just sounds like a great getaway.
Getaway, yeah, okay. I was gonna say permanent. What would you do for?
No, I go back to the marina and park in the dock. It's like $175 a month,
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That's good.
Especially if the boat's paid for and like built, and added on, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's well underneath most house payments and rent payments.
Look, let's face it, it's a man cave on the water.
Yes.
It's got to be a pretty good sized boat, right, for the panels.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a pontoon, like a
Mm.
lake kind of fit pontoon, and then just
Big square thing, yeah.
Yeah, well, because I'm not out to ski. If I want to do that, I'll get a jet ski or something. But it's just more about being able to go out and fish and camp and explore the lake and then come back.
Right on.
It's a huge lake, and I live near it.
Nothing like getting in the boat and searching the coastline for dead bodies, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Or
making sure that you got rid of them properly.
Oh, it's not a leg.
Well, we have game wardens that might come over and fuck with my
all right
grow. I'll have to figure out that. They just roll up in their little police boats and want to come aboard.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you better have a warrant, Chief. This is my home.
Yeah. And
Hello,
no,
Joe.
I will not put pants on, officer.
Yep, Speedos are it for me, buddy, and I'm only doing that because you're here.
Exactly.
I would just love to be able to get up in the mornings, walk to the front of my boat, and just jump in the water. Take your morning piss just hanging off the edge of a boat.
Just don't wake up. Don't wake up on the side of the bed.
The wet side of the bed, yeah. You just roll off.
What's going on, Joe? Joe? Hey, Joe.
Well, based on his last comment, he's here to point out that it's just another industry.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, I was having some audio problems.
What kind of problems?
Audio.
Erectile.
99 problem.
But my dick ain't one. Well, it kind of is. It gives me problems, but it doesn't have any problems.
I gotta tell you, if anybody's got the problem with their dick, it's David Lee Roth. Just watching some of he's out there, and I'm like, dude, you're 70-something years old. We don't need to see your Tootsie Roll.
Put it away. already.
with Terry Swims the concert.
I don't know about the Terry Swims one. I was talking about David Lee Roth just screwing up everywhere he goes with his tight leather pants and his. I mean, it's Van Harlem with his 5 black backup singers, and he's just screeching in the corner.
Yeah, the last video I saw, he showed up. Terry Swims was performing, and he came on stage, and they did jump. It wasn't bad actually. It wasn't bad.
Teddy Swims.
Teddy Swims, yeah, Teddy Swims. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it would have been worth it for the Teddy Swims, but as soon as
We were watching the video. I think maybe he came out with those. It was like, who is this guy? He came out with this fucking outfit. He's short. He looked like a bum, really.
oh, you're talking about no. What
Huh?
the fuck, bro,
Hey.
Joe? You're talking about Coachella with Teddy Swims. We're talking. Will's
Yeah, and David
talking
Lee
about.
Roth showed up.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, David Lee Roth came on stage for a song.
At Coachella.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah. No.
Oh, I have to go look it up. That's.
I'm pretty sure.
I just watched Anthony Cumia just railing about how David Lee Roth needs to stop, and they're right. He needs to stop.
Put him in a home or something.
I don't want to say about a musical hero die already, but die already.
I don't need him to die. I just need him to
I'll
stop.
take it back. I take
Stop
it back.
thrusting his unit into the camera and like, you're 70, bro. Please don't thrust that unit anywhere. Put it away. Retire the dipstick.
I took it back, bro, Joe. Punish me. Make me
You only
feel
did
better.
it so you could get punished.
Oh, I wish I had
I
I have a whipping sound effect. I need a whipping sound effect. Oh, here, I got a punch. Makes the punch work? No, the punch is not even working.
Yeah. Yeah, right in the bussy. That's it.
This fucking thing is not working for me.
Oh.
Yeah, but we can hear it.
Oh, I'm Get it.
That's what Will sounds like. Oh, Jesus. That's also what Will sounds like when he comes.
I have PTSD around.
Right at the end, he goes, "Get it."
Some of the I hate the volume controls on here. There's some are louder than those. Some I hardly hear, and some I. That comes in nice and loud. The other ones don't. I don't know if you hear the difference.
Sorry, House. What'd you say?
Sorry.
Every time I hear that Wild Heart clip of him saying that, I have a reaction to it that's probably not positive.
Oh, no.
You shouldn't have told me that.
I understand.
Really?
How is
Yeah,
Wild
yeah,
doing?
it's a
Anybody seen him since?
I have
He shared a live
to
stream to
rehab
me.
and came back, and I don't know what happened.
He must be out because he shared a live stream link, StreamYard link at 8 a.m. for me this morning, which
Yeah, I saw that.
is you saw. So
I didn't actually watch
I haven't
it.
seen it for weeks.
I just figured
didn't either.
someone did. I didn't watch it, but
He didn't put a YouTube link, and he has too many channels, so I don't know. I didn't see it.
there's plenty of people to mommy him. I don't need to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last I heard, he was supposed to go back into rehab or something. Like they had the weekend and a day because it was a holiday. So I'm not sure if he even went back in.
Which
or
mic
what,
are you using, PJ? You got some thunder on that one.
That's what I'm saying. Just say lower that boom, baby.
He's rumbling. He made my balls jiggle when he was talking. I mean, I'm not saying stop. I'm just saying like hum.
I'm sitting on the speaker right now, so please don't stop.
Okay.
Don't make it awkward, bro, Joe. Jeez.
Make what awkward? What?
The awkward things that I say.
He wasn't listening, I promise you.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I realize now you
You're gonna blame me for the awkwardness
I'm
you caused.
sorry. Yeah, it's called projection, don't you know?
Damn.
Congratulations
Sorry,
on the music video, Sammy.
Oh, cheers. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I liked it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It was fun to make.
Give me a link. Let's see it. Let's watch it again.
Oh goodness.
I want to find one of those rooms now and do like some video or.
Oh, they're so fun.
That
to
looks
go
like so
and-
much fun.
Yeah, make sure you're stoned too. That makes it extra fun.
You didn't have to tell Brojo that.
Oh, I know. I as soon as the words come out of my mouth.
Brojo, he's not just on stream when he's doing the hourly 420s. He's, he could be out cutting his grass. He's like, stop, shut down everything. It's 420.
No, I'm waiting for 420. I'm just like, I'm getting on the mower. Okay, let's go. Let's do this.
So you do it while you're on the mower?
You do that too. You know you do that too.
I do. I'm just saying I do it on the mower while I'm doing things.
Yeah, there you go. Vaping. That's it.
I've almost coughed myself off the lawnmower before.
The bad thing I don't have fucking like headphones, like just so I can listen to music and I hear the fucking noise.
Why not? It's just
I don't
earbuds
know.
in your phone. It's not complicated. They're like $35 for a little.
There you go.
There you go.
Things in my ear.
Oh, I like sticking things in your ear. A little shimshy action.
Yeah, though I did see
It's in the private chat.
like JBL sound. I don't know.
He put the link for you in the private chat. Do you want me to share it or you want to share it?
I got it.
Okay. I didn't know you could have been taking a hit.
I got it.
No, that's B.
Yep. It is you.
Oh, this is going to be embarrassingly fun.
Embarrassing. Gonna make you blush?
A little bit.
You need to stand up straight, son. All that hunching over is not good for your back.
Yes. Well, I didn't know till I saw the video.
You're too close, yeah, I noticed. You said relax, I don't think so. You said don't get ideas, then you sat right there. I said this ain't nothing, you smile like you don't care. You keep saying don't, you keep doing yes. I'm not guessing, I'm impressed. Say it again, say it again. Say it slow, say it slow. You don't mean it, you don't mean it, but you won't go. Say it again, say it again. Don't pretend, don't pretend. You say no, you say no, and you lean in. You asked if I'm taken, I said not tonight. You said good, cause you look alright. You said we shouldn't, but you locked the door. If this is nothing, why's your hand inside my drawers? You say stop, you don't stop. You say last one, then you get on top. Say it again, say it again. Say it clear, say it clear. You don't want it, you don't want it, but you're here. But you're here. Say it again, say it again. Face to face, face to face. You say don't, you say no, but don't move away. This isn't love, this isn't love, this isn't deep, this isn't deep. This is you not wanting sleep. Say it again, whoa. One more time, one more time. You don't cross it, you toe the line, toe the line. Say it again, don't make a sound, make a sound. You don't say yes, but yeah, that counts. You keep saying don't, you keep doing yes. I'm not guessing, I'm impressed. Say it again, say it again. Say it slow, say it slow. You don't mean it, you don't mean it, but you won't go. You won't go. Say it again, say it again. Don't pretend, don't pretend. You say no, then you lean in.
And then there's a little blooper if you wait for a few seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is. Oops. Oh, I couldn't help myself.
Well done. Well done.
Very good. Excellent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
When I first saw it, I was like,
Pretty.
oh, there's Sammy doing some video editing. But then it was like, when you got to that Freemason room and then you were the subway car, I was like, wait a minute, he's somewhere else. Where is he?
Yeah. It was called Mind Games. It was cool. Had like a mirror room and stuff. A mirror maze, that's what they're called. I actually got a little bit dizzy and sick in the mirror maze. Just constant, like, fake entryways and yeah, just fucking with your reality.
I haven't been in a
It's
fun
fun
house
for
in
it's fun for a bit.
years.
Yeah.
Now the name of that one was called Mind Games.
Mind Games, yeah.
Because they have like, I guess I haven't been in them, but I've seen them pop up here and there. Escape rooms.
They also had an escape room there. I didn't do that. I'm not that interested in it. I mean, I'll have a go one day, but we knew we were going and hoping to get some cool footage, so that's why we specifically chose that. And it like with the iPhone 16, that's all we recorded with. It looks like I went to a studio.
I'm trying to see if there's something similar in my area.
The next step, though, I really just want to start singing the songs myself.
I see escape room, Mind Escape, Philadelphia. Thai prison escape. Alice in Wonderland. Jack the Ripper. Little Greenhouse of Horrors.
Yeah, see, that's cool if you're one of those people that can immerse yourself in the fantasy. But like the thing I liked about the Mind Games thing was it was just all about optical illusions and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And I got to see that Einstein face that's inverted as you turn different ways. It becomes like 3D and the eyes follow you. And I'll share some other photos that I have of some of the cool exhibits.
So would you do this? Try to escape from a Thai prison?
I mean, yeah, I would actually like to try it to see how my mind works, to see if I even get close to figuring this shit out, or if I imagine I'm gonna overthink stuff. And
So if you have to be in,
Mansfield are
if you're going to
pretty
be
basic.
with somebody, I'm going to guess if you, a part of it is, it's, a couple people going to be in there. I'm going to imagine that to ultimately get out is going to take a team effort. Like
Different
someone's going to have to
minds.
pull a
Yeah,
lever at the
think
same time
differently.
someone else is pulling a lever. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's
Yeah.
shoulders.
No, I think it's really a case of usually solving a riddle and then finding a key in each room. Um, so it sort of comes down to puzzle solving more than
3D.
Strategic, yeah.
It's not going to be like realistic or something like quick. Somebody start a fire, and then when the guard comes in,
Yeah,
karate chop him
no,
in the neck.
exactly. It's like you got to figure out the code, and then that will unlock this little secret passage that's very obvious on the wall, but you just can't open it yet.
I'll be
That looks
disappointed.
so
This is
cool.
lame. We can do math. I'll be karating some, guard in the neck or something. But I guess.
Well,
I want,
if you
I
want
want
that
part of my house
experience,
like
PJ, there are those places that will like you have to sign death indemnities and stuff
Oh, I heard they
because
closed Epstein Island
they'll like
down.
no, they'll kidnap you and like drag you and tie you up, blindfold you.
They always trick you with a cigar in the pool hall. I mean, it's all fun and games. You turn into a jackass.
I don't know. That was foretold on Pinocchio, wasn't it? You go to the island and become a jackass.
Yeah.
my vape.
Jiminy Crickets.
I saw something recently. I'm trying to think of the celebrity it was. But he was standing there like he's with his kids, his wife in the kitchen. Grown up kids, I think, at this point. Who was it? Fuck. But the clock in the background, right? Instead of numbers, had a series of hot dogs and hamburgers. And he was talking. So while he stood in front of this clock, he's talking about how much he loved pizza and how for his birthday he wants pizza and fuck, who was it? Let me see if I can find it.
this is I'm feeling inspired.
Inspired by the hot dog clock.
The mushrooms
Uh,
on the wall. I want to pay my foyer like that. I
Alice in Wonderland style.
well walk in and yeah.
Big old caterpillar stares you in the face when you walk in.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Hello. Open the door. Sound effect on.
Smoke rings come out. And you don't know if you're dead or alive. I want to take the ultimate trip after work every day.
no, if it's every day, you've got a problem. If you can limit it to at least just 5 days, then you can explain that shit away. I'm not an addict. I can go without it.
Yeah, I'm like, some days
haven't had
I
a
just want to
cone
like,
since the
I just
last
want to
one.
paint my wall white, and then give me some fucking spray cans and just have at it on my fucking walls in my house. Just have at it.
Are you artistically talented enough though that that wouldn't just be a disaster?
That's a subjective.
Yeah, Matt. So I'm asking your subjective opinion.
I could come up with some nice doodles. Yeah,
With a spray can,
spray can. Listen, I guess with a little practice, I could come up with
by
something.
the second or
Before
third
I
room,
before I hit the
you'll have
fucking
that
house
shit
wall,
down. Yeah.
let me just get the strokes right.
Yeah, it's all in the shading. Don't worry
Certain
about
amount
it.
of pressure. You know.
I'd be afraid to trip in that house.
The grass flooring is a little much.
No,
I
It's
I'm
on
mean,
the
not.
but
fire when they're talking to you.
if you're gonna go that far, you got to go with the carpeting, the green carpeting. You have to.
Yeah,
Mm.
but there's no plants. Like it's a bit claustrophobic feeling somehow, even though the paintings imply,
It's
The
a
lighting.
standard
lighting.
hallway. It's just a standard hallway. If it was all white, you wouldn't feel funny about it at all.
You know, it'd be cool if they had like a
But would
little
plants
hole at the end that could play
open?
like a little, putt golf there.
The lighting is terrible for that space, don't you think?
Yeah, I can see the lighting being changed.
It
They
looks like
they
they
should
got
have
one
put
light bulb
fiber
in
optic
the
lights in
middle.
the walls so that the mushrooms lit up, and then had a black light alternative with like glow in the dark paint and stuff.
They should have called you.
Yeah, they
Blacklight
should.
would be cool. I wonder, is that thing a camera there up in the? It might be a camera. Right hand side.
It's like if a Smurf designed a house in the city.
So they go by Smurfy ratings. How Smurfy is it?
Smurftastic.
Look, you can make your family tree out of that.
Like a
I
family
could
of
make my
nine.
family disown me for that. Oh, cool. I just read that they're going to execute Tanner Horner, the FedEx driver that kidnapped and murdered that 7-year-old girl. Death penalty, motherfucker. Wood chipper. I wish.
Oh,
Do
Joe,
you
we
know
get
the
a mic.
problem with that?
Your mic's been open, but I haven't heard anything. Joe, you get your mic issue going fixed? I get this feeling like Joe's talking and he's feeling like nobody's fucking listening to me. Nobody's talking. You ignoring what I'm saying?
You're going to find out in a blog that you're racist.
Does anyone feel that the death penalty is a little too
Lenient?
the word lean? Like, yeah, it doesn't hurt, and we went. Oh, it doesn't do it on the camera.
You trying to hypnotize us? The
I
death
think they
penalty?
had. I think they should have to walk the plank, like in the old
Yeah,
days.
like I guess they have to stress a little bit, but they just get to go to sleep. That's everyone's wish. That is the human wish, to just go to sleep and I don't wake up. I don't want to crash. I don't want to die horrifically, painfully, slowly. They get the best possible death you could give a human. Am I a freak for saying that?
No, not at all. I say, hey, so for me, first degree murder, it would have to be first degree. Um, and in those cases, yeah, I'm for death penalty, execution or hanging. You know,
But what
and
I'm saying,
the
I
victim's
think
family want to, be in the execution team. You want to let if they want, go ahead.
okay, yeah. See, because I'm assuming you're already with the death penalty. I'm saying, should it be less painless? Should they have to stand in front of a
I
firing squad
I
without the
honestly
option of a head cover, like
I honestly
something?
think that we should put them on ships, take them out and televise it, and let the family be on the boat too, and make them with only zip ties around their hands and feet, make them just their hands, make them walk the plank. And if they don't want to go, let the family members push them off. Enjoy the pushing them into the ocean where we can watch them be devoured by sharks. I think that's fair. It won't be fast, but it won't take forever, and it's gonna hurt. It's the worry leading up to that, though. It's gonna drive them
Sharks aren't
mad.
really immediate, but they're pretty quick, so it's kind of humane enough.
Well,
I
they
think
might
it's
not be able
better
to
than just.
swim, and so with only their feet untied, with their hands zip tied behind their back or whatever, they're not doing a lot of swimming. They're just treading water, waiting on something to eat them or drown. They might drown. Either way, you get to watch them disappear under the waves forever.
Now I'm second guessing myself. I'm thinking of the Stoics.
Just be done with them. Doesn't matter how they're
Well,
dead as long as
the idea of becoming like
revenge.
we're not becoming like your enemy, and yeah, and that kind of thing.
But we're not that far removed. We just don't typically abuse children and shit like that. We don't typically abuse each other that way. But when provoked in reciprocity, I think that it's okay to allow that part to come out of you.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost if even in like ape society, if they don't if something does something wrong and they don't tear them apart in front of everybody, they're not going to know any better. So sometimes you have to set an example of those that done something so horrible it would attribute something horribly shown done to them, so that people would even think, even to begin to think about doing something like that.
See,
It's another
that's
way
the
to correct
society
themselves.
level, PJ, and I totally agree. But now on the individual level is kind of what I'm asking. Like the stoic part, the growing part, whatever, of Sammy thinks I need to be past that. I shouldn't want a human to suffer. Death should like a pretty big fucking payment should be enough. Why do we seek that justice? Why do we feel that injustice when it happens?
Because it happened to, in this case, when we're talking about, it happened to a child. And
That's right.
yeah, it was a horrible thing to do to a child. We want to make sure that person suffers like that innocent child did. It's in our nature to do that, wrong or right. It's in our nature to want, if you hurt a child, for that person to suffer.
See, yes, and thank you. So you've helped me articulate it. Why do we want him to suffer like the child? Like,
It's
is
a
that
feeling
just
of
the
justice that we
instinctual?
have.
Because you've corrupted a level of innocence, and you've
So
ruined it.
we have an instinctual eye for an eye thing.
Yes,
is what I'm trying to get at.
yes.
Yeah,
That's what I said. It's normal in reciprocity for us to let that darker side of ourselves out. It's the only time most of us in civilization will have that opportunity, is if someone crosses us and brings that out of us. Now, some people live their life with it on their sleeve, and they do all the bad things. We all think bad things, but we control ourselves and don't do it. But if you give us a reason to put those limitations aside, we will capitalize on every advantage to hurt and make our enemies or whoever wronged us suffer. We will. It's just in our nature.
Self-preservation and protecting of the family.
See, I'm torn between the Stoics and Machiavelli. I mean, I see value in both of their teachings. Blending it is difficult.
Well, if you find a way.
It's a situational thing. It
Still
really
yin
has
and
to
yang
be.
balance, getting that yin and yang balance, right?
It's like I said, it's a situation. I posted not too long ago an AI conversation between Machiavelli and Marcus Aurelius talking about their different ideas, and there was some really good reasoning in both. I mean, it's that's why I say it's situational, depending on the outcome that you truly want, and whether the outcome is for your peace or whether the peace of an empire or a family or a corporation or whatever.
I
Which
saw that.
essentially is situational.
Yeah, I was going to say I saw that AI debate in the thread. I've been meaning to watch that.
The criticism against Marcus Aurelius from Machiavelli in that was that although Marcus Aurelius has very strong principles, and in a way he was afraid to do anything to violate his principles, even if it would have helped the empire as a whole. Where Machiavelli saw more advantage to dealing with the problems that are holding everyone back and whatever means necessary if the overall outcome for everyone was better when it was done. And principles oftentimes got in the way of that. Like the greater good. Okay, just think about the idea of the greater good. That's the Machiavellian thing where the Stoic Marcus Aurelius is about your own
Means
purity.
justify the ends.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
Sometimes you have to do bad things for a good outcome.
Fight fire with fire.
Like maybe you just go door to door and get rid of all the people on the pedo watch list or whatever one day. You just go through and just be like, you know what? We're tired of watching these guys. You know, and it's terrible. It's like, wow, we couldn't prove anything. Those guys weren't. And the society breathes a sigh of relief even over those sullied and soiled values and principles.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about punishing people for thought crime?
Maybe. It doesn't matter what the thing is. It's whatever the thing is in society that's causing the ill, and people are like, oh, it's wrong to solve this way, or it seems too extreme to do this or that, but when it's done and all of society breathes a sigh of relief, they can lament over their values that were stepped on in the past, but they'll quickly recover because of the relief. And that's kind of the way that certain empires have functioned. The old ones.
I agree.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with that for people that live their lives for some type of safety or comfort, always doing right or doing good to eliminate all that negativity. I mean, it was just, yeah, it's kind of like it's tit for tat, like how it
but then you have itself, Marcus, but then you have Rojo's point about Marcus Aurelius that you don't want to become your enemy. When you start acting that way, see, there's a balance there. That's why I said it's situational, because Brojo's point is spot on, because imagine we as a society got a taste for the quick fix. Just wipe out whatever we see as a problem.
We kind of got a little taste of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be measured. It can't just be the solve all for every problem is wipe everyone out that disagrees with you. It can't be that. But there's a time and a place. Like when I said pedophiles, would anyone object to the, tracking down of everyone on a predator watch list by private entities and having them eliminated. Like just removing all rights and protections from pedophiles.
No, I can't argue with that. I mean,
All right.
if they're that,
I'm going to deal with terms
yeah.
here. I want to deal with terms, okay? Because there seems to be because a pedophile is not necessarily committing a crime because they didn't assault,
Okay.
right? There's a
Right.
difference.
Okay, let's
Or
say
just
it's
anyone
a
on the
sex
watch
offender.
list.
Let's
Well, I
say
know,
Yeah.
but see, okay, but see,
Okay.
watch list. Who determines this? This is where it gets great for me. And I don't,
Right.
someone might not get their day in court.
Sure. And even if they went to court, they might have evidence or a bad lawyer or something that just doesn't work out for them. What I'm saying is, I know you want to protect every individual right, and that's noble. But what if you reached a place with someone and say, if you get put on this watch list, we just remove all your rights and protections under the law. No one has to touch you or hurt you, but someone might, and if they do, there's nothing you can do about it. Making them basically non-protected in society.
Well, are you talking about
the thing
when
is,
you say watch list? Is it like because we already have people who have been convicted are on a sex offenders list, that is public.
Yeah.
But they're already convicted in some way. Are you talking about those people?
What I'm trying to do is overlay something that happened under Sulla in Rome that motivated Julius Caesar, where he just removed all of the protections under the law of all of his enemies, and basically ordered everyone, to do their best to kill or banish his enemies. And they were on a list. And it doesn't matter how they got on the list, right or wrong. In his mind, it was to clean up the Roman Empire. Or it wasn't even an empire at the time, but the Republic, to clean it up. And so that's what he did. And it was a lot of senators, and it was a lot of people that were just on his shit list. You can do that with power, right? Now, what is the ramifications of doing that? If you get rid of all your enemies and you don't have too much diversity of ideas, everyone's sort of monolithic like the Japanese,
Well,
you can move.
Sounds like what Xi is doing, and Trump to some extent is getting rid of people in the cabinet or stuff that don't agree with them, because they want to do what they want to do because they have the power.
The engine doesn't love the brakes.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. The engine doesn't like the brakes, and one party's like, usually they say what the Democrats are like the gas pedal and the Republicans are like the brake, but it seems like we need it the other way around now.
This is just strategy now. This isn't I think you're really seeing the push to get everything done in this term that they want done, because they what's going to happen if it flips back the other way. There's just going to be a push, and then America has been bogged down with more brakes than engine for a long time, right? The only thing that moved was under corporate deals and shit. Now it's sort of Wild West.
I want to know, what do they want done? What's the game plan?
Well, it's empire, isn't it?
For who? Them, Israel?
This half of we've already heard them say that they want to control everything in this half of the hemisphere. As far as trade and everything, it's basically...
Think about this. Gulf of America, Greenland is the 52nd state. Like, does this not sound like expansionism?
Now, it's not set to go, but so far it's meant to be economic control over trade. But if there's resistance, it gives justification to put boots on the ground, and you don't want that with people that are toying with the idea of empire. You don't want to put boots on the ground, because we'll do the exact thing that libertarians and constitutionalists don't want, which is to take up more land, to build empire. But you do want to secure all capitalists want to secure the means of trade and to protect the trade because that's where the money comes from. So using economics, fine. Most of us are great with. You want to do sanctions. You even want to control, blockade the Gulf or Hormuz, whatever. It's when we start putting boots on the ground and more bases all over the place. That's where when we're in nasty town. We're doing that pretend that we're not doing an empire, but we're really building an empire.
And that era is done with, I think. And
I hope.
I think that era is done with. And what I see is a divorce going on here. There's a divorce, and it's from the East and the West.
Europe.
And Israel is like the child that's involved in the divorce here from the East and West. And that's why I think we're going to see more of a it's East and West.
A demonic child, an evil, demonic Satan child.
Yeah.
I do not like Israel. Let me go on the record.
But we have to got to get out of there. We got to get out of there because we're looking at a world collapse here.
We're turning Europe loose to do their own defense
My God,
in a lot of ways.
I get so much hate for being Will's friend, and now he's like openly anti-Semitic.
I didn't say I was anti-Semitic. I said I don't
like
like
you
Israel.
don't like Israel. Yeah,
but
you
if
know
you were
what
to
that
ask
means
me,
to a
I don't really.
snowflake.
Well,
Let's
I really don't
decipher
love
between
the
the
Jews.
government and the people. Let's decipher between the government and the people.
I hate the government. I don't like the Jews. I don't love the Jews. I don't hate them, but I definitely hate Israel as their government. I don't think the Jews are special. How about that? I don't think they're special.
I love America. I hate what my government is doing.
There you
As
go.
an American, I hate my American government, what it's doing. But I love America and the people in America.
I want to clarify even further that I think Jews are just white people pretending to be victims. They're pretending to be their own race. They're not. They're just white people. You can't tell a Jew apart from any other Caucasian.
Don't they have big noses?
I think Slavic people. I think the Slavic people have big noses to begin with, and I think we just see a lot of Slavic descended Jews.
Yeah, some have that like.
But I thought they genetically had curly sideburns.
What?
I'm kidding. I know they use curls.
Rojo had to take a break. He's like, "Oh, we brought up the Jews in Israel. I'm out. I don't want to get canceled."
Yeah, people keep yelling at me in DMs.
What the fuck is going on with you and Knock?
What do you mean? Dude, if he was not going to talk to anyone if I don't like.
Oh, I just want to know what was going on. I saw the thing with Hillary's, but I don't know where you stand with that.
Oh yeah, no, I want him and Hillary's to fucking get at it, but I want it on my channel. I'm gonna say Hillary's.
You content
fucking yeah. You have no I'll take Hillary's control for the day actually, so he can't mute, can't do anything, and I'll make him answer each other and go for it.
Oh, I think it'd be lovely.
Fuck this streaming about each other after the fact bullshit. Streaming after a stream of a stream of a stream. Just face to face. Come on, let's do it.
You're not. They're not going to see you as a truly biased moderator, are they?
No.
I mean, truly unbiased.
Hills, he wouldn't see me as biased because he knows me.
Yeah, but Knock and his crowd will.
But this, I think I can convince him to give me a chance, and then I think if I do it right, and I do, if I call Hillary's out or try and be fair and give them equal time and stuff, that I might be able to convince more people to come on and talk to, like yourself, for example.
Oh no, I don't. I don't debate.
No, not debate. I mean, just talk to. Like, because there's people who will talk about you, but I'll say to them, come and talk to that person. Or like every excuse under the sun.
Yeah, I'd be happy to
Well,
talk to him, I guess. I mean,
shut
it's
up
just
then, yeah.
they're gonna look at you and be like, "That's your friend? That's your friend?"
This is the thing. Yes, you're my friend. Do they think that I think everything you think and believe everything you believe? And like it's insulting to me that they think I'm so weak-minded that I've just modeled myself off you or something. When we disagree
We
on
disagree
many
all
a
the
things,
time, yeah.
like endlessly,
But we
but
work
they
through
just
it by
assume that,
talking.
yeah,
Yeah, or we just
exactly.
disagree
And we
politely
find
and
common ground.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we always find common ground.
It's
And
called being an
but
adult.
they don't get that. They think that they'll tell me I've changed because of the people around me. No, I chose very actively to change who I am. Well, and actuality, there was no choice. It just happened.
Well, like when you're convinced of certain ideas, like I had to let go of Christianity because like I just could not sustain belief that it was correct anymore. So I was like, I gotta go with whatever I think is correct.
Something, and I hope Knock's listening. He's by some chance he's not.
He's not.
But he he will admit things, and this is the sort of thing I want to like. Why he needs to understand. I'm not on either side, but I can see both sides. I see when he says things like, "Oh, I think the Democrats are actually starting to stand up for themselves. It's never happened in my lifetime. Like, I don't think it's ever happened, but it's at least never happened in my lifetime." Do you realize what you just said about the party you stand up for? The most insulting thing I think you could really say. They don't have a spine. They've never stood up for themselves. This is what you stand for? But unless I can get him away from his own channel, no one can address that sort of bullshit with him.
Yeah, because that kind of talk is putting himself in front place and making everything else like nothing. Like, oh, this was the first time I've ever seen it. Me, I never seen it before. It's like putting himself ahead of
Well,
the
yeah,
situation. It's very
that too, yeah.
it's very
But admitting you're saying
Mhm.
the Democratic Party has never stood up for anything. How is that not one of the worst things you can say about the party that you so vehemently defend? But if I ask that, well, all of a sudden I must be an extreme right-wing fucking redneck. No, I just want to ask the question how you can contradict yourself like that.
Mhm.
I like your idea about letting Hillary's deal with it. Because
Yeah,
Hillary's is farther right than what Knock is used to dealing with.
anyone. And Knock is kind of obsessing on him at the moment, so it's good timing. They've both said, "Oh, I'll talk to you," and the other one, "I'll talk to you," but they're both like avoiding each other. So that's why I think if a middle person comes in, I know Hillary's will agree, and I'm pretty sure I could get Knock to agree on Pride, and I might get some views. I mean,
Knock will spend
it'll
2
be
weeks
fun.
breaking it down if it goes, longer than an hour.
Yeah, that's cool. Get me even more views. Get more haters in. Whatever. Like,
Maybe we could get Pocket Locker to come back around.
oh, and Maya.
Fuck
Oh,
them.
that'd be. I know.
And Stephanie Helms. Uncle Steve.
Oh, Uncle Steve.
Merlin. Stephanie's forever going to be Merlin in every chat that I'm in. I'll be like, howdy, Merlin.
I couldn't remember the name Steve, so I just always called her Uncle.
I mean, really though, he is that weird uncle that has problems.
Yeah. I thought Uncle was even more insulting than Uncle Steve.
Now, I'm
'Cause it was like
guessing that
just
Steve does.
generic. It's full generic in native tongues. Uncle is what you either call just your uncle or older men, and especially creepy men that like try and crack onto young people or something. It's like, dude, you're an uncle, basically, is the concept.
I'm an uncle. Yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't
So
think that Uncle Steve
not
had any
legitimate
kids.
uncles, bro, Joe.
I don't think that anyone's called Stephanie Helm's daddy before.
No.
Right. I just don't imagine that one's managed to breed.
So Kevin,
Hey,
happy hump
Justin.
day. Clockwork. What's up? I know I've been meaning we gotta get back to you about the interview thingy there. I know. Things have been nuts here.
There you go. Bro Joe.
Links pinned if you want to join.
You're the mediator. You're the old wise owl.
I try to be.
I think I just realized this is what people would call me out on, and I don't know I have a defense. They would say no, but like, we're not saying you say transphobic stuff or anything, but calling a trans woman who is Stephanie Helms, you've met her and only ever known her as Stephanie, calling her uncle is derogatory, which is equal, but a derogatory that's equal to racism. Do you know what I mean? So am I just a prejudiced person? And then the second question, Will, I'll put to you, is that you're in Hillary's fault.
You and Hillary's what?
Fault.
If it's
Is it
wrong
their
to laugh
fault?
at, if it's wrong to laugh at the mentally ill or the willfully ignorant, then I'm guilty.
Is it your like? Have you convinced me to do it?
I don't know. I'm saying that I can
that's
only
what
be
you're
guilty
being
of.
accused of, but
I can
behind
only
the
be guilty
scenes.
of what I do, and I like to laugh at those things and make jokes about those things. If you think it's funny and laugh, that doesn't mean that you necessarily agree. It just means that you don't believe that it's wrong to laugh at things.
Yeah, I'll reword the question. Have you intentionally influenced me to think similarly to you?
I think I answered the question.
Yeah.
You laugh at what you laugh at. You're amused by what you're amused by. You said you specifically chose
You
to
answered
change.
it for me, but I'm just making sure I've got some record I can go to critics and
No,
go,
I
look,
answered it to
here.
me. I make my
Yeah.
jokes and I
Okay.
make fun of those people, and you didn't have a problem with that. So that.
And I do what I do. Exactly.
Right.
I have my, and that's, I think the thing I'm most insulted with is not so much that they've realized that I'm not as like liberal or left or whatever they want to call me as they thought I was, but it's that they think that I'm so easily controlled by other people.
Well, if you look
Because
at the
it
currency,
means, do you think I was controlled by them? They think I was controlled by them.
The answer is in the currency,
Is that what
Sammy.
they're implying?
The
What do you
answer
mean,
is in the currency. The currency of that side is caring. If you're laughing, then you're not caring the way that they care, because they care so much about feelings getting hurt. And I don't care about their feelings getting hurt, because I think that you're an adult, and if you can defend and justify what you're doing, great. You justify it to yourself. I'm going to tease you if I think it's silly. And that's just something you have to deal with a person that doesn't care that much about your feelings. That's me. I'm sorry. If I just don't hug everyone I meet, and I don't apologize when I find something amusing.
And it's hard for me because As an Aussie, I'll make fun of you even if I don't think it's silly. Like, I'll make fun of you if you're overweight, because my friends will make fun of me if they see, like, we go for a swim, I take my shirt off, and I got a big keg poking out, and you're like, "Fuck, bro, you pregnant, love? What?" Like, I, uh, I'm not gonna act all
Where
up
else to
and
tap
like
it?
you're body shaming me. You're like,
Make shame
fuck
great
off,
again.
man. Yeah, I have a big fat gut. Like, you want to lay on it? It's warm and soft.
Did they slap you on it for good luck?
May incentivize you to lose weight.
This
Oh.
side of 40, I don't give a fuck what they think about the way that I look or whatever. I just, I
Yeah.
like my anonymity.
And so, if I see if there's a trans person up on stage, say a comedian up on stage, laughing about trans stuff, I like that trans. I want to go and hang out with that trans, go to the pub, have a beer, because they're not pretending or bullshitting, and they're having a laugh, as opposed to a trans who's like, you're not allowed to laugh at things that you're not part of and all that bullshit. Well, I don't care what genitals or what clothes you want to wear. I'm going to come down to your personality, and if I want to hang out with you or not. You know what I mean? Like,
no matter who you are, somebody can find something to make fun of you about, because nobody's
and we should be.
George Carlin made fun of Rice Krispies. I'm saying it's possible to make fun of anything and it'd be funny, even though Rice Krispies on their own are not funny. But he managed, yeah.
But Kellogg's might find it offensive.
Fuck Kellogg's.
Fuck them in their bum.
Brandon.
I think if you find something offensive, you don't have to say anything. You just remove yourself from the thing you find offensive. You may end up removing yourself from a lot of things, but at least you're not the one that's whining about it.
But what if those people,
you know where the X is? You know where the upper right X is.
But what if those people have those thoughts when you're not around to monitor them? They're still having those thoughts, and these people can't live their lives knowing that you in private think differently than they do in public.
Well, my point is, when you remove yourself, I'm talking about from everything having to do with, whatever source that is. That means that you no longer
I know
that
I know that protects you. I'm saying that they can't sit with it.
That's
They are
their
too
problem.
busy. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying that they can't sit with it. They let that bother them, that you exist with these different thoughts, even if you walk away from them. Just knowing that you're out there feeds their wildest fears about what the world is going to be. Although the people they're afraid of are conservative, which means they're not high action people unless you push them. They're very content to leave things as long as they function the way they are. I'm not talking about Republicans as much as I am just conservatives in general.
I'm not talking about anything having to, I'm talking about anything that, basically, if you don't like something about a situation or a person, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to cry about it. You don't have to do anything. But if you don't like it and you're having a reaction to it, remove yourself. Remove yourself from your life. Just, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't matter if that person toils over the fact that somebody out there has a criticism of them, that's their problem, that it lives in their head and they're spending time and energy.
But House, like most things you say, are correct, but so more easily said than done. And that's so I found myself today, I watched these spiritual guys, right? One's a Hindu, one's a Buddhist, and they're constantly spiritually fighting each other. It's fucking a shit show. It's hilarious to watch. And people are constantly coming on because they do it in the vertical one. So people are just constantly scrolling through and always saying to them, you're just grifting for gifts and money, super chats, whatever. You're not spiritual, blah, blah, blah. And the crazy dude, the dude I can't stand, I hate his guts, today put me in my place. I didn't say anything, but just in my mind put me in my place when he said to someone, "What the fuck are you doing here?" It's like, oh my God, I'm here too. I'm commenting away how bullshit what they're saying. They're grifters, blah, blah, blah. Why am I engaging? And it was so hard to disengage because I wanted to watch the shit show. Why did I want to watch the shit show? I don't know.
You enjoy
I
adversity.
don't know.
Some fuel too. You wanted to add a little fuel to the fire.
I did.
Look, the emotional reactions that we have over upset are things that I think on some level we enjoy. It's energizing. And, look, some people are ready to be angry like immediately over a situation before they even understand it, right? You've seen it out there in the world. You've seen videos of people like that they don't care that the situation is nuanced and they don't understand some part of it, and the reason that they're getting angry is because they've misunderstood something. Even if you clarify it to them, they're ready still to be angry. They want to keep going with it.
I'll see who's more likely to do that, men or women.
I've seen it on both, but I don't know. Maybe women, but I think that the knee jerk reaction and the readiness to stay in that state of mind and not ever move into like analyzing why you did that or what the situation actually is. That's where like the problem is, is that staying in that state of like excitement where you want that energizing thing happening. Because once it's over, now we got to go find something else. And I think some people get kind of addicted to that interaction with other people, just that readiness to be angry, readiness to be upset, to be, pissed off. And I don't know, it's just like, I move away from that personally. I can't stand that shit.
That was one of the hardest things, like when I was trying to learn stoicism and stuff, was I would try and engage people like Jill, right, and be positive, really positive from the start. Be friendly. Engage on a non-religious, like, talk about just how are you, blah, 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 blah. And he would still, the first response he would give me would be, like 420 atheists there in the chat who blah, 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 whatever's related to whatever bullshit he's saying. I was like, okay, so he doesn't really care who you are. It's what you believe. And so I realized, I had to realize there's people who won't be your friend because of what you believe, regardless of how friendly you are, how nice you are, a person, genuine person. Yep.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, what is your tribe and why do you gravitate towards them? And are you also like a tribe of one? Like, what is your personal tribe of one stand for? What's it about? You know what I mean?
But I think a tribe of one is okay, though. Like,
I think it's
there's
better
an okay,
tribe.
because we are all individuals. Yeah. But what's the social tribe we're in? And that's what I've been thinking about lately. That's why I've been saying this stuff about, because I've got people from very different spheres, but both very left spheres, coming back into my DMs from, my long past and saying, the left is wondering whatever happened to you and how you so easily got swayed by people around you. And it was like, I was very insulted. That's the main feeling I felt, was insulted, that you think I'm just some idiot that, I met, because they dropped names, Cerberus, Will, Hillary's,
Who is
and
this?
even you were mentioned, Brojo.
Who was saying this?
I'll tell you offline because
Oh.
I won't. I have no interest in.
What the accusation was that you were modifying what you had to say or how you acted because of the other people around you, or
More so, I changed who I was. I
He's
was
been
a
right
good person.
influenced, right? To some degree. You've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
okay.
I was a good person once.
such an
Now
innocent
they
little
don't know.
lady,
Now
Sammy?
they don't know who I am. I'm like, dude, I'm blank. I'm
It's tough to
one of
be
the
a conservative
bluntest
atheist,
cunts you'll
right?
ever meet. I'm Australian. I'm blunt. I tell you what I think. I
But
just said things like uncle and that. Like,
the thing is, Sammy, well, at least
it's
in America, conservatism and atheism don't are seen as like oxymorons. They're like,
opposites.
yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah, exactly. And your
But
atheist friends are fine with you when you're debating religion, but when it gets to politics,
But vice
it's a
versa.
different story.
Like, Knock. He's back, right? Everything he says pisses me off. But then he starts talking about the Christians. And I'm like, bang, 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 bang. Spot on, spot on. Yep.
Yeah.
Start talking politics. Oh, like.
So, but the problem is now you put a label, you're an atheist, so by default, you should be liberal. So that's like a dogma. It's like a doctrine now you're creating.
But the thing is, I think I am liberal. Look at me compared to even yourself, Brojo, Will, Sir, Hillary's. I would be the, like, I'm a hippie. I'm like, if a
I am
chicks want to get
center left,
abortions
center
and
right.
shit, get abortions. I'm not getting an abortion, but I don't give a fuck what chicks do, and I can't control it. And if you ask my opinion, I'll give it,
Mhm.
you know. But I'm not out, like, I'm not pushing it. I'm so laid back, which I think is what
Right.
liberal is.
You know? Yeah.
Is it not?
well, read the definition of classical liberalism, and what you'll see there does not resemble the things that the people that get called liberals today. They maybe on a couple of little fronts, but mostly it actually, I think that a lot of conservatives would agree with a lot of the viewpoints of what classical liberalism is. Like it has to do with personal rights and freedoms. It also has to
So
do with
what's the
human rights, though, and that's where some of the divide comes in.
so what's the difference between classical liberal and libertarian?
Libertarian
Is
throws
there a
in the
difference?
small government thing specifically, so maybe that's where it.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's look up.
Is that not liberal? Is that not part of liberalism? Small government? Not
Well, let's
necessarily.
take a look here. Classical liberalism is an 18th and 19th century political and economic ideology advocating for individual liberty, limited government, private property, and free market
There you
capitalism.
go.
It prioritizes minimal
Limited
state
government.
intervention in economic affairs, focusing on protecting individual rights, the rule of law, and free trade. So, libertarianism, let's see.
It's probably gonna be a kind of overlap.
But the thing is, like, when things are thrown around as insults, then, like, when you say, oh, you're just a liberal, right? Like, the person that they're calling a liberal, like, whatever caricature they are, or that the person is thinking of them as, now embodies, like, all the things that that person thinks of as liberal. And then they, you know what I mean? Then
Well,
that
I
is
mean,
what.
the term liberal, yeah, that's thrown usually by fundy conservative Christians who are not liberal. Is like, oh, you're just like a free for all. Total, blasphemy
To your
and
economy.
sexual freedom and
Do you
deprivation, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You're of the devil.
That's a libertarian.
yeah.
Sex, drugs, and rock
But
and roll.
see how
Free drugs,
you haven't even got to libertarian yet, House, but see how already liberal is small government. Like everything you listed is everything someone like Jill would stand for. but then will call you a liberal as an insult.
Right,
It's
and
like,
he
you're a liberal, Jill,
says it is
in your
extreme
mind.
left. That's
Right.
what he thinks he's
That's
saying.
why you know people like Jill go down the list of the classic liberalists and ask, are you for
Yeah, like what are you? What do you agree with? What policies are you for?
exactly.
Or
Go
against?
down the line and then boom, and then
Yeah.
you could say congratulations, you are 7/10 liberal or 8/10
Right,
liberal.
right. But liberal doesn't necessarily mean left, like, yeah, sure,
Right.
there's leftist liberals, but that liberal doesn't mean that automatically. But some
In
people
the classical sense, right? The language, yeah.
Right. But here, I'll read a little AI definition here. Or actually, yeah, this is the overview. Libertarianism is a political philosophy emphasizing individual liberty, limited government intervention, and free market capitalism. It's like, they're very similar when you put them side by side. It advocates for maximum freedom in personal and economic matters, insisting individuals own themselves and have absolute rights to their property provided they do not infringe on others' rights.
Yes.
So a very self-governing sort of system.
Yes.
But what about people that have no self-restraint, no self-control, and think to themselves, if I can steal your stuff, if I can take over your house, then it's
Shoot
mine.
'em. Shoot 'em.
Oh yeah, well, right. If that person has a gun, if they're like some kind of peace-loving person,
No, the government should shoot them.
It's
So you have a right to have that gun to protect that property to the best of your ability, but you're not going to outgun the government. So there you go.
I loved these. There was a
maybe in
class-
And that's why
you
it
outgun the
helps.
government, but you can't outgun the government now. Not like
You'll
in the 70s.
notice both definitions. Minimal was one, and as small as possible, or however it was worded, the other one, government.
Right.
Because they understand you need some government. Because if I haven't got as many guns as the next dude, I
Sir
need
was
the
correct.
government to protect me. You know what I mean?
Right. One
But
is a reasonable.
otherwise,
That's
I
the way I
want them
look
to
at it.
fuck off and stay out of my shit.
Like classical liberalism to me, it represents a reasonable amount of government. Reasonable, right? Small, reasonable, not expanding, ever expanding, not always, continuously writing new legislation, but just limited and reasonable. And I think that's okay. I think that's actually a good thing. Like a little bit of government is a good thing, I think. But just how do we control it from getting out of hand? That's the issue right now. I think. I mean, with all the deficit that we've got right now, it's crazy how it just keeps blowing up, bigger and bigger and worse and worse. And I don't know how we're going to clear it up in the future.
Other comment.
Well, I think the key, and I could be oversimplifying it, is less self-fucking regulation. Organizations of any sort, government of any kind, should not be able to internally police themselves. That's the problem. There's no outside accountability. So what do we do? I guess the question I should ask is, how do we get that back?
I mean, yeah, good question. But this may be a little off topic, but it kind of reminds me of this just this conversation. Reminds me of this this story that I saw recently of a man who is growing, and this is a situation that's happened a few times recently, where he's growing like a garden, like a food producing garden in both his front and backyards, right? And one person like on his block who complained now has the city breathing down his neck saying, these things are unsightly, there's weeds, they're attracting vermin, blah blah blah. when, the woman who complained said she's worried about vermin, not that she's actually seen any, right? Like there's not an actual rat problem or anything like that, but she's worried about it. And that's enough to get him and like his ability to grow food like limited. If they say, okay, we're going to make a new rule for our city saying, no food production in the front yard. And like I could see someone in government saying to like the public, well, we need to preserve people buying food from entities like businesses. And if somebody picks a fruit from his tree and somehow it makes them sick, then that's going to be a problem. And then he's going to need a food distribution license and blah 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 blah. And so it's like trying to like kind of have this opinion that only official businesses that sell food should provide food for anyone. Even the individual that wants to grow their own shouldn't be able to grow their own food, because we need to support the idea of businesses doing that. But I think it's like, because I mean, I don't support that position, but I could see somebody in government pushing that position with the idea that capitalism should take over that like area exclusively and not allow people to provide for themselves. Meanwhile, like what about self-sufficiency in this world? What about just the individual right on how to use your property? How to use the water.
You don't see some practical or like some practical complications with
he's alive
having like residential people having little mini farms in their backyards.
What would be the problem with that? I'm saying back and front yards. I'm saying as long as
largely the main issue would be the issue that farmers have now, which are vermin and other insect infestation, right? So if you have an entire community of people in a suburb that are trying to grow, let's say soybeans, for instance, right? Soybeans brings in a lot of little rodents that like to dig through the ground and eat the beans and do all that stuff. So there's a lot of upkeep that you have to do to keep them away, on top of the fact that they will come. So I don't think a suburb of people want to deal with, for instance, like a gopher infestation or something like that, especially if they're not keeping, like a lot of people don't have the knowledge to do these things efficiently or even safely, let alone doing it in a way that is going to keep the community from, being destroyed by rodents and shit.
See, but people are, as far as I know, unless they're, the cities have special rules, they're mostly allowed to have gardens, food producing gardens, fruit bearing trees, in their backyards. The issue was this guy wanted to utilize the water he was using to water his lawn by growing stuff in his front yard too, because it's double the space, And he didn't even care that people would come up and steal tomatoes and stuff from him, because there was plenty to go around, and he didn't mind. Like he would trade even with some of the people that were growing things. So it's not like, just because it's in the front yard, it's all of a sudden going to attract more vermin. I don't think. I mean, if everyone in that block is growing a little something, there's going to be a baseline level anyway, right?
So if you're just talking about like basic produce, like fruit trees and stuff, that's different.
I mean,
right? That's manageable. There was a lady on my street who shared like a big patch of grass with her neighbor, and they grew fruit trees, plum trees, peach trees, apple trees, all that stuff, right? And they took care of them, and we did the same thing. We could pick them and eat them, but that's not what people are talking about when they're having these conversations. When they're talking about self-sufficiency, right? They're talking about completely having the ability to detach from having to shop, having to spend through any sort of means of quote capitalism, right? But to do that requires a lot of production, and a lot of production is going to come with offsets, being some of the things that I mentioned.
Right, but it's
not
like
just produce. It usually includes like electricity and water and plumbing and stuff. All off grid is self-sustainability, not just
the neighbor that's going to grow some beans and cucumbers and tomatoes in his front yard isn't going to stop going to the store. He's just going to stop buying that stuff when he has it in his house, because it's not like it's year-round production either. Like we go to the store because we can get things there pretty much year-round because we're importing it from all over the place. But in your locale, the growing season is only going to be what it is, so it's going to be limited no matter what. People are always going to still buy things.
So you're just talking about like a campaign of positive propaganda to encourage people to grow their own stuff, which that's been going on forever. I just think people don't have the patience to do those things. Most people don't even have gardens because it's a lot of work to keep plants alive, and so it's not. I don't think it's for a lack of knowing or information or resources or anything. I think people just enjoy the leisure of not having to think about going and getting their food from a shop, as opposed to the hard work that requires growing it yourself.
Yeah, my issue was with the woman, that the one person on the whole block that complained, not because she saw a vermin issue, but because she was worried about one. And then, the city started saying, oh, if you don't get rid of this garden, we're going to have to start fining you and stuff, and this, that, and the other. That's where my problem is, because like this one person kind of ruins it for everyone in a way. We have to make laws for the complainer. The whole squeaky wheel gets the grease thing. It's not always.
How dare you be more prepared than I am? How dare you be smarter than me? No, this is not me.
That's what pisses me off.
There are two, like, I understand what is being said on either side of it, but it's not as like, this isn't a matter of like this person's just being a hater or something like that. There are genuine concerns that can grow out of, one person's doing it. Okay, sure, that's fine. But then that inspires another person, which inspires another person. And the issue does become the quality of these things and how they're being kept, how much resources are being wasted, how much water is being used to do these things. All of that stuff, which are regulatory for a reason. Like, I know a lot of people think it's stupid, but there are like a lot of community regulations for a reason. Some of them are dumb, some zoning laws are dumb, but like building stuff and moving earth and doing all that sort of shit, there's like infrastructure issues that you could run into as well with current city infrastructure. And there's just like a lot of problems that could come out of that. So I could see where a city is going to be hesitant to just let a person do that wholesale. If you just like, I get the point of this person is just complaining and whatever, which is kind of shitty. I don't think people should do that. Maybe try to find a way to work with your neighbor, but I'm not surprised that a city is hesitant to let a person do that.
That's what zoning laws are for, like, I mean, typically, like, you have to live in certain parts of the city. For instance, if you want to have like chickens, right? Because chickens take up a certain amount of space. They're going to have a certain amount of like chicken poo going on. They're going to have possibly roosters in the mix, which are going to be noisy first thing in the morning. And, zoning laws dictate that. If you live in a suburb, there's, I used to live in a place where there were laws against chicken, but the people next door to me kept pigeons, and they would eat them. They had a big coop full of pigeons, and because pigeons are so quiet and they were contained, they weren't running around because they fly. They don't just walk around, right? So they had to keep them in a cage. There was no laws against it. And so they did that. I mean, I didn't really like the idea, but, it was still legal and they still did it, and they still had this, ongoing food source, which I thought was kind of cool. But, I mean, I think laws can be reasonable, right? They can be reasonable like that, because not everyone wants to hear a rooster crowing at, 5 a.m. over and over and over again. Not everybody wants to hear chickens clucking around, or have the possibility of chickens ending up in their yard because they weren't well contained in the one where they're running around. I mean, I get it. I totally do. But I don't know. Like, I personally think that laws should be written to encourage people to be self-sufficient, and to encourage people to be able to live, just without having to indulge so much in capitalism. You know, like if we made laws that allowed people to live in a certain kind of vehicle and made that the requirements for that reasonable, meaning it wouldn't have to be like a $200,000 RV, right? It could be a certain size of a van, and it would have to have certain amenities, but it was legal. Like that would solve so many people.
But you can do that already. People do that right now.
I mean, there are some people that do that van life thing, but they will get cited if they're parked on a public street and found sleeping in their car.
Well, yeah, because people don't want people parked on their streets.
That's the thing, though. Like,
yeah, but that's a collective thing. Like you're wanting people to be antisocial for weird things to work like that. Like nobody's gonna want a bunch of RVs and vans and a bunch of people that basically are homeless to come parking on their street. So that like there are lots that you can pay for to do those things in. You can go live in a trailer park. You can go.
Sounds like a business opportunity
somewhere.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, if cities have a homeless problem, then it might be in their best interest to establish those kinds of lots. And
I'm not saying that they're homeless. I'm saying they're effectively homeless. Like these are people doing this by choice, right? They live out of their RVs. They live out of their vans. People don't want folks on their private roads, or like you call it public street, but it's like their residential streets or where they work or where they live and stuff. I don't think it's like an eyesore, and it would be an intrusion to just have a bunch of people parked all over the place that are living and like bathing and doing all this stuff like out of their vans.
Well, like I said, there would have to be like laws surrounding the practice of living in a vehicle. It couldn't be an eyesore. It couldn't be the kind of thing that intrudes on other people. But right now it is illegal to live in your car in many places. It's also illegal to just be homeless. Like it's illegal to sleep, like to put down a blanket in a public park. Let's say you throw a pillow down. Let's say you do have a home, right? But you just want to go to the park. You bring your book, you fall asleep, you can get a ticket for that. Because you're sleeping in public, you cannot exist in.
Is that an unreasonable thing?
One more time.
Is that unreasonable?
Unreasonable? I don't know. To fall asleep in public doesn't seem like.
No. To have that as a citation.
I think if anything, it's a safety issue for the person who's fallen asleep more than anything. I don't think that it should be something that they should be cited for.
I don't think that if people are at a park, either with their families or on a date or doing something, and the public park is there for people to enjoy, you think that people who are homeless should be able to sleep in those places?
No, I didn't say people who are homeless. I said if you're just in the park and you fall asleep, that's a crime. If
where is this a crime if you do that?
Where?
Yeah. I want to look into this, because I know that if you are a homeless person and you've set up shop in a public park, you can be cited. But if you're just a person and you're like reading a book and you have your little picnic blanket and you're doing that stuff and you happen to doze off, I doubt that you'll be cited for, quote, sleeping in a park, right? There's a difference. Like there's a context here. The context is one person, this is their lifestyle. And then the other one is a person who has come to the park today and happened to fall asleep while reading a book. So I want to know where you're talking about so I can look into this law to see where it's like illegal to sleep outside.
What if he pitches a tent, Joe?
Even worse. That's even worse.
There are families all day long that go to the public park and put up 2 or 3 tents and, take over, a couple of picnic tables and stay there all day long. And people cycle in and out of those tents, taking naps and things, or the kids needing to, change clothes.
I need to know where this is, because I do quite a bit of outings with the kids at public parks and stuff. I am yet to see motherfuckers out in public parks with tents. I've not seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen the picnic bench takeovers, because I've been a part of them before with a large group of people where we just sat for like 6 hours at the same little area, but I'm not seeing, but even then the context is there too, right? There's like 15 people, you're going to be there all day. Yeah.
And they're going home.
Right.
They're going
in
home
and out with the sleeping bag. The kids
point.
Get the juice.
Yeah.
They have the sugar crashes and all that stuff. And there's a place for them to go chill safely. Right. But this isn't the same as like a bunch of fentanyl addicts setting up shop so they can live there until they get kicked out. That's a different thing.
What if it's just a regular person that doesn't, they do live in their car, but they've come to the park and they're reading a book and they haven't set up a tent or anything else. They've just thrown down a blanket and they fall asleep because the sun is warm and they feel tired. I mean, should they get a ticket? Should they go to jail? I mean,
I'm wondering, that's why I'm asking where this would be that a person would get a ticket for that.
I don't know.
Unless the police officer is a psychic and they approach the person and they know that they're sleeping out of their car based on how they've fallen asleep with this book in the park, I guess. Right? Like, that's completely irrelevant to the whole thing that we're talking about, because the reason these things exist in the first place is not for the people in your exceptional case, right? It's for the people that I'm talking about. It's for the people that probably have some mental problems that are sleeping out of a tent instead of in a homeless shelter or trying to get housing. Because the people who are sleeping out of their cars, generally speaking, they've had like some genuine tragedy that has happened and they're on a serious setback. But 9 times out of 10, those people are actively doing things to seek out housing and to get out of sleeping out of their car. Right?
I mean,
so
I would challenge anyone to try to look at the availability of homeless shelters. And like, because people always say, oh, why are you doing this? Why don't you just go to a shelter? But what I hear a lot is that the shelters they quickly fill up, and also like they let you in at like 6 p.m. or sometime in the evening, and then you have to be out by like right after they feed you breakfast. You can't stay like during the day, like you have to be out of there all day long. And so that means that those people are now pushing their their carts of stuff around or whatever because they don't have anywhere to go, right? They're trying to hang around and get another bed for the night, because I don't think they'd get a reserve. Like, I don't think they could be like, oh, I'm going to be here for a week.
Some places do. It depends. Emergency shelters, you have to rebook daily. I've stayed in shelters where you keep your bed for at least 30 days, and the reason they tell you to leave for the day is so you're not just hanging around the shelter all day doing nothing.
Right.
They want you to go out into the community, be a part of the community. You're not just going to sequester yourself away, especially for those that don't have acute mental health problems or addiction issues. It's like, go into the community, try to find a job, try to engage with community centers, go learn a new skill. Here are some pamphlets. Here are some resources. So it's not it's not like some cruel act of like, get out.
It can be hard for someone that has, let's say they don't even have a car, right? So that means that they're stuck with walking everywhere or taking the bus. They can't really take the bus because they have a lot.
That's life. You walk or take the bus. I had to go between shelters on a Toronto subway with a roll-on suitcase and like a surplus fucking duffel bag and get from shelter to shelter and get from place to place when I was 17.
You have all your other stuff stored somewhere else?
No, I didn't have. That was all my shit. That was everything. I was carrying it everywhere. Right. That's what it is. Like, you grind out.
You should write
and whatever problems that you're going through
efficiently and
it's not about efficiency. When you're going through hard times, right? You have to do hard things. And look at where I'm sitting at today. A lot of people would never guess that I am a recovering addict who was homeless from when he was 16 years old and all that shit. So it's not impossible. It's just tough, right? It's hard. And then for the people that have the serious problems, because those are the people that are causing a lot of the serious problems, like the tent cities out in Skid Row and all of that shit. Those are like the serious addicts and mentally ill people, right? Those are the folks causing issues. The ones that we're talking about, like these little outliers that are like, oh yeah, they sleep out of their car. They're not getting in trouble. They're not causing problems. They're like invisible, right? They're not the people that we're talking about. Because like I said, those people, whether or not they get into a shelter, they're already making moves to get rehoused, right? They're not just living out of their car for like 10 years, right? Those people, if you're doing that, you have some other issues that are going on with you that's preventing you from getting out of your car, right? That you should probably address. But these issues are a little more complicated than just, oh, should this guy get arrested because he did this or did that? It's context based. They're going to look at the situation. And if someone's calling the police for people sleeping in a park, I mean, I don't know who's doing that exactly, but
there are some people that will call the police on an adult sitting on a park bench for their lunch hour because they work next door to a park.
We call them Karens, and they exist, and we know they exist, right? But that doesn't mean.
What were you saying? Because I wasn't done. What were you saying? What did
I'm
you
just
say?
saying, like, they're Karens. Karens exist.
Right,
Yeah.
because and you know what their argument is, right?
It could be anything. I've seen 1,000 videos where they say the most retarded shit why they called the police. They're just busybodies. They're just nosy
Right.
people.
But the overwhelming one that I've heard is parks are for families and children. You must be a pedophile if you're here because you must be looking for children. If you're an adult sitting at a park bench, you must be scoping out children. Therefore, you shouldn't be here. That's actually
A lot
been
of
said to
people
like
say
a
that, yeah.
number of people that are just trying to enjoy the park, a public park, because they are the public.
I
After
know
all.
But that's a
somebody
reflection of them
personally
being
got ruined
crazy.
by that. Yeah.
One more time, Brojo.
I know there was a YouTuber and he couldn't be around because he just innocent went to a park. His hobby was photography, and what he's accused of being a pedo because he wants to take some pictures in the park.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
know,
remember that.
Yeah.
Aren't there regulations around that stuff though?
Yeah, when you're in public, you can film. It doesn't matter whether you're in a park or not.
Exactly.
Like if you're at a park with children?
It doesn't matter. You're in a public space. You can't trespass the eyes in a public space.
Like, what if you have a photographic memory and you remember everything you look at? That means that your camera is always on and you're always filming everyone, no matter what you look at.
Yeah, but you can't share your photographic memory with people.
Doesn't matter though. Public
Doesn't matter. Public.
You
Public.
you
No, I
wave your
understand that.
right.
I just figured that there would be some sort of, because I know like public schools, for instance, are public, but you can't like take photos of the children on the school
But-
grounds and stuff.
Well, yes, you can if you're standing on the sidewalk. You can.
Ooh, you cannot say.
Yes, you can.
And
Like
share the photos?
Yep.
Are they naked? The kids are they in sexually
No, they don't have to be. It's just like it's a consent thing, right?
You understand that photos of children have been around since cameras, right?
No, I get that, but usually children being photographed at schools, there's like permission. There's always
Right.
Like,
So I understand that you feel like suspicious behavior is involved, and it might be suspicious.
Yeah, because like if I see a grown up with a camera around a park,
but hold on,
taking
suspicion.
photos-
Hold on, but suspicious is not a crime, is it?
I mean, it's no one's. I don't think anyone's saying it's a crime, but it. I
Well,
think
you're
most
saying there
people,
should be
most people
rules.
would look
You
at that
did.
as most people would look at that as a social signal to some sort of maladaptive behavior, right?
Sure. So it might be suspicious, but there's nothing they can do about it because it's not breaking a law.
No, it's not that anything they can do about it. I don't think. I'm not proposing that some legal action be taken.
I thought you said aren't there rules about that?
I think people should socially reinforce that
Well,
we don't take photos around children's parks.
Now, how did you socially reinforce if someone, let's just say Sammy's standing there?
Shame.
Okay, so you're going to walk up to Sammy. He's taking pictures of kids from the sidewalk for whatever reason, or just the school itself. The kids might be in the photo. You're going to walk up and you're going to try and shame this person for exercising their rights.
I would shame. Well, like just like Chud the Builder exercises his rights to free speech, and goes around and calls black people the N-word and calls them chimps.
So?
We still try to socially shame him out of that behavior because it's
Right. So if
egregious.
Sammy just ignores you and just goes back to filming, just lets you beat your gums together, what
That's
do you do
fine. You
then?
can ignore me, but that's what we do as a society, right? We ostracize
Right, but
people.
so who's the clown? I'm fine with that, but who's the clown in that?
I don't think the two examples are you can compare the two of someone calling someone an N-word and someone just taking pictures.
No,
Well,
they
it's
weren't
exercising
comparable
rights.
situations. They were being used as like, here's an example of where we use shame, and here's another example of where we can.
So
use
why are you
shame.
shaming someone for taking pictures?
Shaming someone for taking pictures around a children's park?
In a park where kids just happen to be in parks.
No, okay, yeah, but that's the thing. It's we can say it's at a park where kids just happen to be.
Well, how do you
which is
equate that
fine,
with
but
calling
then
a
my
black
question.
person an N-word or how do you equate those two?
No, they're not. I never said that they're equatable.
Is suspicious a misdemeanor or a
It's not
felony?
listen, guys, you guys are going too hard in the paint on this, right? What I'm saying, you want
to shame someone for taking photos.
Just slow down,
in a
Will.
park.
Just slow down. I promise it's gonna make sense, right? There are certain behaviors that we can look at that people do that don't necessarily mean they are a certain thing, right?
Exactly.
But we will stop people or ostracize or shame them from doing said behavior because of what the behavior is associated with. So here's another example. If a man walks into a woman's bathroom, right? He may not be a predator. He may not be doing anything wrong. He could just have to really pee, and the woman's bathroom was the closest one there. However, if people see him go in there, he will be socially shamed. People will tell him to get out. They'll call him a creep. All of those sorts of things.
They'll make
right?
noise at him. Yes.
Exactly. And usually
Yes.
that would
And
deter a person from
like it
carrying on
happened
with
tonight. I went to the local supermarket and the men's was closed, and I was like, "Fuck!" I'm literally about to piss myself. I ran in the toilet. I looked in and I yelled out. The supermarket was empty, right? There's no one in the toilets. I ran into the cubicle. I did my piss. I ran out. And I had all those questions running through my head, Joe. What do I say if I'm walking out and someone sees me coming out? And I would have said, dude, I was about to piss myself. And look there, they've blocked the door of the men's for cleaning. What do you want me to do?
Right.
Piss
Would
in
you
the
rather me piss
hallway?
on your floor? Would you rather me piss on your
Yeah.
floor or in your fucking women's bathroom? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's fair, right? But the
But
overall point,
you're saying you'd say I'm a creep.
I'm not saying I would say that you're a creep. I'm saying that's what people's
then
initial
fuck
thought
'em.
would
But
be.
we've
No,
drifted
just
so
listen.
far from the given example of taking
You
pictures
guys,
in a
'cause I'm
park
not- I
where
haven't gotten
children
there.
happen to be.
I don't think what I'm saying is complicated because we do socially shame people for doing things.
I think it's
that
rhetorical.
we view as questionable. So, for instance, here's another example, right? If there was just like a person that was just
Cameras are
sitting.
out all over the place all the time.
Sorry?
People have their cameras out, phones out all the time. Some
Yes,
point
they do, but we'll watch people.
I don't see anyone going up saying, "Hey, stop pointing that camera at
They
me."
absolutely do. I can show you a video
Oh.
right now. I can show you a video right now
Got it
of
on
a
the
guy.
video, you're going to show the video.
Hold on.
But
I
most
can
of
show
the
you a
time,
video.
it's not happening in real life.
I can show you a video right now of a
98%
guy.
of the time. You're not capturing the 98% time that it's not happening.
At least get my good side.
No one's interested in that video.
Well, I'm jerking off on the bus.
Okay. So, but you're saying it doesn't exist when it does exist, right? It exists, and if people didn't approach this man, right, he would have walked away with all of these pictures of these little kids, right? But it was at a beach,
Yeah,
and
but I
people
think
just
the
noticed
difference
how he was
there,
pointing his
Joe.
camera, right? And most people would be like, "Well, most people would be like, oh, well, it's a
There
public
you
place, and he can
go.
take pictures
So
wherever he
now
wants."
you're
And
saying it's different.
no,
You're
you guys,
saying
what?
if no,
Okay,
no,
let
no,
me
no,
ask
no,
you
no,
this.
no, stop. What you're saying,
Which
right?
part of what I'm
if
saying
I'm
is
sticking
confusing?
my phone down on the floor, pointing it up chicks' skirts, yes, cunts will say something. If
No,
I'm
but he
just
wasn't that
filming in a
obvious
park
with
full
it.
of
It wasn't
kids,
that obvious,
no
Sam.
one
It-
can say shit or would say shit. And
Just
if they
listen
did,
to
I
what
would,
I'm
The
saying.
parents,
I don't know why.
wait. The parents are there. The kids are on the beach or whatever. They're playing in their
No, this was a
swimsuits.
crowded beach. I need to show
I'm
you
just,
the video.
I don't need
It
to
was
see
a
the video.
crowded
Hold on.
beach.
So it's a crowded beach, and the parents may or may not be there, but the kids are in public doing what they do. Anyone can film them.
Yes, I
Anyone.
agree with
And
you. I
it could
agree
be a
with that.
pervert, but the same parents are fine with everyone in person seeing it.
Yes, because you can't share your memory, right? You
Yes,
can't
we
share
can
that
with
on the internet.
cameras. With cameras and stuff, we can. With video, we can.
Yes, and that's why people get skeptical when they see folks with cameras out around kids.
You have no expectation of privacy in public. I don't
I'm
give a
not
fuck
saying
what
anybody
age you
does,
are.
Will. I'm not saying that. I'm
You
not saying that you have
You're
an
saying it's
expectation. No, I'm not. I
suspicious.
never. First of all, you're strawmanning what I've said. What I've
I'm
said
not.
is
You
that
said it was suspicious behavior to take footage from a sidewalk outside of a school,
around
and that you would
children,
go
it
up
is. And
and
to
you
me,
would go
as
and
as
shame,
any
and
parent
you would
should
go
be
and
suspicious
shame
of that.
someone.
Any parent
You
should
would.
be suspicious
I
of
don't
that.
care if their suspicion is no cause of action.
I never said to take action, though.
You did. You said you could go up and harass them.
Yes, as a social activity, not a legal one.
A social harassment.
Well, I'm allowed to go up to a person who's taking
Mhm.
pictures of around children and say, "Hey, man, are you taking pictures of the kids? Let me see these photos that you've taken."
Oh,
Right?
and you're allowed to
now
see
you
them.
want to look at my pictures that I'm taking.
You want
fuck
to see
Yes,
them.
You ain't
absolutely.
looking at my
Property
pictures.
now.
Hey,
Okay,
what
so
right
let me
do you
say this
have?
then. Let me say
What-
this. Let me say
what
this. Let me say
warrant
this.
do you
Let me
have?
say this. Let me say this. If the
I
person
think it's time for a music interlude and a break, and we can kind of take notes for our argument. It's good. Make it quick, Joe.
Yeah, let him finish because it's good, bro.
No, because what I'm saying is not crazy, right? Because what I'm saying is, in the example that I gave about the guy on the beach, if those people never went up to him and said, "Yo, let me see those photos that you've been taking," that guy would have gotten away with a bunch of inappropriate photos of children that he was taking at the beach, right? That's it.
How could they have
And
been
so
inappropriate?
I think society has a duty that whenever we're around children, anytime we're in public, private, social, whatever, that we are doing all things that we can do to ensure that there's nobody there that's exploiting the children. So for me
How
as a
is
parent,
a
and I think
child
most
in
adults,
public
Okay, wait,
inappropriate?
time out.
hold on.
That
I'm
was
almost
the
done.
question.
I'm almost done, guys. Like
All
I'm
right,
literally
all right.
almost finished.
There's so many. Okay, go ahead. There's so many.
I've been talking for 10, 15 seconds hardly. You guys just don't like what I'm saying, which is fine. But this reaction
No,
is
you're
not an
not
argument.
addressing what we're saying.
Let's give
That's
Joe
all.
a minute.
I brought this point up. No one's addressing what I'm saying. Right? So the point, what I'm trying to say, right, is that we just have to do all we can to safeguard around children to make sure that people are not exploiting them. And we do that socially, right? We do that by saying, "Hey man, what are you doing? Hey, why are you going over there? Hey, why are you pointing your camera over there?" Where these, like, that's it. And I think that that's fine. Those are not intrusive things. And if you're doing nothing wrong, there should be nothing wrong with me. Like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm just taking pictures of this, just taking pictures of
But
that."
you said you wanted to see it.
Right.
Yes, I
Yeah.
would.
Yes. That's an
That's
issue.
not your right. It's
But
not your
we're
right
gonna
to see
tell
it.
you to fuck off. Like,
That's
Okay,
what
then
are
you
you
can,
talking about?
and you can do that,
You
and that would be
think
the
you
end of the
can look at
interaction
my
for me,
phone?
right? You say, "Oh no, man, fuck
Exactly.
off! I'm not doing
That's why
anything
we
wrong,"
know
and that
what
would
the
be the end of the
your
interaction
purpose
for me.
What if we were like,
would be.
"Fuck off! I'm doing everything wrong, and there's nothing you can do about it."
I think
Then
the
if you're just
best
a rotten person
best
and you want to
thing
get away with it, I can't
in
stop
that
you.
scenario,
Exactly.
if
So you're
you
the
want,
clown.
hold on 1 second, if you
No,
want to
no,
talk,
no. Hey. The host is speaking. All rights reserved. The ticker is moving. I asked for a music interlude. Time for a little calm down. Let's go. Get a drink. Take a smoke. Take some notes and bring back your arguments after the musical interlude. All
No,
right.
everyone will
All right.
forget after the
Why did it have to rain today?
Why did it have to rain today?
No.
We all forget after the interlude. That's the problem.
Well, I'll say one thing. Can I say one thing real quick?
Wait, where's my music?
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought that was the whole musical
Yeah, I
interlude.
was hoping that was too.
Another wet day at night on the rocks. Time for the dogs and the cats and the dogs. Time for the dogs and the cats and the dogs. Why did it have to rain today? I'd really like to know. This country's blessed with stormy weather and it's always cold. This country's blessed with stormy weather and it's always cold. Fighting the puddles, people go fast. Through the red tulips, you're walking on glass. Cars on the street, trying their best. Despise my new trousers, they couldn't care less. Despise my new trousers, they couldn't care less. Why did it have to rain today? I'd really like to know. This country's cursed with stormy weather, and it's always cold. This country's cursed with stormy weather, and it's always cold. it's a long stroll. This country's blessed with stormy weather, and it's always cold.
Yeah, it sounds like Joe wants to have your cameras looked at before and after you come into a park, a public park, that is. We need to look at your pictures, make sure there's nothing inappropriate. Have issue. I take
Was
issue
that
with
was my
Joe.
argument?
Well, you should shame people and say, I want to look at your camera and look at the pictures you're taking.
That was my argument?
Well, you're
It was part of your argument was to you thought that you
If
had the
anyone
right.
cares to not strawman me, that would be excellent.
I think your thing has changed several times now since the
Hang on,
beginning.
hang on.
I can give you my whole argument.
Can I say something to Joe? Either you're such a genius that none of us understood you, or the entire panel misunderstood you. So you've been unclear.
No, there's
sir.
a third option.
Maybe
Sammy.
you.
Well, I was gonna-
okay, what's the third option?
The
Sorry.
third option
comment
is
on that if
every
I-
time
oh,
I
this one.
spoke a sentence, I was interrupted and made to explain each sentence, so I wasn't able to get out the full reasoning. Right?
No,
so
I
nobody is able
You
to
did.
represent my argument
did.
because I never
just
got my
say
full argument
something
out.
really
He
quick,
took
maybe?
bits and pieces of what
He
I
gave
said.
you 60
PJ, talk for a
and
second.
gave you what I'm
Um,
saying. So I can give you my full position.
Let PJ
you guys
ask his
are clear.
question or say the thing. He's been waiting.
Well, it's just
Yeah,
one
yeah,
thing
but-
I want to I just want to make a comment on it. Is like the best case scenario if you're ever in that situation where you think somebody's taking picture of your kids and they don't want to show you the photos. The best thing to do is go ahead and just state you want 160,000 each. That way you set the bar high. That way, just in case they know you know, and most likely with that kind of price, they'll just leave you alone. So best to play the game.
Well, I just make my kids wear clothes in public.
Try to get a joke in
and
here.
stuff. So, you can't really take inappropriate photos of my kids other than you're taking photos of my kids, but they're fully clothed and shit.
Yes.
They're in public. And I just don't go in public unless I'm prepared that some creep's gonna be filming. Or maybe just some auditor who's trying to make sure we still have our rights.
I guess the best thing to do is teach your kids well and to keep a lookout for themselves and stay away from that type of deal. And
Yeah.
just
The
another thing
best
to add.
example I can give, right, is on the Bondi TV show. There'll be a creep filming, right? And he's not just holding his camera up and scanning the whole. He's like hiding his camera and zooming in, and he's touching himself and playing with himself at the same time. And 10 different people come up and report him to the tower, and they watch him for a bit on the binoculars. They see him do it. They walk down, sneak up behind him, and see him like filming chicks zoomed in, trying to focus up at their butt and stuff like that. Bang, they call the police. No one can do anything. Even the lifeguards and that, they can't ask to see on his camera, but they'll certainly stop him removing anything. And the police come, and the police can get a warrant and look at his phone. But Blow Joe on the street, yeah, he might be able to hold you there till the cops get there, but he certainly can't look on your phone or even ask you to.
So what about at a beach? No, right?
Where everyone's like,
Now your
scams-
question about inappropriate pictures. Now I'm gonna play
That's
devil's
why-
advocate here. This is a public place, and some mothers like to dress up their little girls in little bikinis, or you got little boys around in their bathing suit, innocently, right? But now someone's taking pictures on the beach, public beach.
Yeah.
Some parents will even throw their
But here's
kids
the
out there
thing,
naked,
bro, Joe. the scenarios I just described, right? I watched on a TV show where multiple TV cameras were filming all the children on the beach and none of them were blurred out. I saw every child's face, every child in every type of swimwear on television. That's okay. We don't blink an eye. But if I'm like scanning the whole beach to get a fucking view, someone's gonna come up and go, "Why are you filming people in swimwear and shit?"
It's all about perception, huh? Because when it gets closer
It
to your,
is, yeah.
closer to your home, to your immediate area, where you're taking offense. Meanwhile, there's cameras all over the place watching everything we do all the time. Satellites can pinpoint us.
I think the
if they
problem
wanted to.
people have with people filming children privately.
Could
Was
you
that a
repeat
question?
Yeah, I'm wondering what people think folks have an issue with against people filming children privately. What do you think people's problem with that is?
Were we talking about filming children privately or publicly?
Well, because Sammy is bringing up the instance of he watched it on a TV show and everybody saw the children on the TV show, right? But people get upset if some guy is just filming. Right? So
The
why
reason
do we think people get upset at the guy who's
I
privately
don't know
filming
if you
with the
understood why I said
television
that. The
cameras
reason I
and
brought up the
CCTV cameras?
TV show, Joe, was because you said, "Can you share a memory?" That's why we can't film it. But you're okay with Bondi fucking
I know.
beach
That's what
show
I'm assuming, and
filming
I'm
a
asking.
thousand
That's
kids
what's
in
prompting my
bikinis.
question, right? Your commentary right now is what's
Well,
prompting my question. So, what do we think the problem is between the difference of a television show mass filming people and having people see it on TV versus some guy privately
I
filming
don't see a
taking photos?
problem. I
What do
think
we
you
think?
need to
What do we think
explain that.
people have
You
the
need to
issue with?
answer it. You
You
need
think
to
people
answer
have a
that,
problem
Joe,
with that?
because you're the one that said there was a difference. We're
There is,
all
'cause there is a
arguing there
difference.
isn't.
There is a
So
difference.
what is it? What is it?
The
You
difference
answer.
is
Don't ask us.
you guys, there's no reason to be so upset, right? The difference is
We're
the
not.
person who is privately filming can distribute that material to nefarious people that exploit children versus a television camera that's doing a news spot, right, for the public to see, and kids happen to be in the shot. Those are two very different contexts, and
wait a
that's the
second.
reason that there is general social outrage from some guy who's, yes, exercising his free right to take photos of quote unquote the public, but what he happens to be taking photos of is children in a schoolyard. That's going to prompt a phone call to the police from somebody, if not the school itself, right? And there's a reason for that.
Hold on a second, though. Hold on. So let's say that this guy or this person takes pictures of children in 10 different places, right? The children are in public. The children are dressed. The children are not doing anything sexual. And then he shares these pictures with 10 different people that he knows. Do you think that guy's going to get his hard drive checked and get arrested for these pictures? Are they pornography?
No, it's not about pornography, right? There are lots of websites online that have children featured that is not directly like CP material, but it's like
Right.
children in shorts or children on the beach or children in like leggings, stuff like that, right? So that's the general concern that people have. It's not to say that we go around being like
So if
Batman and searching everybody's phone, but be vigilant when there are children
don't take
around and you notice that there's like out of place photo taking or somebody that's out of place, right? You might want to be like, hey man, what are you doing? I don't see anything wrong with that. And I don't see that being
so
a
the
problem.
kids
That's
in
protecting your
leggings and
community,
shorts
that's
and stuff
protecting
are
the
the
children.
problem, right?
Like, what are we
Is that
arguing
the
about here?
problem? Because you're
Listen to
saying
what
that
she's asking you.
What's the question?
the pictures are ones that you'd see, someone, let's say they're just walking down the street, they're walking into a store, they're grocery shopping, they're playing in the park, whatever. But they are regular pictures, meaning they are not sexual in nature. those are not going to prompt a person to get arrested for some kind of child porn.
That's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
you're
any of
saying that person's going to share them with other people that
I'm
have.
saying they could share them, yes.
Yeah, but what are the pictures?
They're just pictures of like anything. Like they're listen. There have been old. Chris Hansen has busted this open a long time ago. There are websites. There are websites in Russia. Hold on, just let me explain.
Same
this
as the news agency. It's not different.
No, hold on, just chill. I'm trying to answer Halsey's question, right? Because she's asking me the question of what do these candid photos do for these people sharing them? And people like Chris Hansen and everybody else that does this kind of research has found websites, a lot of them mainly Russian domains, right, of these types of photos of children that are kind of like it's like pedo food, you know, like pedo appetizer type shit. So it'll be kids that are like in what could be misconstrued as like an indecent position, but because the child is wearing like leggings or some sort of like sheer clothing, right? Because remember, we're dealing with people that are like perverted in the mind. They're not looking, they're not seeing a child that's just like bent over to get like a bucket of sand, right? They're seeing like a child, you know what I mean? So it's not the same level of thinking.
Or a beach.
Right. So
we should approach people and ask to view their photos.
That's not what I'm saying, Sammy. You're strawmanning what I'm saying so you can take it down. But what I'm suggesting is this. If you want to hear it instead of continuously misrepresenting what I'm saying, right? What I'm suggesting is that wherever there are children around and it's in a public place where we know people are going to take photos, it's up to the adults in the room.
Nearly everywhere on the planet. Okay, carry on.
It's up to the adults in the room to ensure that there are no nefarious actors around. And that's just called community responsibility. It's not asking for
How do we do that?
What do you mean? You watch
by asking
people.
to
You watch
view the
people
photos
in the same way
no,
that the dude
this
that was
is
on the
about
beach.
Asking people to view their photos.
Hold on.
We're saying it was a silly
Sammy, you
suggestion.
can't ask a question and then answer
you've
your own
yet
question.
to defend it. You've yet to defend what we said was a silly statement. That's
no,
all
I
it
did
comes
not.
down.
I wasn't saying what you were saying was silly. I was saying this whole conversation started because
you
I
said
asked,
was silly.
Hold on. This whole conversation started because I had asked if there were like some provisions around filming where there would be children in public places, and everyone was like, no, you get to film in public and do whatever you want. And I was like, but I do think that there should be like some sort of like deterrent, social deterrent from helping people do that. And I was giving an example of a guy who was at a beach who people were paying attention to and ultimately went up to him, asked to see his camera, and he ultimately caved and showed them. And he showed them the photos that he was taking and ultimately deleted the photos, right? So I'm not saying that that's what everybody should do, but what I'm saying is what prompted them to do that in the first place was them noticing this person was acting strangely, right? And what I'm saying is that I think that people should reinforce the vigilance of folks in paying attention to adults whenever they're around children and they have cameras and stuff. There's nothing wrong with doing that, and it's not crazy. Most parents, this is actually a baseline position for most parents.
Yeah,
so,
but what you missed, because you can't catch up with us, is we all agree with you should be vigilant. What we've said the whole time is your statement about when we said what can you do about it. When you said look in their fucking photos, we all said that's silly. And
you're saying it's silly, but that's an answer to your question.
It's
an answer to your question. You're saying it's silly, but you could do that. You could do that. You're saying it's silly.
I'll keep waiting.
Would you not do that? You wouldn't ask somebody if you noticed someone was suspicious. You wouldn't ask
no, because I would expect them to tell me to go fuck
I don't
myself.
believe you. I don't believe you.
Just like they would do. I would call the police.
I don't believe you. I think you punch in the face and take
powers to look in the phone.
Because me as a man, I would not allow that to slide. I just wouldn't. As a man, it couldn't happen.
See, and then you blow everything. You fuck the case. You let him get off. You end up in jail.
You think he's gonna do that again?
You're a fucking idiot. If that's how you're gonna take shit, fine. I'm gonna call the police and let them get a warrant.
Once
And if
upon a
he
time, we
has,
just used to
if
beat
he
these
has
motherfuckers,
photos
and they
of
would stop.
children inappropriate that he should legally be taken down on, then he'll be taken down. If the photos of children in clothes in public, there's nothing you can do about it, whether you think it's creepy or not.
So hold on. So now we're having a different conversation now, because now we're getting into
No,
the social.
no,
Because now we're getting into
not
the
to
social question.
us.
Now we're getting into the social question, right?
You
So
brought it there
if
because you
of
wanted
course,
to
because
make
that's
it.
what we're
There should be
discussing.
But then don't say now it's getting social when you agree you already made it social.
Okay, first of all, it's not that
Are you
confrontational. So
tracking?
calm down. It's just we're having a discussion,
No,
right? So what I'm
are you
saying,
tracking the
is that
conversation? That's what
in
my
what you're
issue is.
saying, you are correct.
Kind of all
If
over
a
the
guy,
place.
oh my gosh, in what you're saying, you are correct. If a guy just has creepy photos of kids, right? Nothing can happen to him legally. So my question to you then is, should there be no social repercussion for that man?
What? So you want social repercussions outside of the law? You want vigilante shit? Is that what you're
Not
saying?
vigilante. It doesn't have to be vigilante.
What are you asking me? Do you want me to ignore the
Ostracization,
law? You want me to
isolation.
string
You
him up
ignore
in a
this
tree
person,
myself?
right?
Like
you don't be kind to them anymore. You kind of ostracize them. You other them.
Do you
That is
mean
violence.
Do you want me to do what we already do to creepy people?
What do you? No. I'm not. Listen.
We already do
I'm
that to
asking for the
creepy people.
individual in question in the community, right? This happens, let's say, in your neighborhood, right? You guys can't prosecute him, but you've seen him taking photos of kids in parks and the community.
So I just don't let my kids around him. That's it.
I know, but
That's all
what
I can
happens to the
do.
person?
Until he breaks the law, nothing.
He's a town weirdo.
Yeah. And if he doesn't give a shit, it means nothing. Joe,
And we just
that's
think
the
differently
thing,
about this stuff.
I guess.
Because I'm gonna beat his ass.
What? Yes, and then you'll spend time in prison.
Probably not. Probably
Yes,
not. Probably not.
It's not self-defense. It's not.
Have to be
You don't have the right to assault people. They don't. The law doesn't allow vigilante justice.
It's not about vigilante justice. It's if I catch a person doing something creepy and then I punch them for it, I'm probably not going to go to jail.
That depends on whether or not the thing you thought was creepy was illegal.
If they break the law, exactly.
Well, yeah. I think the cops would side with us in this instance.
No, but you punch a dude that was just creepy but didn't break a law, you are going to jail, Joe. You can say
I mean,
no
I don't know
all
if I'm
you
going
want.
to jail. Not when it comes to
Oh, I
pedos. They
do.
seem to,
That's how laws work.
I mean, I didn't go to jail in the past.
Law,
I didn't go to jail before. I don't think I'll go to jail now.
Okay, well, you should just go around punching creepy people.
No,
constantly.
It's not that we
Please
should go
do.
around punching creepy people.
To prove me wrong.
But people who are creepy should be punched.
Okay.
Punish the creepy?
Is that your advice, Joe?
No, I'm just fucking around. In all honesty, though, like true social
so you don't mean
ostracization and like real social impact against people like that should be enacted. So they should be shamed. Like, why are you taking pictures of kids, you creep? You know, like shit like that. Like they should be shamed. They should be outed. They should
they're
be
in the shot because I'm
you know?
taking photos of the beach.
He can say that, but no one's gonna believe him. That's
Like
the
you
thing.
have no idea
No one
what
will
someone's
believe you.
taking a picture of. You know, pictures.
No one will
I
believe
mean,
you.
you can take.
That's the problem.
You can
Not a
zoom
soul will
in.
believe you.
You can zoom in from a considerable distance.
If you're taking
Hey,
pictures,
what, you'll never
not
know.
know.
You'll never
Just
know if
phones
parents are taking pictures of your kids because they can do it, I'm sure, quite
interested.
covertly. You know, they're practiced at this. So the people that are doing obviously it, you know, just photographing in public probably aren't the ones that you should be worried about. The ones that are doing it really sneaky and undercover. You know.
no, you know who to look out for. You start to develop an eye to who to look out for.
Okay, so wait, tell me something. Has anyone that you've ever approached produced anything or been arrested or anything for some kind of creepy
It
behavior?
happened in my house.
Who was that?
was no longer, but it was a friend of my wife's
I
brother.
think you talked about this before, but it wasn't having to do with pictures, right? He like went
No,
into
no,
this-
it was behavior. It was
Yeah.
behavior.
Right. But
Yeah.
that, I mean, should you be sort of like criticized for not recognizing the signs early enough to stop this, you know, situation?
Nothing happened. I stopped it before shit happened.
To the kid's room or something?
No, I was in my, like, if I showed you my house, like my daughter's room is right adjacent to the kitchen. So when I'm at the island, I was like preparing dinner. I could see everything that was going on. So, and we never like really broke eye contact with one another too. So she was, she was signaling to me, and then I did what I had to do to make sure that, you know what I mean? So
She was in trouble and she signaled to you. You could
it's
tell.
not that she was in trouble. You could just see, like, when a kid's uncomfortable, you can just see that they're like, what the hell is this kind of thing? So yeah. It's just looking for signs, right? And you know what to look for. Like when you're a parent, or if you've been around kids a lot, or anything like that, you start to figure it out.
What about?
Well, I think we have different definitions of creepy too, Joe, because what you're describing has gone past creepy. What you're describing is face punch level shit. That's
but it was like still creepy stuff.
You've crossed creepy line, right? Now you're a grown adult alone in the room with a little kid, and they're uncomfortable as hell. If you couldn't figure that out, like that sort of shit needs maybe a smack in the mush, or at least a talking to. It's a bit more than just creepy. Creepy's like he's the weird uncle in the room that you don't want to go and sit on his lap or whatever.
Or like there's a dude in the car, like in front of your house, that's filming your house. That's a little creepy, right? Because you don't know who this person is. Why are they interested in your house? Right? That could be a little creepy.
But that's how parents feel when they're at a park and there's a person that's not at the park with children that are just taking pictures.
Right. But I mean, but you said before, like, they're in leggings, they're in shorts, blah, blah, blah. You know what? If someone's perving on kids, they could be dressed in a fucking flour sack and they're not going to care.
I'm talking about the kids were dressed that way. Like it's those types of like the story that Chris Hansen did.
Isn't necessary for pervs to perv on kids. They can perv
that's what I was saying. Like it's dressed
so
children. Like
no children should ever be looked at or taken. No pictures should ever be taken by anyone, because then they could be secretly perving on them and you'd never know about it. Like anyone taking a picture of a kid anywhere could be potentially a perv.
But that's what I was saying before. That's why I was questioning whether or not there would be some provisions around that, because intuitively you would think that adults would want to try to safeguard children from being photographed. And you know what I mean? Like, so that's why I'm saying, socially speaking, we can move in a direction where we say, hey, when there's kids around, man, you're not just whipping out the camera, or you're making sure that the like background kids aren't in your shot, or that you're not catching, you know what I mean? Like it's just about adding more social responsibility on society to be more careful around kids.
But then there's also this knee-jerk reaction from people, this assumption that anything like that they go straight to the whole pedo thing. Like, look, there was this place where I was living once where there was rules, right, in the community for what could be done in the common areas, the common space, right? And one of the things that was not allowed is putting up tents and digging holes and things, because it's like a lawn that they pay to have kept, right? There's landscaping there. There was 8 or 10 kids with their toys all strewn about. They set up a tent. They were pounding stakes into the ground. And the person that lived there took a few pictures of them because they wanted to send them to the management company saying, hey, this was going on. These kids live at this address or whatever, this unit. Can you please send them a letter? Because I don't want to hear them screaming outside my window. And I know that this kind of thing is not allowed. The parents swarmed over and started flipping out and calling this person a pedophile because they needed proof that was happening, that they were doing this activity. It had nothing to do with the kids necessarily. It had to do with what they were doing, But the parents went straight into accusational mode,
As they should.
No, they shouldn't necessarily. They should say, "What's going on here? Why are you taking pictures?"
My first question as a parent would be,
what they're doing is
why
against
couldn't you wait
rules,
for the kids to
ma'am.
not be there? You could have taken a picture of the tents. The kids don't have to be in the picture.
There
right?
was no.
No,
There was no chance
to
that
prove who did it.
that too.
It's not hard. You live in a community. People, come on, guys.
So
Oh,
you're going to tell the kids
Joe,
to clear out of
come
the picture so they
on.
can take a picture?
Wow.
Come on.
But like, you guys, you all have grown up in a community, I'm sure. And if somebody was causing trouble, you wouldn't need photos. You would go to whoever you'd go to and be like, Jimmy's over there causing shit, and people would believe you because people know Jimmy.
No, they'd
right?
say we don't have enough evidence. We can't do anything. Don't fucking lie to me.
I don't know where y'all have
bro.
lived. Who needs
In
evidence?
the world, on the earth, Joe.
Where is this?
Well, I don't know about everybody. There was a
is it like
time,
an HOA
there's a
type
time
situation?
when I relied on a couple of dudes around the neighborhood, you know, because when you have certain clout, you got clout, and they know who you are. They'll look out for you. They'll do you favors, and they'll call people out for you. And yeah,
Dude, V,
Was this like a
I was
homeowners
recently
association deal?
robbed, like 12 months, 18 months ago. My office was robbed. I got fucking CCTV footage, right? There were local shops who would have had these little pricks on CCTV footage using my credit card because you could tap the fucking thing $100 maximum at a time, buying bongs for their mates, right? I give my footage to the cops. They're like, they're wearing hoods. We can't see their faces. I'm like, look, here's their Facebook profile where they're wearing the same fucking clothes. Yeah, but it's not conclusive.
Someone that knows them would have to call.
I know them. I gave them the name. Like,
No, but like
I
a relative
them.
or something. Like that's who would have to be.
So there you go.
Oh, but what I'm saying is, like, was this like an HOA? Because if it was a homeowners association deal, I think all of that stuff's
No,
dumb
this
anyways. But it
this
sounds
was
like it's something like
crime
that. And if
scene.
it's that, then I don't know how those things operate. But I don't know why you'd be calling on people pitching tents anyways, unless they're not allowed to. But I don't
But
know.
what I'm saying is, even with fucking footage of cunts, it's not good enough. So of course you need the fucking photos. You can't just say, "Oh, look, here's some photos of some stakes in the ground and some tents." Go and accuse this household. The cops are gonna go and tell you to fuck yourself. They're gonna say, "Where's the proof it's this family?"
Yep.
I mean, I guess so. If they're calling the police, if
They
it's
are.
becoming a police matter. But even that, I don't even think the police would give a shit that much to. It just sounds like a who gives a shit thing. Like kids were pitching a tent. Okay.
Wasn't so much a police matter. It was a matter of them wanting to inform the managing entity that this was happening so that it wouldn't keep happening, because if they do it once they get a warning, if they do it more than once they get a fine, so it becomes
See,
like an
yeah.
expensive issue if they want to keep breaking the rules.
House's example was a HOA thing, but that's why I gave you a criminal example of the exact same thing.
Yeah, but that your example, the criminal one makes sense.
This kid was
HOAs
16 or 17. Like,
HOAs
should
are
I
not
not
real
film
things.
him in my own fucking premises robbing my shit? And even then, it didn't help me. So I was just pushing back against the you don't need the footage.
And my point in bringing that up was just the parents' immediate jump to, you took a picture of my kid, therefore you must be a pedophile. It's like the picture was of the courtyard. The picture was of the tent and the shit strewn all over the place. Empty drink cups, toys, all kinds of crap. It's not a public park, you know?
I mean, sure, but I don't think the parents are unreasonable for that.
To immediately call them a pedo? How about
Really?
saying, what's
'Cause I don't
going
know what
on?
you're taking pictures
Why
of.
are you
All I see is a camera in the direction of my
Yeah,
child.
so why not find out before you accuse?
Fuck them. Why are you taking pictures of my
See,
kids, bro?
Well, that's where we disagree. Because your kids are fucking running amok.
Yeah, I guess so. Like if I just don't. I don't.
You don't like it. Don't let your kids run amok.
I think both
Because
parties
cunts are gonna take photos of them.
I think both parties involved are acting silly, but it is what it is. People act silly.
That's why it comes down to law. And you can say social this, social push, whatever, but the law says, you know.
That's not how we live, though. We
take
don't live
photos,
just what the law is. We have social rules
but
that we
we
all follow.
do.
Right?
Because if you try and take the law into your hands, then the law will protect the other guy. They'll protect the guy taking photos if you try and lay hands on him.
Sure, but I'm saying like there are like social rules that we all follow that have nothing to do with the law, right? So,
but we can't enforce them. That's what I'm. It
but we
comes
do
down to
enforce them
enforcement. How?
through
Because
various methods. It's like
to a legitimate creep, ostracism means nothing.
Like for instance, okay, hold on. Like being polite, for example, right? Just general politeness, right? There's no law against that. There's no one's gonna beat you up if you're not polite. But there are social reinforcements that exist that will discourage a person from not being polite. Granted, they're not like a sociopath or something, right? And it doesn't involve violence or coercion or anything like that. They're just behaviors that we reinforce through negative or positive reinforcement that we recognize. And so that would be like a simple example of something that I mean.
But I'm wondering what social thing you can do to the creep who wants to take photos of kids that he's going to give a shit about that's going to stop him taking photos of kids, short of beating the crap out of him, in which case you then end up in trouble.
For instance, if he is a social patriarch of sorts, because a lot of these people hide this stuff, right? So just by outing him, the embarrassment of that alone, right? It'll alter their behavior, because now when they go into the store where it was like, oh, hey, Bob, now it's like, oh, there's Bob, the fucking kid toucher, right? No one's going to want to do business with Bob. No one's going to want to deal with Bob. It goes beyond just ostracization and just like, because it's not a who gives a shit thing. Bob had a community once. Bob had friends. Bob had, you know what I mean? Like probably went to church, did all of these different things. Now it's found out that Bob's a pedophile, right? So Bob's going to have to deal with a lot of bullshit now when he's walking around town unless he moves, right? So, and oftentimes people don't move.
Do we have proof that Bob is a pedophile, or is that?
Yeah, he likes taking creepy pictures of kids. That's enough proof for me.
Okay.
But what if he don't care? What if walking around he doesn't care?
If he didn't care, he wouldn't hide it.
As long as he's not in jail.
He wouldn't hide it if he didn't care.
Jail. No, because then he'll go to jail. As long
no,
as
you don't go to jail just for being attracted to children. You don't go to jail for that. If he told his friend, if he didn't care,
can prove that even clothed pictures are for sexual gratification, that's where the law is very like stipulative. It's about taking
prove that. That's hard to prove.
Exactly.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. We're not.
If you go on record, you just said if he admits it, he would.
But if he admits he's a pedophile,
no, he wouldn't.
Being a pedophile just means you're attracted to children. That's not illegal.
You can't say I'm attracted to children.
Yes, you can legally. Yes, you can. There is an entire NAMBLA group in the United States, the National Association.
And legally, like you could say the
N
word. You just got to deal with the consequences.
What are you talking about, Sammy?
It depends on whether or not you've taken action on it. Correct.
Right. It's when you take action. You're allowed to say you're attracted to children.
If someone thinks about murdering someone for 10 years but never actually does it, they're not a murderer, right?
Right.
So if someone has
those thoughts, I'm saying you have taken action, House.
What is a pedophile, you guys? What is a pedophile?
Hang on. Just mute for a second, Joe. Let me talk. The action is taking pictures of children. If you go on public record and say I'm attracted to children, and then you are found to have photos of children, in their shorts and their leggings and all the shit you were the one arguing against and saying is
I
creepy and
wasn't
blah blah
arguing
blah.
against that.
Punch
I was
no, we
giving
should
examples
punch
of
them in the
websites that
face.
host those kinds
I'm
of photos.
saying once you say yes, I get off on that shit, and then your phone is found full of it, the law will move on that shit. They can.
But
I don't think so.
Sammy, they've if let's say that they found a whole bunch of pictures, but none of them were legally inappropriate, right? They were not legally porn, right? And this guy says, "Yeah, I get off on this." I would think that may prompts maybe let's check this guy's hard drive, let's check his internet activity, but if there's nothing there, I don't think there's anything
Well,
actionable.
No, there isn't. Not with that. It has to be. It actually has to be child abuse material.
Right.
Yeah.
You can have Sears catalogs all day long, saying you're attracted to the young models. No one can arrest you for that.
No, and that's why I said move on you. I didn't say arrest you. They will.
They can't move on you either. They can't do anything.
They will, as in
they can try to investigate you, but they need.
They will investigate you. They will.
But they need probable cause. That's not probable cause.
I said they will watch you like a fucking hawk.
I mean, they might, but that's what I'm suggesting.
That is probable cause.
No, that's not probable cause. No.
Admitting that you are attracted to children is probable cause.
No, that's not. That's covered under free speech.
Up. If a person admits they're attracted to minors,
yes. Have you not heard of NAMBLA?
Probable cause. Yeah, but it's probable cause, bro.
Sammy, have you heard of NAMBLA?
Yes.
Okay, they say it all day long, and none of those guys are investigated.
You think they're not?
They're not. None of them have gone to prison. The only ones who've gone to prison from NAMBLA are ones that actually got caught with material.
Gone to prison. If you think they're not watched, you're silly.
Some of them may be watched, but for the most part, the group still exists.
And now you agree with me. Thank you, Joe. I swear you argue for the sake of it. Like, why do you argue for the sake of it, Joe?
Yeah.
Why?
People get on surveillance lists for simply having an adversarial opinion on a certain area of politics.
Like, I'm not taking that seriously, right?
Isn't a thing anymore? Are they still a thing?
Yes, they are still a thing. They just had a fucking meeting last year.
Have a website going? Oh my god! Okay.
They're still a thing.
Still a thing. Well, then they must know that they're being watched.
Does being a member of that organization cause them to be extra squeaky clean, knowing that they're going to probably be watched?
The president is definitely super like that. And obviously, like, I'm sure all of these guys are sharing child abuse material, right?
It's like if I opened up a Nazi socialist club, you got freedom of speech if you want to be a Nazi, but you'll probably be watched, yeah.
Right, but what are you gonna what actions are you gonna take through your club membership? That's the thing. Like, are you gonna do anything illegal with this? Because if it's not, then it's just an opinion that you're sharing with a bunch of people, right?
Which is fine, and we're all agreeing with that, but we're saying you are being watched for it. You're like,
no, I don't doubt that.
You can't publicly say I like kitties, and then no one's gonna pay any attention to that.
Anybody with a controversial issue with a mass audience is going to be watched and targeted and maybe even killed.
That's the key part, right? Is the mass audience, and most people do not have a mass audience, right? So Elliot, for example, Elliot Rodger, that guy who went out on his little incel killing spree, if he had a wider audience, he could have actually been stopped. But because he was such a small YouTube creator, that all of his shit was found after his crime,
maybe
he was able to kind of get away with it all because of the size of him. So not everyone is watched like that, and they're not watching.
I recently saw a story where this teen girl, she was like 14, Snapchat contacted her local authorities and said she had sent a message to her friend saying, I've had it with this school. I want to shoot people.
I was a teacher that said that.
No, I don't know what
it was. I remember the story.
That's a different story.
Okay.
This was a student. And Snapchat had contacted the authorities the same, and they were there the same fucking day. And she was a kid. She had like 20 followers or some shit. Like, it's not
She
about
said that in a
that.
private message or on a public post?
A private message.
So then her friend reported her, not Snapchat.
No, Snapchat flagged it because they monitor words like "shoot my school."
Anything having
Sure
to do
was a
with
student?
consider a terrorist
Yes,
or
I
on a
could
list.
find the clip.
Was it in Florida?
She didn't get in trouble. It probably didn't make the news that much because she didn't get in trouble. She didn't do anything. But my point was, she just sent a message, like a frustrated message. They investigated. She had no guns. Her family had no guns. There's no, like, they dropped it. But I was just
I want to
blown
verify the
away.
story, that's all.
I'll try and find it for you.
Because the one that I know of was a student teacher. The one I know of was a
I've
student
heard
teacher.
about the teacher one as well. She got in trouble for a message she sent. But
Well, it was the same
reported
message.
it.
So that's why I'm saying, like, it was the exact same message, the exact same story. Like the cop showed up the same day, all that shit. So because it was a student teacher, it wasn't like a teacher.
Yeah,
And she was just messaging her friend. She was like tired of the kids in the class, and she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking shoot this place up" or something like that.
But well, there you go. Let's even say that was the case. Was she a mass fucking influencer?
But you're a teacher, Snapchatting another teacher, talking about students at a school. That's very specific. That's not like, I love Nazis, Hitler's great, right? That's totally different. Just like that kid on, I don't know if you guys watch Explore with us, but it's like a true crime channel. They just caught this kid. Incel something was his Instagram nickname, and he was talking about how he wanted to go on a shooting spree and all that shit. Yeah, so it's like you can't say that shit. You cannot say shit.
I agree. I agree they're different. You're trying to tell me you know what the algorithms look for. That's where I laugh in your face.
I'm aware of
You
how
don't
it
know
works.
shit.
It's either
You
somebody
don't
has to
think
support
no,
you
so you don't know that they're not looking for I like Hitler. They might be looking for
I mean,
that.
they might be,
You're
but
laughing at it. Yeah,
that's
see,
not.
thank you. So don't
No, but
laugh.
it's not as
like
serious
you're
as
so
I'm gonna shoot this place
knowledgeable.
up.
I mean, Hitler wasn't that bad.
And like nowadays, it's so oversaturated. Like that stuff
Shame,
is
shame.
the groypers are everywhere, dude. So no one even like the FBI is not even. I don't even think they're really like if you call yourself a Nazi now. Like it's just so you can't
Oh,
even.
wonder how that term got worn out. How did that
Yeah,
happen?
you know. So, but these kinds of things, anytime someone mentions a mass shooting of any sort, like this kid, his friend reported him. That's why he got caught because his friend was like, "This is kind of fucked," you know. So, but yeah, like you can't say stuff like that because that's crazy people shit. But you can say you love fucking, you know, whatever, and you might be looked at, maybe, but you can't say you're gonna commit a shooting where there's children.
It depends where
Like, that's
maybe where
crazy.
you are, you still might have some like freedoms like that, but and you might think he's a drunk bullshit artist, but Wildheart was legitimately put on the list because said he was anti-religious. So they put him on a watch list for like extremism and shit. Yes, the UK and Australia is more extreme and shit. But
Happy
this is the
420,
point we're
cheers.
saying is what you're arguing is just the thin end of the wedge of what we're already experiencing. And you can't laugh that this shit won't happen because it's happening to us. Like
Happy
we are
420.
being
I got a
groomed.
request. I'm sorry, Sammy. I got a request for a
Yeah.
tune. Let's
Interrupt the good conversation with the 420 drop. It's fine.
Oh wow, can't make everybody happy.
But you can certainly make Never mind.
Baseline snapping, my soul's in a trance, feet tapping, caught up in the dance, spinning around. This rhythm's a thief, stealing my calm, leaving no relief. Bass drops heavy, heart skips a beat, a symphony of steps. My mind retreats, neon lights on, colors collide, lost in the groove, nowhere to hide. Echoes of a hook, it's haunting me, loops in my brain, no chance to break free. It's a spell, a loop, a melody chain, pulling me back, rewiring my brain. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Shadows on the wall, dance just like me. Mirrors in the room reflect ecstasy. My sneakers squeak, the floorboards creak. Baseline speaks in a language unique. Sweat drips like ink, writing my fate. A story of rhythm, too late to escape. It's a pull, a push, a hypnotic fight. Trapped in the sound, no end in sight. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Trapped in the sound. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me. Bring that beat. Bring that beat. Yeah. It's a spell, a loop, a melody chain, pulling me back, rewiring my brain. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bass drops heavy, heart skips a beat, a symphony of steps. My mind retreats, neon lights on, colors collide, lost in the groove, nowhere to hide. Echoes of a hook is haunting me, loops in my brain, no chance to break free. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control.
Happy HuMpDay, everybody.
That groove has broken me, body and soul.
And don't forget to hit that like. Welcome to the GenX Cafe. We have another female in the house, Nisha. Welcome, Nisha.
Yay!
Hey!
More vagina.
More vagina.
Yes, more vagina. Vajayjay.
Vajayjay.
What would y'all do without it? Y'all wouldn't even be here without Vajayjay. Shout out to Vajayjay.
Yes. Any opinion? Any opinion on the topic at hand?
What, VJJ? I don't think we go anywhere
No, I
without
mean-
VJJ. That's the
Does
reason we
the-
do everything.
Does the JJ have any opinion on the topic at hand?
I don't even know what y'all talking about. I just chimed in like I heard the music playing. I saw you were live. I just walked in to the cafe.
Should you shame somebody for taking pictures in a public park?
Shame them for taking pictures in a public
And, I mean,
park.
kids
If there are children,
kids just
if
happen
there
to
are
be in the
children,
area. Kids just happen to be in the area.
Oh, well then I got a ton of those because I take pictures of my kids and they're in the park and then there's other kids. So I don't know what to do because we're in this digital age. You can't put the cat back in the box.
You're not just taking pictures of your kids, you're accidentally taking candid pictures of other children. You're a menace.
Yeah, I am.
Now, are you sharing these pictures with other minor attracted people?
Probably when I put them.
Wait, Nisha, you gotta step in. Did you hear that question that he said?
Yes, he said minor attractive people. Yes, I did.
Other, I mean, there was kind of an assumption, almost a insinuation.
Yeah, no, I heard it. He didn't slide that by me, but
No,
yeah,
well
I do.
then hang on, Nisha,
okay.
before you answer, let's clarify it. Let's refine the question. Do you knowingly and intentionally share pictures of your and other children with minor attracted persons?
Yeah, if they're in my family, which is my group, yeah.
No, but that means you know they're attracted to kids, and you're
We need to define that
sharing it
term.
with them.
We need to define the term. We mean pedophiles when we say minor
Okay, then
attracted. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
I mean,
know
when you
they're
say
a
minor
pedophile.
attracted, so I'm thinking of other minors or peers of their age that might. Okay.
Adults attracted to minors.
Okay.
You
Okay,
know
that's
they are,
different.
and you're actively sharing
It's
pictures with them.
it's coming from a conversation about it being suspicious if somebody's taking pictures in the park and whether they should be publicly and socially shamed to remedy their deviant behavior. I believe was Joe's argument earlier. What it is now, I don't know. Joe, come back and tell us your current argument.
Because those pictures could be shared for nefarious reasons. Whereas when the news network takes a video shot of a park full of kids, it's not nefarious.
So like if you're at the beach with your kids and you're taking pictures, Nisha, if somebody else's kids are there playing and they're in the foreground of your pictures and it looks like you're taking pictures of them, do you think it would be okay for another adult to come up to you and shame you and want to see what the pictures you've taken on your phone to make sure that you weren't taking pervy pictures of their kids to share?
I wouldn't mind at all. I mean, somebody else might take offense if somebody came up to me and said, "Excuse me, I saw you taking pictures. You know, my kids are in the pictures. Can I see?" Sure. If they're in there, can you take? I mean, the technology now, I can crop them out or just erase them. Period, with my phone.
So you would
but
do that. You would erase your pictures if they asked you to.
no, I would erase the kid in the picture because I have that technology on my phone. You just click on the person.
I can't trust that you're really going to do that, so I need you to do that before you leave the beach.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Do that?
Yeah.
I would never inconvenience myself to make them happy.
You to get fucked if you
I mean, it's
asked
just
me to do that.
it's so simple. I just
might
point.
show you the pictures just so you could be like, look, I'm taking pictures of my kid. I'm sorry, your kid's in the background. I won't post it. I give you my word, I won't post it. I'll even blur you, kid, if I want to print it or something. But I ain't
That
doing
sounds like
shit
more
here.
work to me.
Yeah, no,
When
I ain't doing shit here on the beach. Is what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I can
keep
just
taking
point.
pictures of my kid.
I can
And
just point
you
to
can
that
fuck
person on
off.
the picture and then it grays them, and then it says, do you want to delete them? Yes. And then poof, they're gone. Like all that you did was more work than just me just erasing them.
Now let me
You're
ask
right.
you:
On the
Is
iPhone,
that something that you feel obligated to do?
I can understand as a parent, yes.
No, but do
I
you
don't feel
feel
obligated.
obligated?
No. Yeah, but I would understand if a parent came up to me and did that. I wouldn't take offense.
But here's
It
the,
was just,
and here's the
I'd
difference.
educate them.
I tried to tell you guys it's not that crazy.
I wouldn't
Well,
take offense either, but I'd still tell you to fuck off. I'd say no, I'm not doing it.
She understood that she didn't have to do it. It would be an act
I
of
understand that
kindness.
too, William. I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying out of courtesy, if a fucking person comes up to you and they've been waving their camera around where your kids are at, right, at a beach or a public park, and they're not, and then the public park example, right, is
Their
not
first
a parent
mistake
at
is
the
coming
park.
up
Hold
to
on,
me.
the public park example is not a parent at the park taking photos of their kids and other kids happen to be there. It's someone who's not at the park with no kids off onto the sidewalk
On the
taking
sidewalk.
photos of kids at the park.
Right, on the
That is
public
suspicious.
sidewalk.
That is suspicious behavior.
Right, but is there anything actionable that can be done other than just you making noise because you don't like it?
Well, no, we just walked through what could be done, right? If someone walked up to the person and said, "Hey, man, I noticed that you're taking some photos. I just want to make sure my kids aren't in them," and the person's like, "Yeah, no problem here. This is what I've been taking, and this and that."
No.
I'm not saying none of that. I'm not saying.
I want to offer another
obligatory.
suggestion, though. I think my suggestion would be just to ignore that person until they realized how retarded they were being.
I mean, you could do that, but that's another way to handle it. But other people choose to intervene. Right, which I think is the more common practice.
Intervene?
Yes, they do intervene.
What does that mean? Make more noise?
I've witnessed it myself. I've seen it enough to know that.
So then you should be able to tell me what intervene means.
Approach an individual and ask them a question.
So they would make more noise and continue to be interrupted. Now,
sure, you can call them Karens if
what?
you want to. You can call them.
I didn't
Karens
call
if
them
you want
Karens.
to.
I just said I'd ignore them because they're making
No, but
noise.
the description of like they're making noise. It's like if I live in a community, right, and there's a person that's around a park, and I may not recognize them.
Do you have an argument that they're not simply just making noise with no further effect?
I'm not making an argument here. I'm giving an explanation as to why people would be suspicious of the behavior.
Right. And I'm saying, aside from making noise about it, is there anything that they could do legally?
We're not talking about the law. I wasn't talking about what they could do legally.
Right.
The conversation sparked because I thought that there were more provisions around.
So then we take legally off the table.
Places like that, but I guess
so. We take legally off the table. Now, socially was your other thing, that you could shame them socially, and if they don't care about that, then what is the next step in the social?
They would care, William. I've already explained.
No,
why
they wouldn't.
They would because they wouldn't hide it to begin with if they didn't care.
Well, you're just making assumptions. What do you?
It's not an assumption, William. Anything that you're proud of, do you hide it or do you share it with people?
That is no. If it's my private business, whatever I'm doing, I don't share it with anyone on principle.
To be proud of, right? You're proud of something, right?
Right. Why are we saying that I'm proud that I'm taking pictures?
Like
Why
when
is
you
it
share
not
music,
just a thing?
share music around here, right?
It's not the same thing. You're assuming
No.
the
Just
assumption
one
is
step at a time, William.
listen
Slow
to what I'm
down.
saying.
No one's trying to step on your rights. I promise.
You're going to listen to what I'm saying right now.
No one's trying to step on your
So
rights.
you're going to listen to what I'm saying right now. No one is saying that the activity that I'm doing, I'm proud of, might be something I'm doing for work, but it might not be anything that I want to share with
I'm not
anyone.
talking about taking.
What
the
if
photos,
I'm?
William.
Well, I am. I'm talking about the example where we're standing on
No,
the
I'm talking
sidewalk.
about if you're attracted to
and
children.
we're taking.
You're not.
If
You're
we're
not
s-
announcing that to
we're
people.
not-
You're
there's
gonna be
there's no
ashamed of
reason
that.
to assume that. There's a
mean,
person taking
sure.
pictures.
Sure.
I'm trying to show you where your assumptions are and how you're making a lot
I
of
know
judgments.
where they're at, though.
Right, but you're assuming the person's doing something nefarious.
Yeah, most people would assume that. Yeah, I would think so.
Right, but you're going to be most people. You're just going to be that person that assumes that. You're just.
I mean,
you're-
I think
you're-
you
you're
would
cattle.
too. I think you would.
Right, and I can recognize where it's my responsibility to ensure privacy if I need privacy for my kid.
No,
I don't
that's
bring my
fine. We're
kid
not
out
talking
in
about- we're not
public and
talking
then
about the privacy
I don't
aspect.
bring my kid out in public and then expect everyone in public to make an exception for my kid.
I don't expect that
Show
either.
me
That's
what's
not an
on your
expectation.
phone because I brought my kid out to this park. Show me what's on your phone.
No one's saying that. This doesn't have to be like a moral action that people have to take. I'm just saying to act like it's unreasonable for people to go through these thought processes and want to take these actions, I think is not. You're missing the forest for the trees.
If you're saying there's a social, if there's a social solution,
in the scenario, we're talking about people who take their kids to the park regularly, and then you have a person who does not have any children next to a park taking photos in the direction of the park.
Right.
I think
What is the problem?
I think every parent at that park, their antennas will go up, and one of the parents,
so there is a moral assumption.
Likely a dad is going to walk over there and say, "Yo, what are you doing?"
So there's a moral assumption.
It's not a moral assumption. It's an assumption.
Yes, it is. You're assuming that they're doing something. How do you not know what these words mean?
That the whole thing is it's creepy, and that creep should be punched in the face. That's your
that's
word.
just personal opinion. I don't. That's not a prescription. For
And you're making a personal assumption about the morality of taking pictures in the park.
No, I'm not making an assumption about the morality. I'm making an assumption about the intent.
Which you're saying is immoral.
No, I'm not saying is immoral.
Then why is there a resolution needed where socially you have to shame the person?
Because generally speaking, when a person that doesn't have children is around children, right? Adults generally have reservations for those people. And
it doesn't matter about their. That's fine. They are assuming.
I'm giving you the answer.
It doesn't get you. It doesn't get you out of the moral. It doesn't get you out of the moral implication, Joe.
What is the moral implication that you think?
There's something
like profiling, Joe.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm doing, bro, Joe. I am profiling. Yes, sir.
Right, and we profile about someone's
profiling is not a moral position,
intentions.
Right? You're just using induction at that point, right?
If there's nothing wrong, why does there need to be a social solution to the problem?
William, again, stop trying to paint this into a corner.
I'm going to hold you to your argument. You're not going to slither out of this.
What's my argument, William? Because you're being very, very offensive about this.
Okay, how about this? No, it's a good question. It's a good question. Hold on. So, how about William Steelman, his argument?
Yes.
And then Joe respond.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if a person that doesn't have kids that's standing on a sidewalk taking pictures of a park, it makes them feel some kind of way so that they should socially go over and correct an issue because from the feeling they get, there's an immoral implication that they're doing something wrong socially that needs to be addressed. That's what I'm getting out of Joe's argument.
You're not even trying, brother.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The whole thing from beginning to end.
Then give me your argument again.
I gave it already. I will give it one more time. I gave it already. I would give it one more time, right? When there are people in these types of situations that are acting out of ordinary, right? I think that it is a typical reaction for the adults around the children to be alert to what's going on. And I don't think that it is a moral position for someone to wonder what is going on and have these questions. It's not a moral thing. It's a matter of recognition of behavior, right? That usually has pretty I would say antisocial behaviors that would come accompanied with someone doing something like that, right? So it's not a moral question. And whether or not a person wants to intervene, that's up to them. I'm saying, and here's the part of that part that I'm saying that is my argument. I'm saying that for a community of people to want to safeguard their children, I think there would be some sort of idea surrounding the notion that we will try to be more vigilant when we notice these types of adults around versus these types of adults. Was that more clear?
Yeah, you said safeguard. No, safeguard. What do we safeguard people from? And why is someone out of the ordinary automatically a threat, please?
For the same reason that anybody out of the ordinary has historically been a threat to human beings. The unknown.
They look different?
No, it's just the unknown, period. You're not from here and you're doing something that is out of the ordinary.
They might look different, right? They might just look different.
You're othering.
Yeah, if you're not from my neighborhood and I don't know you, what the fuck? What are you doing here?
So wait.
So it's immoral to be in your neighborhood.
No, it's not immoral. It's just who are you?
It could be nefarious. You're just safeguarding your neighborhood.
That's not very what?
Not very liberal of you.
I've seen videos where someone is walking in a neighborhood and one of the neighbors comes out and is like, "So, who are you? Where do you live?" Blah 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 blah, as if it's illegal for him to simply be walking through that neighborhood because he doesn't live there.
Yeah, there's a difference between walking in a neighborhood versus taking pictures of it.
Would you and some friends chase him down with a truck and point him
Again,
point a gun at him? Like
you're creating a position that I don't hold to take down.
And it's gone. Poof.
I don't hold the position that you're putting on me. I don't hold this position that
it's
people
what
can't
your
walk in
words
neighborhoods. I
say.
don't hold this position that any of these things that you guys are talking about right now. I gave my
You
position.
said safeguard. You said safeguard, and
Yes,
then
what
said
is
it's not
safeguard. Yes. So what is your
against
question?
against
Holy
someone
God.
who we safeguard against people who we imagine are going to do something wrong.
Well, we safeguard against
harmful.
all sorts of things.
I'm
but
not quite done. And since
What-
it's
is there a
wrong or
question in there
harmful,
somewhere?
yeah, if you'll shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Well,
so
stop being so angry and just ask the question.
I want you to stay on the question. You keep running away from your own words
Because you're misrepresenting my argument.
I'm going to try this again, Joe. You said safeguard.
Safeguard, yes.
And so we safeguard from wrongdoing. Wrongdoing is
not
a moral.
necessarily.
Okay, so the guy with the camera is going to harm the child by taking images. Is that your
you're
suggestion?
doing this thing that leftists do where you're like pretending to not understand words?
No, I heard your argument. I tried to steel man it. You said you were going to give me a different argument, and you did. And this argument was more about othering, and there's being something
It's been the
like
same thing I've said from the beginning.
You keep moving away from the moral implications of safeguard.
There's no moral implication of safeguarding. What is the moral implication? What is the moral implication of having a gate around a pool to safeguard children from falling in? What is the moral implication?
That wasn't the example at all.
But that's a safeguard, though, William.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
No, but
someone standing on
the point I'm trying to make is that not all
moved to an
safeguards-
analogy that doesn't work. I'm not going to let you do that.
Safeguards are related to morality. Is the point?
Yeah, we're talking about a specific instance where someone is on the sidewalk taking
Yes.
pictures into a.
William,
that's
is
the
there
example.
a question in there somewhere?
What are you safeguarding people from?
Potential
Stupid
danger.
So a moral argument,
danger.
yeah. So it's a moral responsibility to stop people from doing immoral things, right? So what is the what is the safe? What are you doing to protect that person?
Calm down for a moment.
Potential danger of
one step at a time.
Of what?
Right.
What is the potential danger that is not moral?
What do you mean? Things can be dangerous without being moral. Is that
Yes. So what is no? Hang on, Joe. Calm down. If we're that dumb, we might be that dumb. So tell us, what is the potential danger? No, Joe, stop. What is the
community
potential
too long
danger?
for you guys to do?
Joe, you're dodging. What
I'm
is
not
the
dodging.
potential danger? Then shut up and listen.
I
What is
will
the
listen.
potential danger that is not moral?
If I'm walking beside a cliff and a rock could fall on me.
So now you've changed. See, again, this is why
You just
Will
asked
said
me
you're
what
an
is a potential danger that is not moral.
Talking about the kids. Oh God, I get
You're
it.
asking me a philosophical question.
Okay, relate it to the scenario that we're talking about,
What
though.
the fuck, dude? You asked
Relate
me
it to
give
the
us the
scenario.
danger.
What we're talking about.
No, what are you asking me then? Ask the question that you want the answer to.
I've already asked you, Joe. What is the danger?
Sammy's muddying the waters a little bit. So
what is the
question?
I'm trying. What is the danger that you're safeguarding people from when we're talking about a person in the public sidewalk taking pictures of the park? What are you safeguarding?
So I can't believe I have to explain this to people. So for the same reason why we have locks on our front doors, the same reason why people have the Second Amendment in the United States, we put certain provisions ahead of time in place by being proactive about certain things that can be done through observation. It can be done through direct protection. It can be done through some sort of visual deterrent, but we will put things in place that will keep potential danger either at bay or in a controllable way. So to relate it back to the park example, the safeguarding that would be taking place would just be parents paying attention, right? And then
That's not what you're talking about.
An additional safeguard that would be put into place would be
I'm not asking about the safeguard. I'm asking about the danger you're protecting children from.
The potential danger of the strange person that's in your community is that we don't know who this person is and they could be there to do us harm. So let's make sure, instead of just allowing that to happen, that we just pay attention and make sure that this person's not doing any harm.
Is that what we ought to do to everyone that's different?
That's what we already do, William, by having locks on our doors.
No. Now, you brought up rights, which I thought was interesting. You brought up the Second Amendment. I gave a scenario where the person is on the public sidewalk filming. Now, if you don't know the First Amendment, that's the First Amendment. You're suggesting that it is the parent's responsibility to go and harass the person exercising their rights to somehow safeguard because they look different or they're doing something different. Now, if you don't know your rights, then you're attacking them and harassing them for no reason. That is immoral. Who safeguards that person?
I mean, I guess nobody does, William, but you and I just have different ways of viewing how we deal with our community.
No, somebody does. Somebody does. The police.
No, I understand that somebody does, but what I'm saying is that we just have a fundamental difference in how we would police our community.
No, I'm making a point by saying that, Joe. The rights are enforced by the police because of the Constitution, all right? People's feelings are not enforced. If the parents feel like this person is out of the ordinary, their responsibility is to protect their kid by removing them from the dangerous situation. Okay,
sure, that's another thing that you could also do, but no one's saying that that's off the table either.
That's the only thing you should do.
No, it's not the only thing you should do.
That's what the Constitution is there for.
Okay, guys. So the Constitution is there for that. And then so parents should just ignore every weirdo person that comes through their neighborhood.
No, if they're in public.
as long as they're exercising their rights, guys.
Yes, if they're exercising their rights.
Fine, you can do that. You do that. But that little girl that just got snatched up by the FedEx worker. Imagine if people had my philosophy over your guys' philosophy.
Oh, so
probably
someone
wouldn't
that
have gotten
wasn't
snatched right out of my front yard, by the way.
What about the teacher who gets falsely accused and gets beaten up?
A teacher that got falsely accused?
No, incidences where people are falsely accused, right, because of assumptions, and then they get beat up there, because people follow their assumptions or other people's assumptions.
I mean, that may happen, but it's usually when it comes to stuff with like child predation. No, let me finish what I'm saying before you jump all over it. Like it may happen, I'll grant that. But the issue with child predation is that they're usually like in society we know that there are ways that you don't deal with children, and there are etiquettes that you have when you're around kids. And the adults that tend to ignore those things will typically be looked at as potentially a problem, and people will probably avoid that person. A lot of the instances turn out that those people end up being some sort of something. They have materials, or they touched a kid, or they have some case pending against them and stuff. And if you're, in my experience, like in my professional experience and my personal experience as well, generally speaking, most people, all the men in here, I could imagine, most men go through their whole lives without ever being accused of touching a kid, right? So if there's an accusation swimming around you like that, there's probably some truth to it, especially if there's like a case, like there was like some case that was dropped or something like that, because there are, how many men are in here?
The guy taking pictures is most likely a pervert.
There are 5 men in this room.
That's what you're saying. You said
there are 5 men in this room.
No, you've
hold on, I was almost done.
You basically said anyone taking pictures of kids is 90% chance they're a pervert.
If you are a person that's in a public area, right? Like if you're, so let's say I'm at a park, right? And there are a bunch of kids playing at the park, and there's some guy, and he's not just taking pictures of like the birds and the trees, like he's pointed directly at the park, directly where the kids are playing. People are going to look over at him and be like, what's he doing, right? Whether or not they go up to him is however they choose to handle that. But the point that I'm making is that people will be on their guard when things like that happen, right? They will, and it's natural to be like, especially if the person's a stranger, like they're not a neighbor.
We were complaining about the confrontation and demanding that they show the pictures and all that shit.
Yeah, because people do that stuff though. That's why people have done it. People go up to people. If someone feels like, if a woman feels like she's been
They should be. They should.
If a woman feels like inappropriate photos were taken of her, but she didn't see it personally, but there's just like this person that's been kind of, lingering around everywhere she is, and she just kind of notices odd behavior.
And how does it turn out, Joe?
Joe,
Oftentimes the person was taking creepy photos of her.
Joe, I need a little qualification. You keep bringing up this this term, inappropriate pictures. If this woman has inappropriate pictures taken of her, how do you even decide? How do you even get to the point that inappropriate pictures were taken unless you do confiscate that camera?
Because we look at the behavior that preceded it, right? So if a person's just walking around earnestly taking photos, right, you shouldn't look over your shoulder every time and see that person. But if everywhere you are going, right, you tend to see this person when you're looking over your shoulder, that person might be inclined to think, hey, I think this person might be following me, and they have a camera, they might be taking pictures. And oftentimes, there's enough videos online about this, man. Oftentimes, the people are doing that. That's the problem with that. So we're not just looking at just someone with a camera. There's behavior that comes prior that we can look for that can tell a person, at least signal to them.
Then? Do we ban paparazzi?
Guys, this is not an all or nothing position.
I gave a scenario. I gave a scenario where a guy is standing on the sidewalk and he's filming the park.
It's not an all or nothing.
No, I'm not. It's not all or nothing. This comes down to is it public or not, and whether you can film in public.
No, you can. I'm not suggesting that the right go away.
Okay, but then whose responsibility then if the person filming is if the person filming is in the right? No, I'm just going to be a dick. If the person who's filming is in the right, then whose responsibility is it to resolve the situation on their end?
It's not about responsibility. No one.
It is. It is.
Stop. Oh my gosh, you want to make it about
friends with your anus and be on the lookout for your anus.
Always.
You did originally, but
okay. So I understand. I understand the part about being vigilant. I get that. We should be vigilant in a lot of public spaces. But now I don't know, it's like you're teetering on the fence with the Kavanaugh experience and being vigilant. I mean, so if I see some weird, most likely, I hate to say it, some white guy that's just with no kids, and he looks like a fucking retard, and he's at a park and he's been filming and taking pictures and he's very obvious about it, then yeah, I can see maybe going up to him or maybe reporting him to the police and saying, hey, this looks kind of suspicious. But then we have these cases where Black people are walking home in really nice neighborhoods and white people come up to them and say, hey, you don't belong here. And they live there. So I don't know.
Well,
it's a very fine line.
You just went on both sides of the coin there. Part of our argument, well, my argument with Joe was you shouldn't be going up to the person. Yes, call the police. Your second option. Let them get him. Ask him, will you show us your photos? If he's not sus, he'll say to the cops, fuck yeah, I'll show you. Like, I'm just here taking photos of scenery and shit. Or whatever. If he says no, then the police can detain him. They can take him away and do due process.
But wouldn't that go against his rights?
Well, they wouldn't do that, Sammy. Joe's right. They wouldn't be able to check his camera. They wouldn't unless they actually
they had probable cause and
right, which they don't have.
They don't investigation.
He'd have to talk to him to give him probable cause. The point is even the police can't violate his rights to stand there and film, and they can't look. Yeah. And he might
but
be.
But they can't take his name and see if he's on a sex offender list.
If he gives his name, he doesn't have to do that unless he's actually suspected of committing a crime.
Of a crime.
So he doesn't have to do any of that. The point is the parents are responsible. If your kid's in that situation and that park's gone to shit, you better get a swing set or do something else. Take them to the skating rink, but or make them wear clothes so that they're not tempting perverts. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's
Hey,
why I said we do have to have a measure of being vigilant. We have to do that in all spaces. We have to be vigilant. So that falls on what you're saying, Will, as being responsible parents or adults or teaching our children to be responsible. And I every morning I tell my kids to be vigilant. Just be aware of your surroundings.
Because speaking to like a larger point about what Will's saying, like because I like everything. The thing is that I think we all agree. It's just I'm a little bit more hard lined about it because I have two daughters, so I'm already gonna be like super vigilant about this type of stuff, especially because I've dealt with it personally already with my oldest. So with me, it's like there's an in between that I believe exists, right? I'm totally on board with calling the law, but knowing like what William was mentioning and what I was mentioning, we already know the law can't do anything, right? The most that they can do is maybe he'll go up on their radar or something like that. But even then, he has to give his name, and he may not have to do that. So the in between that I think exists is there is a bit of a when you live in a community, you're kind of committing to the stewardship of that community a little bit. At least that's how I grew up in the 90s, right? I know it's times have changed and stuff like that, but you're kind of like in a silent agreement to be a steward of the community, right? Meaning that you make sure it stays clean, you make sure the
my
kids,
question remains. I get it. I
hold on,
do
hold on,
get it.
hold
I
on,
hate
hold
to
on, just
interrupt.
hold on, right?
Okay.
Hold on,
God
right?
Almighty, yes.
Inclu-
Just so you
included.
know, I already get your point. So everything you're saying from this point on is.
I mean, I'm
just
making a different point. I'm setting up the point, right?
okay.
So this is not the point that I'm making, right? I'm setting it up, right?
Yeah.
So being silent agreeers to being stewards of the community, although I agree, William, that it is on the parents' responsibility to quote remove the child from potential danger. However, people that live in these communities don't want their parks and playgrounds to turn into ghost towns because there's not enough probable cause to arrest a guy and everyone's too timid to go and approach people because of their First Amendment rights, right? So there needs to be an in between that exists where things like neighborhood watch are a thing for a reason.
It's called building a privacy fence around the park. It's an easy
Sure,
fix.
yes, you can do those things as well. Like there's a lot of and I agree with that stuff, right? But even with that, still comes some sort of idea that hey, this is not bulletproof. We still have to be on the lookout for things like
Yeah.
bad actors or potential bad people.
Shit, even the other kids on the playground could beat the fuck out of your kid. You got to be watching them all the time.
Man,
I'm saying, if you're worried about pervs, put up a privacy fence and create privacy. Make your kid wear a mask. If that was fine for COVID.
But it's not like paranoia, right? Because if you go to playgrounds and you talk to parents, we're not paranoid, right?
It's
that
hypervigilance.
we're on the lookout, man. Yeah, like if we know you're not from here and you just pull up
the thing
park,
is,
you got no kids.
Hold on, wait. Let me.
Hang on, Will. Okay, now you've made your point. I already knew your fucking point. I did know your point. You didn't say anything I didn't already know.
Just
so
get
you
on
did
with what you're
waste your
saying,
time.
man. Just go on.
No, see, now you don't want me to waste your time. Go fuck yourself, Joe.
Because you're having a meta conversation.
No, yeah, I will waste your time because you just wasted mine.
Nobody wasted your time.
You did. Thanks for that.
Sammy, make your point.
Do we have to put a clock up? Do I need to do this?
No one wants a conversation about the conversation.
I want to make sure everybody gets a word and have an opinion.
Well, I just wanted to say,
I've barely said 10 words all night, but
Go ahead.
all good.
No,
I'm done.
Go, Sammy.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I got kids too. I understand that the vigilance, but it's something that when you realize what you're up against out there, it's going to fall to you anyway. Because like you said, the cops are never there when you need them. And a lot of times they can't do anything. And you find ways to protect your kids. You might be the overprotective parent in the group of kids. Everybody's like, Joe's worried about that guy over there. But it doesn't matter because it's not their kid. You're worried about your kid. That's the only thing that I had a problem with was going out and approaching the person yourself, and doing that because they might just be a First Amendment auditor, like Sammy said earlier.
Sure.
Who's just making sure that the cops understand and the people understand what their rights are and their responsibilities. That's all.
And I get that, but it's just that's not the common view. when someone's doing that, right? That's my whole point. It just
Yes,
isn't. Like, no one's seeing a person film outside
I'll
of work and go,
respond
ah, he
now.
must be an auditor.
So,
Like, no.
back to the whole thing, like an hour ago. Our original thing was, what the fuck would you like anyone to do about it, Joe? And your only response was, go up and ask them to look at their photos. And we all laughed.
That's not
and
my
said,
response.
That's silly.
That's not what I
It
said.
was. Hang on, let me
What was it?
finish.
You can
Hey, let me
rewind.
finish. Let me finish, and then tell me I'm lying.
You're just
That
wrong.
was
You're
your
not lying.
fucking
You're wrong.
response. Just let me finish, and then tell me. That was your fucking response. Then we all laughed at it and said, that's silly. It doesn't work. What do you actually want us to do about it? And here we are an hour later, and you're back at, oh, there's nothing you can do about it. Maybe there's some in between. What you want to say is you want the laws to change. You want laws.
No,
to
that's not
stop
my
us
position.
having
You're
it.
not going to put
Then
that on
what
me.
are you
No,
saying,
that's
Joe?
not my
I
position.
want
So just ask
you
me
to
the question.
fucking say it.
Actually ask the question without being
If
super
you don't
combative
know
about
what
it.
I'm saying to
You can
you,
ask a
I
question
can't
without
help
being
you.
combative about it, right?
If
And
you
we can have a
don't know what I'm
discussion.
saying,
We can
Joe,
have a
I
discussion without
can't
you
help
putting
you.
words in my mouth, right? So how
So
about you
you
take a
don't
chill
know what
pill,
I'm
take a step
saying,
back, maybe take a breath,
Joe.
and just calm down a
You're
little.
just gonna keep insulting me, or you're gonna just
No, because you're
listen?
being super combative
Joe,
for no reason.
just go on,
Okay,
Joe.
righto.
Just
Right?
I'll
go
just
to your
pause
point,
then.
Joe. But I
So,
you know,
so
Righto,
yeah,
Joe.
so
Righto,
I
Joe.
heard, I did
Okay,
hear,
Joe.
I did hear that you were suggesting to go up to somebody and look at pictures of the
no,
camera.
it wasn't.
Yeah,
What I did
well,
was
see,
I
I
gave
don't
the
know.
beach example. I gave the beach example, and because everyone was clamoring to talk over me, that's what everybody heard. But I was saying what I said was, well, here's what some people had did in a video that I seen. Everyone's like, I don't want to see the video. And I was like, okay, so
Okay.
let me just explain what the people did anyways. And I explained what they did, and what they did was they went up to the guy. That wasn't me saying that's what
Okay.
people should do,
Let's
right? I
accept
gave
that.
an
Let's
example.
accept it. Let's accept it. You bet.
Okay.
Let's let you backtrack. Okay. Now, what do you want us to do, Joe?
Okay, so again, it's
What
not
is
about what I
society supposed to do about these
like,
creeps? Tell
do
us.
I have room to answer, or is this a rhetorical question? So it's not about
What
what
should we do about the creepy
Are you
looking
fine,
guy
baby,
pointing his
dude?
camera in the direction where children are probably about 100 feet away, 200 feet away?
Because this feels like
And
deja. This
zooming
feels like
from
deja vu.
anywhere. Should we just question every creepy looking person with a
No.
camera in their hand?
You guys, it's what we already do. Like what we do is all I was saying was stuff that we already do, right? And people were taking an issue with that, and people
So
are, and you're asking me, and you're asking
it
me.
doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't
Hold
mean that
on,
the way that we're
guys.
doing it is
I've
correct.
tried
Joe.
so hard to answer these questions, but it seems like I
I mean,
understand.
he's
I understand
kind of
that you guys. I get that you feel strongly about this, right? Which is fine. But this is what debate is. It's challenging ideas, and it might make people uncomfortable. So welcome. This is not your first rodeo, guys. You guys have been here for 12 plus years, just like me. So let's not pretend like we're brand
Yeah,
new.
but you're
to this.
challenging rights.
I'm not. No. I'm not challenging the right, because if I was challenging the right, I would say he shouldn't be allowed to do that, and
Well,
I'm not
he's
saying that.
Canadian.
But
That's the
he's
problem.
agreeing with
Canadian.
Brett.
He's used to not having his rights. See?
Shut up, bro.
Brett Kavanaugh made this same point, which was to stop people with reasonable suspicion. That's why ICE can stop people based on language and job. Like he's like right up there with those people. I don't know what side you call them, the left or right. I just don't care. But that's what they're doing with ICE anyway. It's called the Kavanaugh experience or something like that.
It sounds like a band name.
Yeah, I have to look at it. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah,
experience.
But William, I'm not challenging
sure
the
it was an
rights. I think
experiment,
that's
not
why
an
that's why everyone was coming at me so strongly, because I think you guys thought I was challenging the rights. It's not about the rights. I'm not challenging anybody's rights to anything.
Well,
all
hold
I'm
on.
saying, all I'm
Do
saying
you
is
know
that
what First Amendment auditing is?
I am, of course. I
you're in
watch those
Canada.
videos. I
Okay.
love those videos. They're some of my
All
favorite
right.
things to watch. But there are auditors though that have been approached by people and have had the conversation with the person and said, yeah, you know, I do understand actually, like there are kids all over. We'll try to move over here, because people understand the sensitivity to children. Like they're not people. A reasonable person, like Nisha was saying, if someone approached her and she knew she wasn't there, taking weird photos of people, yeah, here, look at my phone, no problem. That's the reaction.
An assumption there.
No, it's not an assumption. There's
no. You just pointed out there's some auditors that do that, but a lot of auditors don't, because the point is to educate the population.
No, I understand
around
that, but what
you.
I'm saying, no, just don't miss the forest for the trees on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that those people are reasonable people. They're not unreasonable, right? So they would understand a person's protest if there are kids around and they're filming. They're not going to stand there and act like dicks and be like, oh, I can do what the fuck I want and blah, 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 right?
Being unreasonable is not suspicious.
No, William, stop. Why do you keep going back to that? I'm trying to give you a psychological understanding.
Addressing certain things.
What am I not addressing that needs to be addressed?
He just stated one.
Which is what, Will? State it again.
If someone is not reasonable by your definition, they don't want to cooperate because, say, they are there to educate those same people that this is the right.
I don't want to go.
You can't just.
I don't want to go off the auditors too much because I don't have a beef with them, right?
Well, no, but it's
the whole point.
They're doing exactly. They're protecting the very rights that we're talking about. You feel like you have a social responsibility to be suspicious about.
Man. No, dog. That's why I'm trying to. Okay, is do people approach suspicious people sometimes? Does that happen in the world?
Yeah, they're called police officers.
No, but regular people. Do regular people do that?
Yeah, they're called Karens.
No, they're not called. Okay. Okay.
Regular people should do it on their own property.
Hold on. So just so we're clear,
paranoid drunks.
So just
I
so we're clear,
avoid creepy and weird people at all costs.
Oh my
gosh. You're saying that there are people. When you say "do we," there are people.
So none of you in your life have ever like approached a person that was out of place, and you're like, "Hey, man, what are you doing?"
No.
Doesn't make it right.
It's not about right and wrong here. I'm asking.
It's
done. No, it's not. This is not a right or wrong issue.
There's not a right way. There is a right way to handle that. If the person is,
what can we do?
I know that I can't offer help. I can't offer.
You can do it any number of things.
Hold on. Just hold on.
I'm more interested in the philosophical discussion of not so much
the right thing to do is you let professionals handle those situations. That's why we have numbers and services for people who can assess the situation better than your average citizen.
I know
it's
but
not your place to get involved.
I'm not asking what people should and shouldn't do. I'm asking what is the case.
Right, and what is the case may not be people doing the right thing.
I think what is
we won't know that until the outcome.
Right? Not to get involved. Most people will choose not to do anything.
If it comes to their own stuff.
Oh, their own stuff. No, yeah.
You didn't say that until just then.
Well, no, because we're assuming that what we're talking about. We're talking about our kids. We're talking about our community,
just said about suspicious
right?
behavior, about someone approaching someone who's suspicious. You didn't say anything about.
You keep shuffling the deck around.
The context is in the conversation. Like, this is happening in my community. This is happening with my children in my community.
The original question, Joe, was what should or can we do? And the one thing you offered, you've now backtracked and said, I didn't say to do that.
You can rewind
so
and listen.
Again, I will say the question, what the fuck should
Just do what that, Sammy. Approach them. What's wrong with that answer? I want to hear you give an argument for what's wrong with that answer.
We just did for
no. I want to hear you give an argument. You give an argument.
I did. I told you why you shouldn't approach someone.
What's the argument? I want to hear it.
So we're literally going back to square one for you, Joe. Is that it?
There's no we. You can't give a collective. You can't give a collective argument.
You're taking the conversation back,
Sammy. You can't make a collective argument.
Sammy, just
your
just
argument
be the
is
guy.
different from Will. Will has a totally different argument from you.
Sammy, just be the guy that's out there filming, and somebody walks up and approaches you.
Right.
How would you react if you're the guy filming, and someone like Joe, who's concerned, walks up, is like, "Hey, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?"
Okay. What is wrong with that?
I would pretend you didn't exist.
What's the argument for why it's wrong for someone to do that? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, it's harassing if they persist.
William, that's an argument from emotion. I want to know the argument.
No, you are harassing me. That's not emotion.
That's an argument from emotion. What's the argument? What's the argument as to why it's wrong? Because you said it's not right to
No,
do
no,
that.
no,
So
no,
what is the
no.
argument for that?
I didn't say it wasn't. I said, what
Then what's
should
wrong
we
with
do?
approaching them?
And you said that. Go up and say something. And I say, but what I would do in that situation is ignore you. Like you don't even
Sure.
exist. I won't even respond to you. So that has no use, no purpose. So and you backed
So
down
then
and
there's
said,
nothing
no, I
wrong
didn't
with somebody
ask you to
approaching
do
someone.
that, which you then turn around and said to do again, by the way. But
Sure, because I'm
now that you're
asking you what's
saying
wrong with
don't
doing
do
that.
it, so I didn't say anything's wrong. I said
So
it
then
has
there's
no
no
use.
problem. Then
It
there's
does
no
nothing.
problem with my
Yeah,
answer.
okay, let me rephrase. Here's what's wrong with it.
Okay,
It's
here we go.
dumb. It's dumb
That's
and
your
does
argument?
nothing.
That's the
Yes.
argument.
It's
That
an
it's dumb.
ineffective. It's
It does
ineffective.
nothing because
That's
I
the
ignore
argument.
your
It's dumb.
existence. And you think laughing is a response.
I want to know the
what
argument,
happens.
and
You
your
are
Okay,
argument is that it's
showing
dumb.
okay.
your
Here's
intellect.
here's the thing.
But
The
your whole
things
argument is
the
that it's
things
dumb.
that you're going to be
Okay.
asking for. Hold on. Here's the thing. The answer is this: the
Well
things that
done.
you're going to be asking for, you don't have the warrant to receive. You don't have the ability to enforce anything that you're saying. So, if you get angry and you create this situation by confronting the person, chances are somebody's going to get hurt, and the cops are going to end up out there anyway. So why not just call the police and then stand by? And then if you want to go insert yourself into that situation, at least someone can protect you from what the innocent person you're harassing is going to do to you.
I mean, that's not really an argument as to why it's wrong. You're just giving me
No one
consequences.
ever said it's wrong.
You're
You're
creating
bringing
the
that in.
confrontation. Is what I'm saying
Go
is you're
back through
creating
the
the
whole
confrontation.
conversation, Joe. No one ever said it's wrong.
You-
No,
You
no,
You're
said
you're
it's
creating the
asking me.
con-
You're
useless.
asking me.
It's useless.
Sammy.
It's
No,
useless.
Will said it's not right.
Useless.
Will said it wasn't right several times. He said that several times. He said that's not
Yep.
right to do. Right. So
and I
that's
told
what
you
I'm
why.
asking for. I'm asking for the argument as to why it's wrong. And William gave me one. It doesn't really address it, but you gave me it's dumb. So
And
at least I got
ineffective.
something out of
I'm
William.
not
I got
addressing
nothing
why
out of
it's
you.
wrong. I'm not addressing why it's wrong because it's not wrong. I never said that.
So
Well,
then why
you turn-
criticize my
you
then why
turn-
criticize my reply at all then?
Because you
Because
turned the
it's
person who's
useless.
filming.
Okay, so
you-
it's useless.
You turn
You
the
said
person that's
blah, blah,
filming
blah,
into
blah,
the victim.
blah.
Useless. If it's useless, there's nothing.
You
There's
said
no
Joe-
nothing wrong
noise.
with that.
Hold on, guys.
Why
Look,
is there
Joe.
noise happening,
Joe, by confronting him yourself, you turn the person filming into the victim because now he has grounds to call the police to get this sorted out. Now, whatever he was doing is going to be very secondary to why he called about you. And so you're going to end up arguing and explaining yourself to the police, and he's going to be standing by watching you. Now, if you think that's a good way to solve the situation and not empower him to do this every time he wants, tell me how.
No, I understand the consequences of doing that, but I'm not understanding what's wrong with doing it. Like if you're saying something is wrong because the outcome will be bad, then you're just reducing your morality to consequentialism. And I'm not a consequentialist.
Right.
I'm not a
It's
consequentialist.
preference.
So
right. And I'm not a moralist. I don't think they exist. I think that's
so you're like me.
preferential.
You're a moral anti-realist. Then we're on the same page.
So what I'm saying is it's inefficient and ineffective. You lose the sting when you make the guy that you're suspicious of the victim and yourself the suspect.
But if your outcome is something other than that, then how could it be ineffective?
It could get you beat the fuck up.
I'm saying if
You
your
might be
outcome- if your
messing
outcome
with a
isn't-
real nefarious guy who might fuck you up for real because you decided to not call the police and be effective.
I know, but this is all motivation dependent, right? So it depends on the motivation of the actor approaching the person. It's not about what could happen after the fact, right? Because
Uh-huh.
what could happen after the fact is going to happen anyways. But what we're questioning is the motivation of the person approaching, right? And whether or not what they're doing is a good or bad action. Now, I don't moralize this issue. I look at it as a steward of the community action, right? I look at communities as one group.
Busybody.
Well, you can call them a busybody, right?
Yeah.
but if it ends up being if that intervention, if that
If you're
intervention by a
infringing
person,
if you're chilling their assertion of their rights, then you're a busybody.
that's fine, right? And you can say that, and I would understand why someone would say that. But if in the instance that intervention turned out that the person that was doing the reason that person was there was for bad reasons, then you would be justified, right? So the purpose of the action in general is to just suss that out in the first place. A non-suspicious person has no problem engaging with people of a community. They're not going to be standoffish. They're not going to try to act like they're hiding something. they will just be open to conversation because they're probably a balanced individual. But somebody with something to hide
There's
is going to be. The assumptions are based on. Hold on. The assumptions are built on fucking centuries of understanding human behavior. Okay, like
No,
this
but
isn't
they're,
just
they're far from being perfected.
No. If a person gets defensive in a time of questioning, right, about something that they're probably doing that they shouldn't be doing, and they're being defensive about
Like
it.
if they plead the fifth.
I mean, pleading the fifth, dude. Come on, man. We know the plead of the fifth was not put in place for us. That was put in place for them. So I'm not
No, it was put in place
Hey
for
guys,
us. I promise.
I gotta go. Bye.
Bye, Nisha. Love you.
Love you.
Yeah, it is put in place for
I
us.
don't believe that. I don't believe that they're there for us. But that's fine. Like that's neither here nor there, right? But if someone
it's right here and right now.
No, I mean whether or not it's for them or us is neither here nor there.
It's not suspicious to use the Fifth Amendment if you know what it's for.
It is suspicious.
It's only if you're ignorant of what it's for.
No, it's looked upon as suspicious.
Not by the courts, only by the people.
No,
that
not by the courts, obviously, right? But we're not talking like I get that you're talking about the law, right? But social optics are what run.
No. My rights are acknowledged by the law, but I have the right to not talk to you, and I can show it anytime I want.
Talk to me.
Right. So the person filming
on the fact that any of this has to happen. You guys,
the person filming is being assumed to be suspicious because whatever, they look different, they're not, and if they're not open to your interrogation, they're suspicious even though they haven't done anything wrong. It would only be natural to be defensive if you're not doing anything wrong and some jackass comes over and tries to make your activity his business.
I mean, sure, like you could rationalize it that way, but I mean, we've all been in enough human interactions to know.
You don't remember breakdancing on street corners,
not doing anything wrong. Chances are
you don't remember sidewalk dancing.
Sidewalk dancing.
Yeah.
Sounds annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. But guess what? Those guys had the right to do it and got harassed regularly. Same as filming now.
Do you have the right to sidewalk dance?
Yes, you do. You just can't take up the whole walkway. It's public space.
People.
You should look at it. You should look at how that developed.
Other people's right of.
It's like there's people walking, man. You're just fucking doing a number on the sidewalk.
They look. You look it up. It was a huge rights struggle at the time.
That's crazy.
The reason it caught on, it was an act of rebellion.
I'll look into that. That sounds interesting. But I'm not. Again, I'm just gonna close with saying this. I'm not trying to take anybody's rights to do this shit. I'm just saying if a person's acting weird, it doesn't surprise me if you approach them as a measure of caution. And I don't think that that's a crazy statement to make. It's a crazy statement to make when we bring all this baggage about rights and all that stuff.
For the fifth time, I'll say we all agree.
Human interaction.
Let's all agree that you might see a dude pointing his camera at your kids, and you're gonna think it's weird. What we're saying is, what can we do about it? Is there anything you can do?
To ask, though, because that's not even the question I'm asking.
No, maybe then that's the answer you need to give.
Do we want to live in?
That's your answer,
right?
Your answer is
the better question is, what type of society do we want to live in? Right.
That's the answer to my question is I won't answer your question. I'll give you another question. Okay.
But what answer are you looking for, Sammy? Are you looking for like a
your answer?
No, but
any
what
answer
you've got?
Any answer you've got.
Are you looking for a solution-focused answer? Are you looking for
so far so much all night? I figured you had some solution that we couldn't all figure out. But so far, all you've shown is you're full of hot air, and you're just arguing for the sake of it. That's all I've seen.
No, this conversation got brought up because I was asking, are there not provisions around being able to take photos of kids near playgrounds and shit like that? And then the first thing that happened, both you and Will, quite aggressively, I might add, being like, that goes against their rights. You're trying to take away their rights. You want to take away their rights. What the fuck are you supposed to do in a situation like that? And it immediately became this weird combative conversation about me just making a simple suggestion.
Nah, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out. Go fuck yourself.
Sammy.
Look at these eyes and tell me I was aggressive.
You were
Go fuck
100%
yourself.
aggressive. You've been aggressive
No.
this entire
You
time.
don't know
for no
me.
reason.
You don't know me
I
then,
don't
bro.
understand why. You need to go back and listen to how you're
I've
talking.
been chill the whole
I was
night.
aggressive.
Because here's Sammy.
I
This is
was
how I
not.
know.
I
This is how
was
I know, right?
not.
Because
I was
here
because
your
I'm an
question to me.
American and I give a fuck about my rights.
No, of course, and I understand, Will. But here was your question to me, Sammy, after I had tried to explain what I was saying at the beginning of this whole conversation. This was you. Then what the fuck are you supposed to do about it? And you're telling me that's not aggressive? And that's how
No,
you're supposed to have a
it's not.
conversation about like you just disagree with my
That's
idea.
me saying you are so full
I'm
of
not
shit, man.
judging
I'm
you.
going
I
to
don't give a
ask for
fuck
the,
if you're being
and I'm so
aggressive. But I'm saying
frustrated right
if
now.
you're expecting to have a
If
cordial
you think
discussion.
frustration is aggression, then
But what is
I'm sorry.
frustrating?
I'm sorry, princess. I can't help you.
What
But
is frustrating about me making a suggestion that shouldn't there be more provisions around filming and photographing children near playgrounds? Why would that frustrate you?
because you're just saying, I want to take away.
That's not what I'm saying, though. You're
You
assuming I'm
are.
saying.
You
No,
are.
it's not. No,
If
it's
it's
not.
my right to stand in public and film whatever I can
Sure,
see
that's
in
fine.
public, then
That's
if
fine.
you
But my
don't want
question was
me
about
to do
children and
that, you
around
want
children.
to take away the right.
That's
And if
not
you
what I'm
want
asking
to
for.
make up nonsense around that, no. If you want to make
Nobody's
up bullshit
asking for rights
around
to be
that,
taken.
go for it. You
Nobody's
cannot
asking for rights to
explain
be
how. That's all you said, though.
And I never
That's
said
all
rights should be
you've
taken.
said.
I literally was just
No.
questioning. I was questioning the integrity of the law.
Well, and
when it
we
comes to
answered.
children.
We
That's
said,
it.
this is why. And you should have said, oh, okay, I get it. It's the
I
fucking
did say that, and then I
Constitution.
said I think that's
So there's
weird.
no
Though
conversation,
and I
really,
also
is
carried
there?
on, and I carried on by
But
saying
you
I think
kept
that's
pushing
weird.
back.
I wasn't pushing back. I was expanding the idea by saying I thinking that it's weird that you can do that around kids because there should be more protections for kids, and you're still misinterpreting that as me saying
Well,
take
then
away their
if there
rights.
should be more protection for kids,
Oh my
we
God,
need
dude.
our
I
rights
don't know if you've
taken
been
away.
drinking
That's
or
the
what, man,
option.
but you are not
I
following
don't
me
know.
at all.
No, I'm following.
Like
You're
whatsoever.
clearly not. You want your cake and eat it too. And you're too simple to
That's what you
understand.
keep saying, though. But I kept saying
Hey.
1,000 times throughout this conversation, no one's trying to take rights away from people. I understand the First
But
Amendment and all that.
just saying it doesn't change
Okay,
what
so then
you've
give me the
fucking
argument,
said.
Sammy. Because you just sound dumb,
I
bro.
already did.
Like
No,
you
shut
look
up
like
and
the not
listen.
smart person saying what you're saying right now. Because
I
nobody
don't
else
want you to
here-
have. Then shut up and listen. Mute.
Nobody else
Mute.
here is hearing what you're
Mute.
hearing.
Prove it and mute. Prove it. Mute.
Go ahead.
Go on. Mute. Shut the fuck up and mute. There you go.
Please attack the arguments, not the person.
Yes,
Exactly.
please.
And he unmuted. He can't fucking do it. I want you to have the rights to take photos from the sidewalk of anything you can see in public. But I don't want you to take photos of anything you can see on the sidewalk in public. If you cannot see the contradiction,
That's not my argument. That's not my
I am
position.
done. I will
Not my
never speak to
position.
you again.
That's not
And
my
if you
position.
say that's not
That's
your
not my
argument,
position.
I'm done. I'm done.
That's not my position. So you strawman me from the first sentence.
Right up. Yep, I'm done.
So Sammy, when you can debate in good faith, that would be
You
fantastic.
mean when I can not repeat what you said verbatim? Okay.
I said verbatim that I want to
Righto.
take people's rights away. When did I say that?
Did I just say what in what I just said?
What did I
didn't
say
even
verbatim?
use the word
Repeat
right.
back
Did
what I
I
said
say the
verbatim.
word right then?
What did I
See,
say verbatim?
someone else,
Educate
please
me.
step in and tell him what just happened.
What did
I'm
I say
losing
verbatim?
my shit.
Repeat back what I said verbatim. Repeat it to me. Go ahead.
Anyone? Any takers, please?
No,
Takers
it's
to
you.
what?
It's
Repeat
your
the
claim.
argument over and over.
It's
Well,
your
I
claim,
know.
Sammy.
It's like the 10th time. He's obviously like he just wants to argue. He doesn't even know what we're arguing at this point.
So are you asking Sammy to steelman your argument?
Sammy
I
sat here and said I'm
didn't. This is the
contradicting
thing.
myself,
I
right?
can't.
I know.
Hold on,
I mean,
Sammy,
I
hold
can't
on.
believe we're
How
still
many
here. It seems like
times
we
have
don't.
we got it?
Sammy,
It
is
seems
your
like
name
we
Joe?
don't even know what we're arguing about.
Oh, I know my position. That's the
We
thing.
all do. Joe.
Sammy just made the claim that I contradicted myself, right? So I want to know where the contradiction exists. And then he said something that I didn't say to make his point. So I'm just curious to know the verbatim part that he said.
And that's why I said, when you just, if your only answer is no, oh, I didn't say it, then I'm done. I'm not. It's not my
Okay,
stream.
so how
I'm
did I
not going
contradict
back to get
myself then? Answer that
screenshots and
question.
shit. I
How
don't
did I
need to
contradict
prove it.
myself?
I'm
Answer
done.
that question. How did I contradict myself?
I've already answered it. Scroll. Go back yourself. I'm not doing your work for you.
I'm yet to understand how I contradicted myself.
I know. You've
Because I'm not
yet
making
to
a
understand
contradictory point.
anything that's been
Because
said
you
all
seem
night.
to
I'm
think that I'm
not
making a
going
point
back.
that
If we are at a
Done.
stalemate with this conversation, then
as a stalemate.
perhaps we should start a new one.
I mean, it's good. Yeah.
Before we end it, I think that's the reason that we did enumerate our rights, so that it can be brought back to, look, this is what I'm allowed to do, and if you don't like it, this is the wrong place for you to live.
Sure. No one has a problem with that though. There's no issue with that.
You do.
The whole point of like my whole thing was I was genuinely surprised that there weren't a little bit more provisions around like parks and schools, right? Which I think is like, as a parent, I think that's fair. But out of that is not me saying, hey man, you shouldn't be able to do that. No one's saying you
I
shouldn't
got
be
an
able to
example.
do it. But what I am
saying
saying though is that don't be surprised if someone thinks that you're a weirdo if you're doing
Okay,
that.
you work in healthcare to some degree.
I work
right?
in
So you're
community
familiar
service.
with community service.
I work at a homeless
So
shelter and housing.
do you deal with people that are patients at all that have medical information? Or how about this?
Yeah,
Does
yeah.
Canada have any laws that protect medical information?
More or less, yeah.
Medical privacy laws. Okay. So whose responsibility is it to protect the data? Is it the person that comes into the what do you call it when you check in someplace? You go up to the front desk. Is it the patient or the mail guy that's coming in, the UPS guy? Is it his job to protect medical information, or is it the practitioners?
So where I work, we would say it's all of our jobs.
It's everyone's job.
Okay, so in the United States, under the HIPAA Act, it's the provider's job. The person that can see it is not in the wrong. It's the person who has the obligation to keep it secret. That's their job to provide the privacy.
This is where the caveat comes in, is that if the person, so at least up here, I can't speak down there, but even though the person doesn't have control over that database and they're not in charge, so like a nurse, for instance, if she reveals that information and is caught doing so, you can be fired for breach of confidentiality.
Okay, so this is actually tying back
it does
to
fall on everybody. Actually, it falls on every person ultimately,
Okay.
but it's whoever does the breach is who gets in trouble.
So what I'm trying to do is shift the example off of children for a moment to the idea of like a cannabis dispensary here in the States. If someone's on the public sidewalk filming the dispensary, now there might be patients going in there to fill their prescriptions, and it might reveal something about their history, but whose responsibility is it to keep that private? Is it the guy on the sidewalk taking film of the building and the people going in and out, since that's his right? Or is it the responsibility of the people, if they don't want to be recognized, to disguise themselves in some way with a mask? Or maybe the people tint the windows so no one can see who's in there, or something like that. Whose responsibility does it fall on?
See, I don't think that it's one or the other. I think there's a collective. Like if you look at, actually, I don't want to get too far into ethics, but I think there's a collective. It goes back to what I was saying before, right? Like politeness, right? It's not an enforced law or rule, but it's an understanding between people that we are.
It's not obligatory, though.
It's not obligatory. That's the point. That's the point I'm making, right? Is that it's a non-obligatory, unspoken rule that people follow, right? We just follow it, and I think that's done because of like a symbiotic social reinforcement to do that. So I think in instances like this, it's like, because you use the word responsibility, like responsibility implies duty, right? But I don't think there's a duty in any of these situations. That's why, right?
Okay.
I think that it's
all right. So hold on.
Sorry.
If the desire is privacy, especially medical privacy, and remember the scenario is a guy on the sidewalk.
Is that the desire? I guess we'll go with that. Okay. Yeah, we'll go.
That you just don't want anybody to know what you're treating. Or what you're treating it with. So if the guy on the sidewalk's on a public sidewalk and he's filming a dispensary where these patients are going in and out, how could his rights be violated, or how could he be forced to waive his rights for that location if he's on public property that he pays for?
I don't think he's waiving his rights in this scenario. I think the person going in the dispensary is more or less waiving their rights to
Yes.
privacy.
Yes.
But if that's
Yes,
what
sir.
they want, though, if they want privacy, in the children example, we're not talking about privacy.
No, I'm
here.
not even bringing the children in. Now I'm going to say when you said that it's the patient's responsibility, yes, to get into the building. Now there are things that we can do, like wear a hat, wear glasses, wear a mask or whatever. If you want to have a little sense of privacy, hold a piece of paper up in front of your face. Now, if they go in the building and the windows are clear and the person on the sidewalk is able to film into the facility, now whose responsibility is it?
I mean, again, like responsibility. I mean, so at that point, if you're in
to create privacy,
the
yeah.
facilities.
So wait, hold it. To do what privacy? Sorry.
To create privacy because of the act. If you want privacy, then
so when you
someone's
say who's responsible, are you like asking who's in the right and who's in the wrong, or what are you?
No. It's like because of the act, and the desire behind the act is to protect your privacy. The person still standing on the sidewalk hasn't changed. He's been the unchanging factor, and he's still well within his rights. But to privacy is not his desire. It's the other two parties. It's the facility and it's the patient. So if the person can stand on the sidewalk and film in the facility's windows, and that's a problem that compromises their desire to have privacy, then they can tint their windows or put up a fence. If the person, the private citizen or the patient wants to create privacy, they can disguise themselves or something. But there are ways that we function as technology like this grows, but we still can't bother the guy whose rights haven't changed.
Oh, but I don't think anyone's suggesting that someone would do that.
Well, they do. They say it's against the
We'll
HIPAA
do it.
laws, and they'll come out of the buildings, or the patients when they're pulling in will stop their cars and be like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? This is violating my privacy." And to try and explain to that person that it's their responsibility to create, they're not going to listen. So you have to almost ignore them at that point, and they have to call the cops and find out the hard way that you're doing the thing, and they have to. That's why I just say it's inefficient.
Yeah,
in
like
any
I've
of these
seen a lot of these
situations.
interactions, and okay. So like, because that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. This is not as a black and white conversation. Like I get what you're saying.
No, rights have responsibilities attached to them.
I understand that, but like there's more nuance to this whole discussion, though, right? That like I understand what you're saying from a very firm black and white. This is legal. This is illegal. This is my right. This is not my right. But I heard Stephen Fry actually said this, and I really liked what he was saying because it makes sense in more or less what I'm trying to say, right? So there's things he puts it like this: there's things that we shouldn't do, and there's things that we should do. There's things that we can't do, and there's things that we can't do, and there's things that we must do, and there's things that we mustn't do. I think this stuff that we're all discussing, like this whole conversation, it mainly falls in what you can and can't do. So can you film because it's your right? Yes. Even though it makes people uncomfortable and that that it does make them uncomfortable, yes, you can do that, right? But in the discussion he was having, he brings up this idea of must and mustn't, right? And that's why I brought up Dalton earlier, the Chud the Builder guy. Can he go around saying whatever he wants, as egregious as the things are, because he has the right to do so? Absolutely. But because of the nature of what it's doing and how people react to it, the disruption that it causes, the social disorder that it can create, it goes into this category of, but must we do it? Like, is that something you must do to make your point? And if the answer in that is no, then I think at that point as a society, we have to start to retemper what it is that we tolerate in public versus what we don't tolerate in public. And that's going to be separate from things like rights and the law. Right. And that's always
Right,
going
but
to
that's
exist.
in the word
That's
public.
that's always going to exist.
In the word
Why,
public, you are dealing with all these people because and everyone has some stake in the public. All right. So you can't really, we have rules in place, regardless of our feelings about it, that dictate how our civilization is set up and how we can operate with the maximum amount of freedoms in public. It doesn't, if you want those things maintained, they have to be enforceable. The only thing that we enforce is rights. So everything else is just noise.
I agree. That's where this is where. So that's
Not
where
even social
you're drawing the line at that hard black and white line, right?
Right, because social contracts you can't be pointed at and say this is how it must be. It says
No, but
this and thus.
arguably so. Social contracts are more enforced than rights are. Arguably, you could say that.
Maybe, but it's cultural.
No, I think that's de facto the case.
It's
how we
cultural.
got here in the first place, right? So
I'm agreeing by saying it's cultural.
No, I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that what we're discussing, I'm discussing that extra thing now, because I get what you're saying. What you're saying is the status quo, right? It's the law, these are the rights, this is it, right?
Well,
but in the same
the
way,
status
that's why
quo
I
with
brought up
rights, though,
Dalton.
yes.
I brought up Dalton for a reason. Can Dalton go around like Chud the Builder? Can he go around? Is he allowed to go around and just dropping the hard R and
What,
calling
say
black
nigger?
people chimps?
Yes.
And
Of course he
calling
is.
them absolutely he's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But is that something that's going to add to the quality of a community or add to the quality of society? The answer is no. So that's
I don't
going
know.
to be-
I don't think that's
it
evident.
doesn't. If you're being antisocial and you're being uncivilized.
Well, let me
by
make my
doing-
argument.
But hold on. But I was in the middle of what I'm saying, right? He's acting
But
uncivilized.
you took something, a premise, and just rolled with it. I'm saying
No,
I
this
disagree
is
with
my
your
point. I
premise.
can pull you up my tweets about it, right? He's acting uncivilized, demanding that when he goes around and antagonize people, that they act civilized. Otherwise, they're, quote, chimping out. Now, if anyone
Yes,
thinks
yeah.
that's a positive contribution to any community, I would love
Can
to
I make
hear
my
how
argument?
it is.
Cool.
Right?
Let me make my argument.
Okay.
My argument is that most people don't understand their rights and they have a sense of entitlement, especially if they're in a specialized victim class. So sometimes to be acclimated to what normal people have to endure, especially from them, because they're not even aware oftentimes that they're doing it. If you go and challenge them, then they have to see what their actual abilities to affect those things are. And they'll find out that without calling someone enforcement, they're left to figure it out for themselves. So I think it's a good thing to find out that people do have the right, just like they do, to say whatever they want, even if it hurts their feelings.
That wasn't my question, though. My question is,
I'm saying
that
how it's beneficial. I'm saying it's
how is that
beneficial
a
to the
positive
community
contribution to a community?
because it strengthens the community when they understand that this is the way society works.
Even
I'm
if
not
you're
special.
antagonizing half
I'm
the
not
community?
entitled. Right? Yeah, because if they're entitled, like a dog barks when it's hit. Okay.
Hold on.
And that's why they're yelling, because you're
hold on.
saying you don't have the ability to control what this person says based on your feelings. It puts them in check and they yell about it.
I fear this is going to go into super right-wing territory. So it's not about the N-word itself, right? What it's about is that if you're going around intentionally antagonizing people, forget the N-word, right? If you're going around doing a thing that intentionally antagonizes people, thus causing conflict, but you're doing it because you have the right to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. Does
like that thing we were talking about earlier where you go up to the guy that's filming, not breaking any laws, and you
Right.
antagonize him. Yeah.
Right. This falls under the must versus mustn't. Must you do that? No. You don't have to be that egregious to prove your point. Right?
Mhm.
That's the point. Is that it's
No,
the
it-
level
it-
it's
it's
the
not
le- it's
ne-
the level it's
required.
the level of aggression and the level of egregiousness that people are taking issue with, not the action
Mhm.
itself.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're going up to people and you're antagonizing people and they're showing you that, hey man, you're being antagonistic and you're
So?
kind of not that person
Right,
that's doing
caring.
that
You're not
person
caring.
that person exactly that person that's doing
There
that,
it is.
that person that's doing that has lost any argument to call themselves civilized and has
Well,
lost
no, because
any,
you're
yes, they have. They
you're
absolutely have.
confusing only if you confuse civilized with caring.
No, it's not caring, it's antagonizing
Yes,
people.
the main thing
Antagonizing
you're
people is
complaining.
uncivilized behavior, right? It
Why?
is.
No, it's
Because
not.
because you're causing social disruption.
No.
And civilized
Civilizations
people
operate
civilized
off of
people like to live-
antagonism.
civilized people like to live peacefully, not in
No.
turmoil.
No, we
That's
are
the
always
Jew.
there's
Change comes from antagonism.
we have two separate parties
Yeah, but
just to
not overt
antagonize.
racism and all of this nonsense that we're seeing. Right?
What is overt racism? You just said a thing. What is? Can you define
Walking up
overt
to a black
racism?
person unprovoked and calling them the N-word to their face.
Does that hurt them in some way?
It's not a matter of hurting. Is it racist or not to do that?
I don't know. It depends on how he feels about it, right?
It's not. No, racism depends on how the person receiving racism feels.
Yep. Depends on his motivation.
William, you're not being serious.
No, I'm being very serious.
That's
It
not,
depends
you
on the
can't-
motivation.
That doesn't logically.
I think that every black.
No, hold on.
American
I want you to rewind.
No, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I think every black American should
forget black
have
American.
people. Hold on. I'm trying to finish what I'm going to say. I think every black American should be at least mandatorily once a year be put in front of someone who's just going to say that word in front of them. Just call them that. All right, just call them that. Just so they can recognize that their feelings aren't that fucking important.
Okay, forget black people, right? So I can't be racist.
No, you brought up the first
hold on.
example.
So I can't be racist to Bro Joe unless his motivations matter.
No, your motivations.
That's what I said. So is it racist?
Is he motivated?
Hold on, stop.
No, I'm going to tell you. It's a cultural
Is it racist
thing.
to go up to a black person and call them the N-word? And you said it depends.
No, not if it's a cultural thing. Not if you're doing it to try and affect a change in the culture.
Hard R antagonistic.
Yes. Listen to what I'm saying. If I'm trying to create a cultural change in that community, maybe listen. I'm going to finish my sentence, Joe. I know you hate that. But when you say racism, it would require me to give a fuck about what their race is. Now, I might not like a certain group of blacks because of their culture, but I might have a lot of black friends that have nothing to do with that culture. Now, do you have a problem with the term black?
No, it's not that. It's
I want to make I think I can also make a case that, a white person can call a black person the N-word and not be racist. It could.
I gave a specific example, and I used Chud the Builder going up to black people, antagonistically calling them the N-word.
What's his intention?
To be racist.
What does that mean? So he doesn't like anyone of a different
to dehumanize black people, and
so it's because of their color. You're saying it's because of their color.
Isn't that what racism is?
I would call it an extreme level of trolling.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what I would call it.
Okay, we can call it.
They're the most sensitive people.
He wanted a reaction. He was looking for a reaction for the camera.
They're the most sensitive people on the planet. Fine, they're just fun to upset because they're the most sensitive people on the planet.
It's not that they're the most sensitive people on the planet.
They are. Look at you trying to defend them.
I am a black person, so we mean them.
Exactly what I mean. You're trying to defend the people that get offended. You're trying to defend the people who get offended.
I'm not defending people that get offended. I'm asking you a direct question. Right?
What is it? Ask me.
The question is, I've asked it several times. How is that behavior a positive contribution to a community? And your answer was that it raises awareness about people's rights of what they can and can't do.
It hardens the community. No. It does.
That does not.
You don't like to be strawmanned either, do you?
That's what you said.
Did you not say that you took a piece of it? You took a piece of it. The whole point is to harden the culture.
Man, there's a lot of straw being thrown around today.
No, but it won't harden the culture. Your assumption is that it will.
Because
what are you basing that on? What data can you point to that's
because when you realize that there's not a magic word that entitles you to act like a chimp, then you can't justify acting like a chimp when you hear the magic word.
I would like a precedent. Show me where in a culture that people were put down, called names, all of these things, and that hardened that community and made them stronger. Point to a community where that happened.
Irish in America. Thanks. I'm done.
Where in America?
The Irish in America. Yeah.
The Irish in America are still struggling, my friend.
No, they're not.
Excuse me. Where do they sit in terms of national averages for shit? They're low.
They have blended in. They're all Americans now. It's not like
Irish
they're just
Americans,
Irish.
No, they're not doing that great, my friend.
Really?
Oh, they're not.
So I'm not the descendant of Irish Americans?
One person.
Oh,
just like
well,
I as an individual black man, am doing really well for myself, but black people as a whole are not. Right?
I see.
So that's
Irish fucking filled America and Australia and everywhere that Britain colonized. I have Irish blood in me. They're fucking everywhere, Joe. What are you talking about?
Didn't say they weren't anywhere. I said they're not doing that well in America.
They're doing just fine in America.
Who said? Because
I mean,
they
sure.
bred in.
But they blended in, and now
they
they're
are
just
part of
Americans.
us
But
now.
Irish Americans are still Irish Americans. Italian Americans are still Italian
They don't
Americans.
call themselves that. Most of them don't even make that designation.
Really?
They're just really.
So if I
don't
go
run
to
around,
Boston,
I don't run
if I go to Boston, if I
don't run around with my pronouns being Irish descendant.
No, but I know Irish Americans, and they come from these communities, and they call themselves Irish Americans.
Oh, do they all live in special communities?
Well, if you go to Chinatown, you could say that all those people are Chinese Americans.
All Chinese Americans live in these little communities called Chinatowns?
In New York and a lot of the cities, yeah, there are communities. There's a little China, yeah,
like little Italy.
China,
they're not locked in those communities.
No, but of course, but the community is what it
is. Little Odessa, little Italy. Yeah.
I work with guys that are more country than I am, with last names like Han and Mana and all from the islands, Pacific Coast. I mean, rednecks through and through.
Yeah, outliers exist,
and because they live like the Irish do in just an American kind of culture. It's not this segregated little group where we've locked ourselves into a conclave.
No, you don't have to be segregated to hyphenate your nationality, dude.
Some communities do, though, and they think that they represent the majority when they really.
No, but that's fine. We're not talking about them, though. I'm just saying that there are Irish Americans in America. There are Italian Americans in America. There are Chinese Americans in America. They exist. They're not deleted. They're not disappeared. You might know some outliers that don't identify that way. They're
not out there crying about being persecuted either. They're not constantly whining about shit either. Well, somebody is. There's always somebody. There's a group.
The reason why you'll hear black
that is
people
always complaining.
The reason why you hear black people talk about
Irish American roots. I want reparations for my, Irish
reparations.
Yeah, the Irish slaves.
You'd have to go to Ireland for that one.
Come on, the Irish are made of harder stuff. They don't cry about shit like that.
Dude, what? There was a whole movement in Ireland for the shit like that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, when was that? I don't hear them still talking about it, but there is this group.
Because they lost. Fight,
who is it? There's that same group again. It's coming up in my mind. There's a group that's always crying about some shit that happened 400 years ago.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many years ago did black people get equal rights in America?
What the fuck does that matter?
I just want to know if you know the answer.
12.
Apparently not yet. Apparently not yet. They're still very persecuted.
Okay, I'm trying to have a good faith discussion with you. I'm not a BLM activist, right? I'm trying.
Are you sure? Because they don't even have normal voting rights if they have to show ID. So I don't know.
Black people don't agree with that. The activists agree with that.
60s. I don't know.
Black people do not agree with that. So
we don't show ID in Australia.
And there's a lot of places that don't show ID, man. Like America's not unique.
They were freed after the Civil War, but I think you're looking for civil rights where things are written into laws to
where they didn't have to fucking go to separate bathrooms in schools anymore.
So the 60s.
Right. How old are most black people's grandparents?
Like 80s.
Right, so that means that they were alive.
68.
So
they were alive during that time. My grandmother worked on a plantation.
What's your point?
My point is that people are saying, right, here's my favorite thing, right, about this whole people on the right calling black people whiners.
They are.
It's been only a little over 70 years that black people actually got on paper legal equal rights, but were still treated like shit.
And they're still whining.
That's not true.
Hold on. They absolutely were. Okay. So never mind.
No, one of the first freed blacks is the one that started slavery. Or not freed, or free blacks. His name is Anthony Johnson.
70 years of equal rights, right? And then maybe like 30 years of that, tides flipped. Tides have been flipping a little bit. White folks kind of getting pushed out a little bit of stuff like that. I have never seen.
We only let our women start voting 50 years ago. What are you whinging about?
I mean, I don't care about all that shit. The funny thing, this is what I find funny.
No, there you go.
This is what I find
true.
Now he just offended 50% of the population.
Slips out by accident.
What happened?
I just said here in Australia, we didn't even like our women couldn't even vote till 50 years ago. You're whinging that the blacks couldn't vote till like 80, 100 years ago or whatever.
No, I'm not talking about the vote. I'm talking about rights.
No, but what your response was like, I don't give a shit about that.
Oh, I didn't hear the the full thing. I wasn't quite.
It was like, wow.
I just heard Australia and I was like, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
get it.
exactly. Yeah, we get it. Racist.
But no, the point I'm trying to make is that so this has gone on, right, for how many years in American history? Black people start complaining for like 30, 40 years of that, asking for some stuff, and white folks are melting down, saying they're being replaced. 1350, all black people need to be deported. Remigration now. Like, you're calling us crybabies when the white diaspora in the United States has been doing nothing but bitching and moaning about things like DEI and affirmative action and all of these things, and literally calling black people racist because they have opinions about white people that are not favorable, but will give a GoFundMe. We'll give almost $1 million in GoFundMe money to a woman.
Hold on
who
here,
just
Joe.
called two Somali people the N-word for no reason other than the fact that they wanted extra icing for the Cinnabon.
So let's talk about that, Joe.
But we are the sensitive crybabies.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Joe. Let's talk about let's talk about whether America has taken blacks hostage since 1863 when they were emancipated. I mean, for all the ones that are crying, I don't give a shit what you're interested in. I'm saying what I'm talking about right now is that you can listen or not listen.
What do you mean held hostage? What does
What
that
I'm
mean?
saying is that all the complaining blacks are welcome to take their asses to wherever they want to go, but they'll never get reparations because they owe white people for reparations for slavery.
In what sense do black people owe white people for reparations?
Because
Because
whole
when we got
shitload
freed, we lost a whole lot of fucking money.
I can't even believe that you don't know the answer to that. Who the fuck said? Do you
I
think
know-
that?
I know talking
Do you think
points.
that? Do you think
I
that
know
black
certain
people?
talking
Do you
points,
think
but I'm
that?
curious to know
Joe,
your
I'm
answer.
going to ask my question. Do you think that black people set themselves free?
William, I'm talking to you.
Do
so
you
I'm not
think
gonna
that
assume-
black
Hold
people set
on, just
themselves
calm
free?
down, brother.
I'm not
You have
done,
to
and you're
chill
not
out.
answering.
No, I'm going to answer, but you need to relax, man.
Did black people set themselves free?
Emotional damage. Just calm down. Right?
Did
Just chill
blacks
out.
in
I'm
America
not
set
making the point that
themselves
you're
free?
asking me. I don't know if black people were held. I don't
You-
know what you mean.
You
by
asked about
held hostage.
reparations, so if you'll shut up for a fucking second, I'll tell you what I mean.
By held hostage, black people were held hostage.
Be quiet for a second. Just give it a try.
Well, you're the one making the claim.
Give it a try. I'm gonna and let me explain. Yes, reparations. Yeah, you're still talking. The sheer ingratitude that you don't know history well enough to know how many white people died to free black people when it served them no advantage to free black people and to try and give them rights when by all rights they should have just sent them somewhere else. But you don't have any respect about the families that died, that were completely obliterated. A lot of those Irish too, by the way, that fought to free black people because black people didn't free themselves, Joseph. So
black people didn't
reparations
enslave themselves, William.
Yes,
What the
actually,
fuck is your point? That's meaningless.
Actually, they did.
That's okay. We brought ourselves over on the slave ships. That's
No,
right.
you sold each other to the Portuguese.
You sold yourselves to
Okay,
the
and
white people,
what does that have to do with it?
It just destroyed your point. It
doesn't destroy my point. I haven't made a point. I'm just hearing what you're saying.
Right, and if you knew more, and if you
unfairly, sold himself because he wasn't there at the time.
And I don't think that black people in America should get reparations. By the way, I think it's the stupidest.
Right, but before
black folks have asked for in the United States, it should have happened when the freeing of the slaves took place. That's when it should have happened. It can't happen 400 plus years later and expect some sort of hunky-dory deal. So you're arguing against a position that I don't hold.
Well, fine, then I'll just let it go.
Okay, so you did all of that for what?
Because I got to say the thing what I thought that whites deserve reparations.
And it's gone. Poof.
So you just wanted to vent, basically.
I wanted to make the point for anyone that might think reparations for blacks is a good idea that they then have to pay white people out of that money. So it'd be just handing it right back.
There ain't
Well,
no
it'd be
money.
everybody actually. It would be all the taxpayers. So it'd be black people, Asian people, white people, whatever. And that's why it's stupid, because it would be coming from the federal government, which comes from everybody.
Well, that's another good point and why it's a dumb thing. And I think that they are always crying about reparations because they know that there's nothing holding them back but their own culture.
No, I think the reparations cry is from the activist NGOs that are basically, as we've seen, being funded to start trouble, right? So and I've always suspected that, because we got over this. The 90s, like, there's a great video that's been going around on X of black people in the 90s and white people in the 90s being asked about each other. And the answers that you heard then, it's like black and white now. Now it's like 1350. I don't want to live around black people. But this clip from the 90s was showing cohesiveness, people getting along, black people having very favorable opinions of white folks. So I think there's been a very strong psyop that has mainly been perpetrated through Obama, through the reigniting of the race conversation, through the lie of Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot. And ever since then, it's just been a complete shit show of racial relations in the United States. Because prior to that, you had the left and the right uniting on issues, things like the Boston Tea Party and the Occupy Wall Street. Those were both, that was the left and the right, and they were both fighting institutional power. And I think what ended up happening was the power structure started to see that, and they needed the lemmings and the plebs to fight amongst each other again. So they gave us race nonsense, which is easy because it's emotionally charged and people get upset quite simply. And because of the sticky history and the relationship between blacks and whites in the United States can help fuel that thing like a rocket. So you and I have different views on that, but that's what I believe happened and what's going on and why we are here today. I don't think that this was natural. I think black and white people generally get along, but a lot of this feels like a psyop to me. Especially for like requests for things like reparations, which is not, if you actually sit and talk with black people, they know that that's not possible. And it doesn't even take very long to get that out of them. Like, they know that, but it's the activists. You'll hear all of the activists and the politicians will be the ones doing this because it stokes division and it keeps people angry about something that they know will never change. Do you think these politicians don't know that?
Activates votes.
Activates votes. Exactly. Right. Because these motherfuckers, the bureaucrats and the politicians and all these NGOs, they know that reparations are never coming for black people. They know that. But if you can get them to keep fucking fighting for it, you, like Brojo's saying, you get your votes, man. So black people in America need to get off the Democrat plantation, first of all, and then figure out where to go from there. But a lot of the stuff you're arguing against, Will, I mean, we're in agreement about that stuff. I was just curious to get your take on someone being like overtly racist in a community and doing it under the guise of things like rights and free speech, and then trying to convince people that you're doing a good thing. Like, I don't understand how those things operate together.
I had to deal with being called cracker a lot and not make the black kids angry and go into school because blacks were in a minority in the school. And during that time period, it was the let's be colorblind, and I guess we were taught to treat black kids as though they were like special ed or something. Like, they would freak out emotionally if you said certain things, but this sort of enticed them to want to press back on that, and cracker and white boy this and white boy that, mayonnaise, all that shit would come up, and we couldn't say anything about it, and it actually toughened us up. In a lot of ways we became too tolerant to it, but we got used to not letting the way we feel about being called some shit, since we had no recourse, bother us. And so it's a good thing for society because you do just look at those insults and shit as sound. It doesn't mean anything. There's nothing behind it. It's just woofing. So it's healthy. And if that's something that the black community that needs it, that has that certain culture that gets activated by that, then fine. Let it trigger them into realizing that you're really helpless against those sounds. You either let it bother you or you ignore it. Brojo, why are you multiplying? Oh, now he's gone again.
Testing 1 2.
I can hear you.
We hear you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You
Continue
back.
on.
Well, I hope that answers your question about how I thought it would positively change that culture, helping them control these. It's a weakness to be able to be controlled by a predictable thing like that word. I know that I've used it plenty of times. You're muted, but I've used it plenty of times for the sole purpose of upsetting someone who I knew was sensitive about it, because it's a way to get a predictable reaction and get them to do exactly what I want them to do. So it's a weakness if you let
But
those
you
words.
don't. Okay, so you don't think baked in there though? Like so, because the thing is that that word doesn't have the same effect in like Africa or something, right?
Right.
And the reason for that is the historical context does not exist there.
So, yeah.
So the reason that someone, because what I'm seeing online, right? And this is the discussion online. Oh, you're just getting mad over words, which I think is an absurd reduction because people get mad over words. This is not
Especially
anything.
Hebes, man. Hebes
Hold on,
get
hold on,
real
hold on,
mad.
hold on. This is nothing new, right? People have fought over your mom jokes. People have fought over
Doesn't make
disrespect
it
of
not
someone's mother.
stupid.
Someone has, people have gotten physical over, like the mom one is the big one for me growing up, is you don't talk about someone's mom. Otherwise, that's them fighting words, right?
Yeah,
and we
but
even have the term fighting
that's a
words.
weakness. That's a weakness, though.
Whether or not it's a weakness is outside of the fact that to
The
pretend,
benefit is
Hold
healing
on,
that
William,
weakness.
please, man. I'm literally in the middle of my thing.
But you're wrong.
The point I'm trying to make is that you can't single out black people as being sensitive over words when people can be sensitive over words. You can't single out black people as it's a unique problem. You just know the exact word that's going to trigger the person. Right.
So what white word can you not say?
So the equivalent to that.
I'll
right?
wait.
I didn't hear what you said.
Probably something with a lot of syllables.
What's the white equivalent? What's the white equivalent to the N word then? If it's the same, I'll wait.
Nobody said it was the same.
You just did.
Well, it's a weakness if you have a word that triggers
I was saying
you.
saying it's not a weakness because the difference here, right, is that we understand that people can be sensitive over words. Whether or not it's a weakness, it doesn't stray from the truth of the statement, right? So for people who I deem, this is why I want to debate this guy, right? So for people who deem it a special pleading argument for black people, as if they're uniquely sensitive to words, as if other groups are not, the only difference there is that the people using the N-word know that that's the word that's going to trigger them. Now, if people knew every word, if people knew every word, if people knew every word that would set somebody off, people would use that word to set the people off, right? That's that is the big difference between when someone's using the N-word. Okay. Like let's say William, let's say the word Ganesh, let's say the word Ganishkanosh got you heated, William, right? And then people went around you and just kept saying Ganishkanosh, and they just kept saying that to you, right? That's a word that they would find out.
I don't have that weakness.
No, I'm not saying you do. It's a hypothetical, right? It's like,
but hold on, you're missing. How about you take a breath and let Sammy say the thing, because you're just steady over explaining.
I'm not over explaining. This is not crazy. This is why I'm going to mop the floor with this guy in this debate, because this argument makes no sense. It's not logical.
Hold on.
Sammy
let Sammy ask his question, and we'll see if it's bulletproof or not.
Position is not logical, man. Black people are not uniquely.
I have no idea.
Black people are not uniquely.
I remember
sensitive
your
to words.
question. Your question was, what is the white equivalent? And you said that white people have no
Oh,
such
that's right.
weakness.
Because, yes,
There's
his
no white
claim was we're
equivalent.
all sensitive to words. Cool. So what word is white people sensitive to? I'll wait.
30% or higher.
Per capita.
Well, I'm white and I don't know what that means. So obviously, no.
I believe I've explained the difference. The difference is the racial tension between white and black people in America. That word was used against the black people.
So
I'm
what?
I'm answering Sammy's question, man.
No, the question was what word is white people sensitive
And there is
to?
no white word equivalent in America
you.
because in America
But we're
there was no
sensitive to
power
words.
structure of black people dehumanizing white people using words. That's the difference. So if you can point to that in
Okay.
America,
Yeah, but you're still talking about their feelings.
Hold on. No. So according to Sammy,
you're still talking
black
about their
people have
feelings
equal
getting hurt in
institutional
the
power
Calling me
in the
a
United
quacker.
States.
Stop calling me a quacker or a honky. Okay,
Crazy,
stop
man.
it. Stop it. Stop
So
calling me
black
a
people had equal institutional power in the United States, Sammy? That's what you're saying?
Oh, so racism depends on
No,
institutional
this
power?
is not about racism. I'm talking about the
Oh,
effect
okay.
of the word on the group of people. Right?
Oh, institutional power hurts worse when they say mean things.
Go to Rwanda, and there are
No.
words that you use in Rwanda
Big
that are gonna be a problem,
asshole.
and that's because of the genocide.
I was
that took place.
responding to that we're all sensitive to words the
You
same.
redneck.
That's what I responded to. Now
You don't think humans are
move the
sensitive to words?
goalpost wherever you want.
Fucking Yankee.
Hold on.
I'll
Humans are not
watch.
sensitive to words? Are humans sensitive to words?
Meanings. It has to matter. It has to have value or
Yes, you
effect.
guys know what I'm saying. You know what I
If
mean,
my
right?
son, if my son
Human
says
beings
something, if my son says something derogatory, I'll care. If some guy I just met on the internet says something about me, I'm not going to give a shit, right? Because it doesn't
Yes,
have any
it's
meaning
about
or
the
value.
association. William, you're showing why I'm going to beat this guy down in this debate. He's
I
going to
don't
get
think
crushed.
I don't think you're seeing the whole picture.
I am seeing the whole picture. We're talking about word
Well,
association.
I'll finish.
right?
I'll finish with my point then. So we'll see.
Go
My
down.
point is that you're not going to find that amongst mature people. It doesn't matter the culture that you're in is going to dictate when you mature and what that level of maturity looks like.
Individually, you
And
won't.
and our rights in this country are based around a certain level of tolerance. And the freedom of speech implies with it a responsibility to be able to endure criticisms or things you don't want to hear. Freedom
That's
of
fine,
speech
but we're
is
not.
not just,
The debate
I'm
that we're
not
gonna have is
done.
not about rights.
You got to go on and on. So you can just allow me this moment to say this, okay?
I know, but we're
So
not debating rights.
it's implied in freedom of speech that you will be tolerant of other people exercising that right, even if it offends you. If you can't, then you don't belong here. I'm done.
Yeah, no one's talking about rights. The debate that I'm going to have is not about rights. It's not about rights at all. These conversations are not about the law, man. Come on.
I know
dog.
it's about racism and it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. I mean, racism does matter. It's a problem.
No, it doesn't. It's opinions.
It absolutely does matter. William, if somebody came and started to dehumanize white people.
Hello. 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 How are you? Why? Oh, it's you. I didn't expect to see you right here. I knew we were. Quiet! Get out of here.
Like, we're already seeing it. White folks have
No,
a problem.
racism
with all the
without
labels
action,
that
with
being given, right? White
being
people have
racist.
all these problems with all these labels, and they're
Nah,
complaining about
being racist without doing anything hurts no one. Being racist while doing things that are crimes hurt people. That's why we call them crimes. So you can be racist and
Yes.
I don't give a fuck what you say. But if you
course.
commit a crime, then it doesn't matter if you're racist or not. You harmed me in some way. That's why racism doesn't matter.
But are racially motivated crimes, wouldn't that be an issue
It's
for you?
no different.
Hold on. Just let me say what I'm saying. Because we've got, oh my God, this is going to be so easy. So if you're in a community and you're a minority in that community, right? And there's a majority that lives around you as well. And you find out that the crime was not just a crime, but it was motivated by the fact that your skin color is white. That wouldn't raise alarm bells for you?
I grew up
Nope.
like that. I
You know
definitely
why? Can
know
I
what that's
answer
like.
this one, Will?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because when
I
a
mean,
criminal
that would
broke into
predict
my
the vote.
94-year-old granny's house, white lady, many generations white, the criminal didn't think, oh, she's black or white. They thought, She's a little old and decrepit. I'll be able to get her shit and she can't fight me back. So now, was that criminal ageist?
In my hypothetical, it was known that it was a racially motivated crime. That's what I asked it that way, right? So we know it was racially motivated. That wouldn't be a problem for you, Will?
Yeah, no. It racially motivated. Listen, you're laughing, but
I
that's
was
you haven't.
answering what
Hold
you
on.
said. You think I didn't get it, but you didn't get it. Go on, Will.
And your answer was a red herring to my question.
It's not a problem.
If a person committed a crime against an old person, are they ageist? Well, if they
okay.
said out loud at some point, "I hate old people. I'm going to go get this old bag," that would be ageist. Yes. So in my example, this person is a racist, and the reason they committed the crime was because of racial motivation.
I gave you that because in my example, they knew she was old and weaker, so they targeted her.
Yeah, but you could target someone because
But you don't give a fuck about my 94-year-old granny because she's not black. So go fuck yourself.
You could go after someone because they're weak, not because they're old, right?
done.
So
I'm
you're
done.
taking this
But I don't
personally as
care
if
if
someone's
I go,
attacking you,
if
Sammy. You're going
they
crazy.
went after someone because they're black matters, but
If
they go
somebody goes
after
after
an
someone
old
'cause of their
lady because
skin
she's
color,
weak. It doesn't matter.
Excuse me,
I'm
gentlemen.
done. I'm done with
Because of
you,
their
Joe.
skin
Listen,
color,
okay,
Sammy,
excuse
so if
me.
someone came after you because you're white, you wouldn't have a problem with that?
Joe.
Because this is what
You
all
keep
the
asking
Americans are offended about right now.
Joe. Okay, if I'm standing,
You guys are
Joe,
fucking crazy.
Joe, just listen to me for a second. I know that you're selling a narrative, but allow me to put this forward, okay?
Narrative of myself.
If I'm walking down the street, in a neighborhood, let's say it's predominantly Mexican or whatever, okay, and I'm a white guy, I'm walking down the street. A car is coming at me. I can see that it's an El Camino or whatever, but I don't know who's driving it. I see the lights. I try to get out of the way. They swerve and they hit me. Okay, that's a crime. It doesn't matter to me anymore whether they hit me because I'm a white guy and they're a Mexican or because they're drunk. The fact is, I just got fucking hit by a car. Okay, that's what's important. And if it's a crime, it'll get punished. And whether it's racially motivated or whether they were just, hey, they just felt like killing a guy.
That's fine. Okay, so
Because
let's
the
try
point
to
is,
juxtapose this away
what if
from
they just
ourselves.
hate humans, Joe?
Let's try to juxtapose.
If I
this
just
away
hate
from
humans,
ourselves as
I have no
personal examples.
respect for human life, so I run someone over. But it wasn't racially motivated.
Then you're
and
not a
that's
racist.
somehow
Then it's
to
racially
you
motivated.
not worse. It's no, like, I'm saying it's not worse.
It's not worse for the individual, but it's worse for the group.
No, it's not worse in general.
It is. So you're telling me, hold on.
If I
Wait a minute.
hate
No.
all humans,
So you're
if
telling
I
me,
hate all humans,
oh my
or I
goodness
don't
gracious.
respect
This is
humans
actually
enough
crazy.
that I'll rob an old lady or I'll run down an old lady or a white man, or if I hate black people and I run a black man down, you want me to think running a black man down is somehow worse.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. And no, like, this is what I'm saying in simplest terms possible. If there is a group of people that are a minority, pick whatever minority group you want. The color doesn't matter, right? They could be purple, right? There are purple people that live
Okay,
around.
I'm gonna go with white
Oy
middle-aged males.
Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey,
That's
oy
that's
vey.
the
Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. Crime is bad. Yes, everyone can agree. Crime bad.
Make it about Jews. It's more fun.
Someone do crime.
White middle-aged man is like the biggest minority, the smallest minority.
Someone
We
do
like
crime.
we
crime
don't
bad.
exist.
Someone do crime bad. We all agree, right? But again, this is not. We're not.
Minority. I'm sorry, minority. A dwarf albino with crushed testicles.
That's a minority. That's a minority and a half. So you have a minority group surrounded by a
I was going to say I didn't know midnight had a crushed testicle.
if a person of the minority group finds out that there is a person or people from the majority group targeting their group because of their color, that's going to be a larger problem for the group than the individual crime that a person perpetrates on another individual. That's why I understand what you're saying, Will. You don't care individually, but your community might have a different attitude towards that, right? And that's what we're discussing. That's what this discussion I'm going to have is going to be about. It's not about individuals. I understand that individuals have different levels of temperament. The N-word does not affect me. People can say it to me all day long. I do not care. But we're not talking about an individual case.
But you went to race. You went to race like skin color, but I argue it's culture because most I know, but it's wrong. Hold on. Most people aren't racist about skin color. Someone's skin color and the way that the sun reflects off their skin doesn't really cause hatred. It's the culture and the way they behave. And in America, it's the entitlement.
Now,
in America, it's the entitlement, which is why this guy is challenging Black Americans.
William, explain Jim Crow. Was Jim Crow because of the behavior?
Jim Crow. Remind me, what was that?
Segregation. Was segregation because of the behavior?
No, I think it's because they didn't want to be around the culture.
Racist, right?
They didn't want to be around They didn't want to be around the culture.
The culture was more or less the same.
No, it wasn't.
Right? There wasn't much difference. Actually, Dunbar High in the late
1800s. It was
Dunbar
very
High
different.
in the late 1800s, if you must know, right, was an all-black school out of the East Coast that was actually performing and outperforming their white counterparts within that area.
Yeah, we're not.
Nobody said that they weren't doing things.
What I'm saying is the culture itself was actually not all that different, right?
Their culture was different.
The skin color was the problem.
I think those black people would disagree with you, Joe.
And then Black Wall Street as well as
they would not consider themselves the same as the white people.
And Black Wall Street is more or less a myth.
They once upon a time did. And the rhetoric that you're hearing now is very different than even when I was growing up, right? And that's because the rhetoric has changed because it was forced to change, right? Because you're saying people are racist because of the character. That's the new argument that's only spawned up in like the last 5 years, right? That was not the argument before. The argument before,
3 minutes to the next 20 minutes after, and I think it's a good time to take a little musical interlude. If anyone has a request, let me know at a time. So we're going to take a little breather break. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, because even Frank Zanu, who is like vehemently anti this pro-black movement in America, recognizes the tension that exists between black and white people in the United States. Because here's the thing, we all know all nations went through slavery, but the difference between like what the Irish went through, the British, the Russians, all that stuff, all of the people that were slaves owners and descendants of slave owners and the slaves and descendants of slaves, they're all the same color. They're all the same looking people. The strain in America is that you have the descendants of slave owners and descendants of slaves living side by side and having to have worked out this crazy political landscape for like the last 300 years. And now it's come to a boiling point of tension. That's where the real tension lies. And that's why there's always going to kind of be this rhetoric that's surrounding this conversation.
I mean, we could always return to slavery, get it back on track.
You have the descendants of the slavers living alongside the descendants of the slaves, right? And so that's always going to be, you know what they look like, right? I think Patrice O'Neill said it. He was like, black people have a color, right? It's white people. Jews have a mustache, right? They have a person that they can point to, a guy that goes, yeah, he's the bad guy. But unfortunately for black Americans, it's just a skin color.
It's racist.
I mean, you can call it racist, but that's all they have. Just like if you looked at the ancient Romans.
You're racist.
The ancient Romans, you can call me racist. My wife is a white French Canadian. But the ancient Romans, right, is when the Gothics had come in and started.
I married an Asian and I'm still racist.
They weren't, well, that's unfortunate that you are. They weren't concerned with the individual Goths, right? It was they have this group that they can remember. It's not about the individual guy or gal, right? It's the group. It's the Gothics, right? They were the face. They were the whatever. And however you delineate that.
It's not my fault that I was born into the superior race.
I mean, hey.
I'm gonna tell you how to do it again. It's all wild.
Not everyone can be gods.
cold
My
day at
daddy's
Funny
sperm.
Cafe. Hop in and visit, spark up and blaze. Dancing DJ with sensitive ears. Brooklyn gangster with economic fears. It's Bro Joe's party and he buys the beer. Heritage in the streets with the mic in your face. Simon says he's always wrong, but certain that's the case. Manchester Hammer drunk all the time. Wild Heart couldn't get laid in jail, so he wanked himself blind. It's where we go online. Friends of yours and mine. In the cafe smoking with Bro Joe, toking and feeling fine. The lunatics they gather here, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high, y'all, getting high, getting high, getting high.
Oh, there's some missing on the screen. There you go.
Laying pipe in your sister's crack. Nerdy road and his aroma is strong. His wisdom is potent, just like his dog. I remix the truck stop, madman always eating. It's either a dead horse or a dick he's beating, like Betty Crocker baking bread. While he's at the truck stop giving head, and from the cab of the truck, all we hear is go ahead, go ahead,
Go ahead.
go ahead,
Go ahead.
It's where we go online. Friends of yours and mine. In the cafe smoking with Bro Joe, toking and feeling fine. The lunatics they gather here, getting high, getting high, getting high. Y'all getting high, getting high, getting high. Y'all getting high, getting high, getting high. Yeah, Geo Sam the tank commander will sucker punch your face if you're a bystander. Rides his bike with a scrotum out. Got the place smelling like sauerkraut. Testing Jesus in your face, asking questions, making waves. At the cafe getting blazed. His insults feel like it.
We might have to make a remix of this.
Sammy, try your root. What do you and the Hubbles do? Mischief makers through and through. You and the raccoon escape the zoo. Green suit, a Muslim mystic, twirling dervish, pessimistic, Frankie Dick Finger, commander of the feds, playing people like it's chess. Hillary's emails cannot be tamed. Fact of the matter is blue dress is stained. Joined by Cerberus at the Freemasons Lodge. These guys have questions that you can't dodge. Both these legends rode the goat and will not tell what the Masons wrote. It's where we go online. Friends of yours and mine. In the cafe smoking with Bro Joe, toking and feeling fine. The lunatics they gather here, getting high, getting high, getting high,
Getting high.
getting high, getting high, y'all getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high. In it, the sky was different.
That was,
the sky was cloud.
Will and Housey, wasn't
it? Yeah.
And PJ.
And PJ.
And PJ.
Who is that the three of you? Call of I can't even pronounce Chulu. Call of Chulu?
Call of Cthulhu.
It's a joint account.
Colo-
Halsey and I share an account.
It's Call of Cthulhu, but spelt with the K's. And
isn't that a band? I read it. Call of Cthulhu. Or a song.
No, it's a book.
A book. That's it. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that.
It's Cthulhu.
Call of
Yeah, Call of
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
You know, everyone knows the Call of Cthulhu,
I
surely.
had on Xbox.
Oh yeah. I just yeah.
It's where we keep our projects.
And I'm feeling fine.
Ooh. I like Wisest of Clowns.
Bro Joe smoking.
Yeah, definitely Toke before this one.
I'm driving down the highway. I'm on my way.
It's a movie, Vice and Night Drive.
Not the altitude. Check your aptitude. If you're elevated, don't be rude. I feel the earth move. I sense your dark mood. What did I do? Why would I do the things you think I do? This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bored and I'm sold, nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down, the wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found, the peak of my mountain is under the ground. More tired accusations, strange associations, wild interrogations. I can't believe that you believe what you're saying. I can't wait for you to figure out what I want from you. I'm far too tired to reason with you. I need some space, I need to move. This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bought and I'm sold, nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down, the wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found, the peak of my mountain is under the ground. It's the attitude, not the altitude. Check your aptitude, don't escalate, I'm in no mood. I feel the earth move, I sense your dark mood. What did I do, damn it, why would I do the things you think I do? This loss of control is taking its toll. I'm bought and I'm sold, nothing firm I can hold. I'm up and I'm down, the wisest of clowns. I'm lost when I'm found, the peak of my mountain is under the ground.
Thanks for playing that. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the recommendation. It was
Get in.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How you doing, Wildy?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. And how are you, sir?
I'd be better if your mustache was tickling my nutsack.
Oh, wait.
That's
we need to really debate this one.
Reel it back in.
I'll bring it back down to a 3.
Really now? Really? Would it be better?
I'm just happy to see him, and a tea bag is a good way to greet a wild heart. I appreciate that, Joe. I that was some good quality dank you just blew in my face. I appreciate it.
So where were we before the?
Oh, I put a link for you for a bit of an educational thing about America's first slave guy.
Wait. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a twist. I promise there's a twist.
He was the first legal slave owner, by the way.
Well, it's what he did with his family that made it permissible to own slaves for their whole lives rather than just indentured servitude.
I mean, it was what it was, dude. History's ugly.
Legal slave owner. That just sounds so weird to me.
Right, because it was like the law everywhere that you could.
Just like in the Old Testament, I guess, to be case there. That's the legal.
Spoiler alert, it was a black guy. Just to break the tension.
No, I can see from as soon as I put it on there.
You don't need to watch all of it. It's for your discretion, whatever you want to watch.
This is like the main talking point too, by like people on the right when folks bring up slavery. Like, it's not really, it's not as good as a point as you think it is.
It's called accountability is a good thing.
But you can't take accountability for a group. Like, just like I don't expect all white people to take accountability for slavery, which is why I largely disagree with a lot of the pro-black movements, because they believe in like this collective, the sins of the sun.
Is this real history or isn't it?
What's that now?
This thing about Anthony Johnson. Is it real?
Yeah, no,
history?
it is. Like, no, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, then it
but you
should
won't
have some
find many
relevance.
people disagree. Like, I'm not a super pro-black.
It's
like,
not about you. It's not just.
I know,
about
but you keep coming at me like I'm one of these BLM people, and I'm not.
No.
I have pro-black sentiments that I agree with, and that's largely due to the history of the United States and black people in the United States and in Canada. It's nothing more than anything too crazy. It's just trying to advocate for those that don't have as much, right? That come from the black community, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. All groups do that. Nobody fucking yells at them. Well, people yell at the Jews, but no one fucking yells at other people when they want to.
Do you ever advocate for the natives on the res?
I advocate for my Chinese are never crying racism. The Asians never crying racism.
Yes, they do. Remember the Koreans?
I don't. I'm not making the news.
Stop Asian hate,
man. Not coming across my thread. I don't
Stop Asian hate. That was like the biggest campaign for like 15
What was that
years.
a response to? I'm trying to remember. What was happening?
There was a lot happening. It depends on who
but
asked.
there was some specific reasons that got started, though.
Well, you're going with the right-wing Twitter post.
I haven't said a thing, but you obviously
but I know what you're
talking
saying,
about.
though, because it's the
Yeah,
same
I
fucking
know.
talking point that everybody brings up, dude.
The Asians are too smart to get offended and draw attention to themselves because they're thinking long game.
And
No, the Asians are-
they don't like our Quilo asses anyway, but they don't mix it up.
The Asians are always crying. You can't tell because their eyes.
First of all, can we stop being racist and lumping all Asians into one group? There are Japanese, Vietnamese, Filipinos.
Who did that?
You, the Asians.
What do you mean?
I'm racist too.
But they are Asians.
Can we stop being racist? He also looks very homosexual. Do you know what I mean? Let's forget about the race. He also looks very homosexual, doesn't he?
How am I racist? This is reverse racism. I think the Chinese are a better race. Reverse racism. There you go.
Also, Joe, you realize all those names, Japanese, Chinese, pick any, they are Asian. That's what Asia means.
But they don't all think the same, Sammy. They're not all one mind.
Who said that? You
When
just
William,
said,
when
can we
William
stop
goes, the
calling
Asians
Asians
don't complain. Which
Asian?
some Asian
Okay,
groups complain
Sorry,
a lot.
we can't do that. That's how words work.
Brojo asked, I think, which Asian group is crying, and you said Koreans, but I don't hear Asians or Koreans in any real numbers complaining about shit. They're more than happy to get over here, do their thing, and be left the fuck alone.
No, the difference is they
And the
don't have-
North
they don't
Koreans will
have
get
activist
killed
groups.
for complaining.
They don't have activist groups. They don't have people advocating for them. That's the problem Asians actually have, because there are I know a lot of Asian activists that try to speak up for their particular, like I know the Vietnamese have a lot of struggles with certain things within communities. Like they try to speak up. It's just that if your skin's not brown, the white libs don't give a fuck about you, right? That's how it works. And that's why I call this whole thing a psyop, because you literally have like white gay people being like, gays for Palestine. It's like, yeah, okay, pigs for the oven, I guess, like whatever the fuck. So it's just, there are really contradictory mantras that a lot of people spew out, and other groups get missed because of these virtuoso signaling motherfuckers.
But why does this bother you? This little bit of history that I'm putting out here.
Doesn't bother me. I never even expressed that it bothered me. I know about it.
Okay,
I try to
acted like
fucking
I'm
educate
coming
black
at you
people
with
about
it.
this.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
try
not
to
coming at
educate
you. You are obviously already know all this stuff, but maybe not everybody knows what we're referencing when we're talking here. So I just think it would be good, especially for the Australian, to see this too, and the Brit.
The first black legal slave owner, legal slave owner in America was a black man. I mean, that's only an important talking point if you're
he had to be a free man he had to be a free man to
if
own
you're
slaves,
black.
didn't he?
Well, yeah, no one's denying that, but no one's denying that there weren't free black people in America. I don't think you'll hear
Really? I
people.
think you will hear a lot of them say that no, it
Okay,
was
street
race-based
walking mouth
slavery.
breathers, yes, but sincere people in this space that talk about these things,
There's not that many. There's a lot more of the other thing that you described.
No, but I mean having these discussions
I
on
think
platforms.
you think everyone's like you, Joe.
No, I'm talking about no, I listen to black people in these spaces that talk about
We
these
was
things, not
kings.
me. I know that, like I'm on X, I'm on Frank Zanu's message board. I'm down with fucking Thomas
Isn't he
Sowell.
awesome? Isn't Zanu awesome?
Oh,
Because,
he's fantastic. I love him.
especially
He
since
is.
Sowell is almost a fossil, bless his heart. He's still
But
out
did you see
doing
that
it. But
discussion that he had with those dudes about the black diaspora and black unity and all that shit? He just shut that shit the fuck down because his point is simple. And this is a point that I've been making too. You go to a country that has over 50 countries in it and you expect everybody to fucking unite. Kenyans are different than Zimbabweans. And within Kenya and Zimbabwe, there's like a ton of tribes that they don't even agree with each other. So these fucking black Americans are like, oh yeah, black unity and blah, blah, blah. And then Frank is like, unify over what though? Because most countries that unify over economics and trade. So what is the black, quote, black diaspora gonna unite over? Just the idea that we share a fucking skin color? That's retarded. But that's black American racial relations for you though. It's very immature. It's not something that has had time to grow. And I think
or
it's
been
largely
challenged
because of the concept. I think it's largely due to the idea.
It hasn't been. No one's been allowed to challenge it. That's the thing. Back to your guy that enrages them with his racial provocation. I don't know the guy's name.
Oh, Chad the Builder.
That.
Yeah.
I was gonna. Bob the Builder sounded almost right, but it didn't feel right. But yeah, yes, we can. So that's what I'm saying. Like provoking to try and bring that group, the mouth breathing portion that's going to react like a savage whenever they hear a word because they feel obligated socially to have that reaction. Not that they were actually hurt or damaged or anything. They've been trained that you're supposed to do this by family, friends, and culture. So he's challenging that. I think you may assume that it's racist, and yes, underneath it's causing a racial tension, but
dude, come on.
And he might be, but the effect that you have when you do that, I mean, good and bad, is you bring it to the table and you make people learn about what the limitations are, what is okay and what's not okay under the law, and then how we feel about it's up to us to remedy.
Yeah, but there's a way to have that discussion without. That's the thing that I'm saying is that like that's why I don't want he is included in mouth breathers for me. Like he's not a person that I could sit down.
You can't debate a mouth breather.
Hold on, right? That's the point. Is that Chud the Builder could not debate his position. I know that he could not argue why he does what he does. He'll just say free speech, and that's his whole thing, right?
Sure.
But there's an underlying issues with that approach that is anti-intellectual and pro-chaos. And not very civil, right?
But they're doing their thing on their level, Joe. They're right there. He's right there upsetting the people on his level. They're having a communication in that class.
Hold on.
Let the special ed kids argue amongst themselves. They'll sort it out.
That's what I find the problem is that we're not setting a standard for where these conversations can take place and the approach that needs to be taken. Because I have this conversation with black people and I've changed their mind about many things. Just by discussing it with them, right? Getting them to think and reason out their position, making it make sense, and showing them why it's dumb to just crash out over words, period. Not even just the N word, but don't let that word be a trigger word, right? And I have these discussions, like it's not that this is foreign to black people in the communities, it's just the loud minority, right? The Pookies and the Ray Rays, they get the most attention because they're the ones that are streaming all the time. They're the ones that are online. They're the ones, you know what I mean? They're willing to film their fights. They're willing to film.
They know their demographic.
Yes, young black men, but that shouldn't surprise people considering the turmoil that has gone through the black community.
You're asking them to
and out.
You're asking for that audience to listen to you.
No, I'm not. I don't want that audience at all.
Somebody's got to talk to them. If you're not going to be the one, then let Chud talk to them.
No, because that's not what we're doing here, right? We're not doing this whole thing of...
Do you care about what happens to them?
Hold on. We're not doing this whole thing of where we're going to patronize people to educate them, right? That's not...
The hell we're not.
That's not how you educate. That's not how you educate anybody.
I disagree.
No one's going to listen to you if you patronize them. They just won't. They won't.
I don't.
One of you
lead
listened to someone when they were patronizing
lead them right off a cliff, and then they learn a hard lesson.
No. We're having a serious discussion, right? Because we're talking about like social relations and how
I have to know if I'm caring about the person that I'm trying to communicate with. Do I really care about their outcome?
I mean, I try not to bring that baggage into these discussions because we're talking about ideas. Ultimately, we're not talking about like how people feel about stuff.
You're talking about effort to make change.
No, we're ultimately talking about ideas. We're talking about how we go through society and what we permiss and why we permiss it, right?
Right. In order to make change, or just
but
to
that's
educate.
not why Chud is doing what he's doing. If you think that he's in good faith, hold on, wait.
It doesn't matter his motivation necessarily.
But his motivation is important if he's the one, because if you are taking that takeaway, right? I can assure you right now, most of his fans and all of the comments that I see and everybody that watches, that is not their takeaway. And that is not.
They're very upset with him, right?
No, his fans and the people that support him. What the fuck are you talking about? They're literally.
No, I didn't know you were just talking about fans. I thought you just.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the people in the discussion boards, right? The folks on his discussion boards.
What are they saying?
Whether it's his Twitter or his, now it's not Kick anymore because he's kicked off of there. He's on a new one now. But wherever he's streaming, right? The ones that agree with him, like, they're not taking the messaging that you're saying away from it. They are just flat out racist, saying, yeah, get rid of these monkeys. We don't want to be around black people, 1350, blah, blah, blah. And then the people that disagree with him with him for the same emotional reasons that you find a lot of the activists disagree.
Is it wrong for them to feel like they wish that all the honkies would go away?
I mean, I think that if any group of people are advocating the removal of an entire demographic from a society, like, and I mean an entire demographic, like 100% of the group, they better have a really good argument for why that is the case.
Is that what you read? That scenario you just described, removing 100% of somebody?
That's what these people are calling for. That's what they're calling for.
I mean, I hear all the time
what they're saying.
I hear all the time that white people need to hurry up and die out and be bred out and that stuff.
Black Hebrew Israelites say that. I challenge them on that too.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not assigning that to you. I'm just saying.
No, I know you're not.
I hear it, and I'm just like, who gives a shit?
No, but but not everybody's like that, bro. That's the thing. There are a lot of white people that are really upset by that, and they make whole videos about it, saying that they're being replaced and all of these things. So it's not. That's the thing. It's like the hysteria exists everywhere. It can exist in any racial group at any point in time. It just
comes down to numbers.
Are what matter. The conditions are what's going to dictate that stuff.
Well,
right.
I think it's math.
Don't make me ask if you'd want 100% of the Jews.
Go on, Will.
No, there's a couple. I think that they should stay. No, it's really it's not about their, because they're white people. It's the pro-Israel. I'm not talking about the Hebrew Israelites. I'm just saying their distinction is either a racial distinction or it's a religious distinction. These are not the same groups. If it's a racial distinction, racially, I don't think you can tell them apart from any other Caucasian.
Race should be genetic too, not fucking religious or social.
I mean, race more or less has kind of been debunked.
It's a club thing, right?
We share a skin tone that is on a gradient, right? So it's not even like
the Israel, the Jews. It's not a race or a religion. It's both. It's a club that has to do with a religion built around a race.
The tribe. That's what they call themselves, a tribe.
Then there's religion. Even Christianity is an offshoot that honors, Abraham and the Jews.
But wasn't Christianity meant to be universal? Like for everyone?
It was mind control. I mean, it was a system, but
no. I mean, at its core, like Jesus's message was like, this is for everybody. Like, it doesn't matter who you are.
No, I don't think you find that. If you find that in Paul's writings, I don't think you find it.
Yeah, that was more Paul.
Jesus actually said that, very few would understand his true message.
Aren't all welcome in the kingdom of God? I remember him saying some shit like that, right?
Well,
he was talking about the
66 canonical.
Was he only talking about the Jews?
Why are we getting off on this? We're just.
No, because the Jews are a tribe of people, right? So they're a closed group.
Their holy land is Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the main thing.
Very varied as well.
It's a land claim that's being enforced by religious ideology and a Christian group that somehow believes that these are God's chosen people and refuse to test that by letting them stand on their own.
Plus, Jews are weird because they're the only thing they're a race and a religion. You can be Jewish by, religion, or you can be Jewish by birth. You know what I mean? It's just a weird one.
But you can be Jewish and not share the religion, not be a part of the religion at all. You could just be. So it's really a weird club where there's a bunch of sycophants that are allowed to join the club, but they're not of the value of someone who by blood doesn't even have to practice the religion. They're just in the club.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But I mean,
you could,
is that a bad thing or?
I mean, it's their club. It's whatever the fuck they want to do with it. I'm saying, but not liking the club and not supporting it, I don't think there's a problem. It's not racist. I'm saying I don't like the organization. I think it's built around nonsense.
Like it because of the members, or is it the members making?
Obviously, it can't. It obviously can't be because of the members' races, is what I'm saying, because it's not a purely racial group when it comes to Jews, and it's not about, and it's not even with American blacks either, because American blacks, the majority are heavily mixed with white in their ancestry. It's about culture, because I'm from South Carolina. You grew up right next to black people that are hunting and fishing with you and just being as redneckish as you are or whatever. And no problem. It's people that come in with entitlement and thinking that this is not acceptable because blacks don't have their own culture, not recognizing that this is their culture. It's this whole other thing that creates a problem. I don't like that group, that culture. And that's in any group.
Right. So this isn't black specific, like, because it can't be, because every group
it's cultural.
But even
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
even with the Jews,
okay, what is your understanding of Black American culture?
Even with the Jews, it's about culture, because I just said it's a club that you can be in either by blood or you can practice their religion.
No, but what do you think Black American culture is?
It's American
That's
culture.
too wide
it's only American. Joe. It's only American culture.
You don't think that black people have a specific culture that is uniquely American?
No.
Also,
because
it is uniquely American.
I've spoken to blacks from Mississippi, and then I've spoken to blacks from New York, and they do not have the same culture. The blacks in Mississippi do not have the same culture
you guys believe
as a fucking gang member in New York.
Well, that's why I was saying that my answer.
Gangs are no black culture. It's
okay,
like
but it's part of a culture.
Well, gangs are a subculture, right?
It's an American culture. Gangs are an American, not just American, but we have our own. Not just American, but we have our own version of it in every pocket of American culture. Right, because it's just a criminal element, an organized criminal element.
It's an underworld subculture.
But there are differences in the gangs. There are differences in the culture. But all of Black American culture is American culture. There is no ties to any tribe or anything in Africa. So they have their own sense of things based on geography and what group of Caucasians they grew up around, or whether they isolated themselves and have, like in Charleston, South Carolina, the Gullah Geech. I mean, they're still their own community of blacks and have their own language and everything. They code switch and speak whenever they want to with normal people, but then they go right back to Geech whenever they're around each other. So
we just slipped in with normal people.
Yeah, normal people that aren't segregationists.
I mean, but you could say that about any group that has a little whatever in the United States, right? Like little,
it wasn't. I don't think it was that derogatory to say. I think saying something is unusual is not necessarily derogatory, Joe.
No, but to call it unusual is to point at some like difference.
Self-segregation is not the usual and common amongst the majority of people. That's why normal would be not self-segregating.
But is it segregation when they still interact with the community around them?
They don't. They keep it minimal as possible. No, they only do because it's totally necessary. because
Right.
they live in America.
Right.
But
So
otherwise, they wouldn't engage. So no, I don't think it's what you're thinking.
no, but because segregation is you don't engage, right? So there's no
They
engagement.
have no option.
No,
But
you do have an option. Like
the option
others
they
do it
have,
all the
they
time.
segregate. Yes.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because I hear
yeah.
people say, because no one
Let me
says
say one
that
answer
the
then.
Chinese
One
are
word.
self-segregating.
Yeah, they segregate.
No one says the Chinese are self-segregating, right? And they behave just like that. And their community is
They
very
are
tight and close.
self-segregating. Everyone says they're self. What the fuck planet do you live on?
I've never heard that in my life. I've only heard that black people are trying to self-segregate.
That's all I've ever heard about Chinese people in Western society.
You talked about a Black American culture, and I pointed at the Geech Gullah culture because they were here on the shores when slavery began. They
No,
are
when
the
I say Black
remnants.
American culture, I'm talking about the stuff that was born out of what we call foundational Black Americans. So the people that post-slavery, the stuff
It's
that they created.
geographical. There were black cowboys in the West. There were black gangsters in the East. It depends on.
Well, I'm talking about cultural stuff. So music, language, fashion, all that stuff. Like the stuff that came out of Black American culture, yes, is American, but it's unique. It's unique to the Black people of America.
They were heavily influenced by the Irish and the other groups around them.
I don't think so. Gospel music was born out of the music was born out of the slave hymn.
Of course they were.
No, this is a direct correlate. Like this is a direct line. Gospel
Where do
music,
you think
gospel music that we know and
African
understand.
people got
it comes
gospel
from
music from, Joe?
gospel
Think
music
about
comes from the
that.
slave
Just
songs.
20
music-
seconds. Think about African tribal people where they got gospel shit from.
I will explain
Think
to you.
about
So
it
the gospels
for 10
came from the slave hymns that the slaves would sing. That was coded
Yep.
language. That was all coded language.
Where
for the
did
underground.
hymns come from, Joe?
Hold on. They weren't hymns. They weren't singing hymns. They weren't like,
Okay.
right? I want you to go listen to
Slavery
Wind and
carols.
Water, right? All those songs. That was all like church music, right? So those songs like Wade in the Water. What was the other one? There's another really famous one. The name is
Swing Low, Sweet Chariot.
Agree.
Yeah, Sweet Low, Sweet Chariot. All of those songs, right? Those were all okay. Sammy. At some point, you gotta stop talking so I can say what I'm saying.
Stop talking, dude. You're the only one talking. You're the only one talking all night. Fuck's sake.
Okay, Sammy, just stay there. So a lot of what we call like gospel music, jazz music, what else? Fucking even rock and roll later on, Chuck Berry and those guys. That was all born out of what we call Black American culture, right? And those comes from what we call Black foundational Americans. Now later on, now we have stuff like hip hop, R&B, all of that stuff. That's all unique to American culture because that's where that stuff came from. But it came from Black Americans, like the descendants of slaves in America. So when we talk about Black culture, that's generally what people are pointing at. They're pointing at the cultural contribution to a lot of the.
I thought you were gonna make a point or say something we didn't already all know. Fuck's sake, Joe.
You didn't know that. You just literally. I asked, "What is Black culture?"
Oh my god!
You said that's too wide of a question. So
we
I'm answering.
Didn't know. Oh my god!
Well, what was your answer when I said, "What is Black culture?"
Something. Okay.
No, Sammy. When I asked, "What is Black culture?" you said that's too broad of a question, right? That was your answer. So I'm giving you the narrow version. Is that Black American culture?
You just said anything we don't already know?
I mean, I don't know. Did anybody here know that the slave hymns is where we get gospel
Everything
music?
you just said was
no, Sammy,
old
you
news.
can't speak for everyone.
Why are you wasting our time?
Speak for everyone,
keep doing this.
So let other people answer on their own before you speak.
You are. You're the only one talking. You've been the only one talking the
I
whole
was talking with
stream.
Will prior
and then you
to
keep telling us
arguing
to shut up, but you won't shut up. And you're not saying anything, Joe.
Sammy, why are you
for
getting
fuck's
so
sake.
angry?
Because you're just full of shit, bro. Oh my god.
What did I say that's full of shit?
You are. You are just
what did I say that's
full of shit.
You can't just
oh
repeat
my
the claim.
god.
What did I actually say that
I've sat here the whole stream listening to you ramble.
You just disagree with me and you're so mad about it.
No, you're just rambling.
About what?
You've been rambling. Who fuck knows at this point? You've been rambling
You
all
don't
night.
know. I think you've had too much to drink.
You've been, yeah, that's it. You're not rambling.
William and I were having a conversation about Black culture, and he said what he thought Black culture was, and I gave him my answer of what I think Black culture was. That's called a conversation.
I know.
Nobody was.
You keep saying things that's so far behind the conversation that you're just dragging us backwards. The conversation isn't moving forwards.
The conversation is moving forward.
And then you laugh like you know, like, oh, I know more than all of you. You're all idiots. But, dude, you're the one that no one here is agreeing with.
That's fine.
My mama always told me, dude, if everyone in the room is an asshole except you, maybe you're the asshole.
I'm
Just
not calling
saying.
anybody here an asshole, though. That's the difference.
That's
I'm not taking
what I'm
anything
saying.
here happening
Think
personally.
about what I
whatsoever.
just said, Joe.
You're
Or
taking
you
everything
can't
happening very
manage that.
personally for some reason, though. You're
Okay.
taking this all so
Righto.
personally for some reason. But I'm not taking any of this
Dude,
personally.
I'm white. How
I
can
would
take
say
any of this black talk
okay.
personally.
All right. As far as Americans
Seriously.
go, I would say that blacks have had a bigger cultural hit or impact on the entertainment industry than anywhere else, including
And
sports.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I look at those as the same sports. I mean, and entertainment, because that's what sports is. When we're watching it, it's for entertainment.
Right in America.
And there was
We
some,
point
in
to,
America.
say, Black American culture, right? We point to those things because those are the biggest contributions, and on the world stage, very influential, right? That's called soft
well,
power.
I wasn't.
Politics,
I was
soft
going
power.
to point. I was going to point to the effects of rock and roll and
Australia.
the impact that rock and roll, R&B, soul, jazz, all those mixing elements that came out of the gospel that you were talking about in the early black culture and it mingling with white culture to make an American sort of institution of music that has all these different arms to it, you know, and it's part of American history. That's why I don't want to just call it Black history. It's just more present, the impact in the entertainment industry and in music.
Yeah, I agree with not calling it Black history. I am on board with that because Black history is American history, but it's just more so when we're delineating between Black and white culture. Because like what you would call white culture at the time, musically, entertainment wise, wasn't anywhere close to what Black people were doing, and then it did blend. A lot of people
I think Black
inspired other
culture
people.
hit its pinnacle in America in the 90s, like the late 80s, 90s. It was, and blacks were doing phenomenal, and everyone wanted to be like blacks. And then the industries got really corrupt, music and entertainment, and they went, and so goes the culture. And
I
it was just it felt like such a big part of their identity that they went with the culture change rather than holding and shaping it around what they liked.
Bingo. And that's the exact point I brought up to my bro when we were talking about this, because it's when you're so tied to this is what you believe your culture is. That's why people like Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B are up there as like, oh, they're the greatest female. They're trash. They hose on screen, but people identify with them. So like, I don't know if you guys see this Klay Thompson drama that's going on and women doing this, like all these black women are doing this whole national day of cheating for Meg because Meg got cheated on or whatever. Just shit like that is the stuff that I know that's what you're talking about when you're talking
brilliant.
About and I know that's what you're talking about when people, especially when I'm talking to like those hardcore right wingers, when they say black culture, I know what they're talking about. They're talking
Thug
about
culture.
that bit, right? They're talking about that bit that Chris Rock did, right? Black people versus niggas. And we have mostly black people, but the niggas are the loudest, unfortunately, and they take center stage. And this makes people think this is black culture when it's not. Because especially if you come down to my house, well, my family, none of that shit flies at all. Like,
but part
like,
of the culture is part of the culture is no snitchery. Snitches get stitches.
That's
and
hood
so
culture.
I get it. I said part of that culture.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. So in that culture, it never gets better and it creates more crime. And even what I would say, non-thuggish blacks, whatever you want to say it, like your average, everyday, normal, like respectable, not thug black. I think they're disgusted by what they see happening, and they want to say something.
Mm.
But if they do, they know that snitches are really not. You don't listen to snitches anyway. They don't even matter. They're not even human. So that's not going to cause any change. Like, just no one's going to invest money into it.
The larger problem is those people leave the
I
hood
want to
too, right?
clarify with Joe. Now I understand. You think we're saying this is all black people?
No.
No. You are admitting alongside us while you're saying, oh, like, where did blues and this and that come from? Black culture, black. And I'm saying, yeah, where did even chain gang music, right? Did that exist in Africa? Fuck no. It all come from here in America, right? So
I mean, music
it's not,
existed in Africa, though, drums and dancing.
it's American culture. Okay.
Like the love of
Whether it's
drums, I imagine, comes
Mexican,
from African.
whether
heritage.
it's black, Mexican, white, fucking whatever, it's American because that shit did not exist
Natives
in Africa.
Natives had drums too.
Yeah.
There's no native African singing, "Oh, master, whip me bad today." Like, that's American. That's not fucking African.
Well,
it's not
let's
black.
let's fast forward to the diddly bow. But then we fast forward to the diddly bow, and it wasn't just about percussion. The diddly bow is a stringed instrument, and it was totally unique to America, and it was totally unique to black culture. And it wasn't the violin, but it didn't need to be. It was doing its own thing, and it's like a berimbau in the capoeira culture, whatever, of South America. So, I mean, it's partial credit for guitar right there,
Arguably, yeah, and that's what people will say, and it is, and yeah, I always emphasize, like, because I am of the belief that it's American history, it is, but I think the separation that people want of the cultural stuff, it's the people that you're complaining about, Will, is the ones that want the victim points and all of that shit, like the We Was Kangs people and all those folks. Like, those people, I can't stand them either. We didn't invent everything, we didn't do everything, we're not the origins of all things awesome. Right, but we do have some cool contributions that we made, and acknowledge that.
Did you see the one where the guy said that black people used to communicate telepathically?
Yes, brother. Oh my god, some of the shit that I see from some of these dudes, bro, I'm like, where do you guys get this shit from? I need to read the material.
Incredible.
You're reading.
Maybe
Dr.
we need
Sebi,
to clarify.
Magical Negroes.
They're the people we're talking about. Maybe that's
Dr.
what we
Sebi
need
did a
to
number
clarify
on black
more.
people, bro. Dr. Sebi absolutely corrupted the minds of like otherwise gullible black folks, because man, he had them convinced of some crazy ass shit.
Yeah, but it's good though, because this is another offshoot of them experimenting with creating their own origin and all that, and they're gonna run into the wall of reality where there's no facts to support the nonsense, and eventually they're gonna be so embarrassed they're gonna stop. They're gonna be like, let's just stop. We're clowns.
There will be, yeah.
Here, let's go to the other extreme for a second. Will, are there white people who like live in the hills and fuck their sister and have two heads and shit?
Who you been talking to, man? You talking about some family members of mine? No, absolutely there are.
Oh, that's racist. You think all white people have two heads?
Look, isn't there like a trashy arm of every cultural group, society?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's not just based on poverty or wealth
And
either,
it's
because
not
sometimes
it's
it's
not
so
the whole
cultural.
race.
Manchester?
Yeah.
Heard about that Manchester.
Manchester,
Oh, but hey,
man. that's a perfect
Walter,
example.
can you tell us about what are those people? I know there's a nickname. I think, are they called chav?
About
In
Jordan?
Oh yeah, chavs.
Tell us
Yeah,
about chavs, will you?
chavs. They're like rich, stupid people. They're like born to rich families, so they could have got an education, but yeah, they're just basically stupid rich people. Yeah.
Is it
Is that-
only stupid, or is it other things too, like just lack of social
Yeah.
services and
Yeah.
stuff like that?
Yeah.
So kind of like low class but wealthy. right?
Yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
act trashy, but they have money.
It's old
Yeah.
money.
Old
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
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 And no new genetic additions either.
Yeah.
No.
They don't need to do anything, so they don't do
Just
anything, basically.
What's the
Yeah.
British view of the modern Caucasian gypsies that are in their territories?
Caucasian gypsies.
You know, like I
Not
think
those.
Irish, but you know they're always
Yeah.
just say
they're
in
in
general, House,
RVs
the
and
British will
trailers and
complain
stuff,
about
and they just migrate
everything.
around.
So
Right, that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
it's
Do you have a positive or negative view?
it's very negative. Not me personally. I mean, generally. Like they take over like government lands.
Disclaimer. Not me personally. Not me, but other people.
It's
Some
not
people.
about
You gotta put that out there. It's not me. These fucking people around me, not me.
But they generally they're like what you call like rednecks or something like that. They're like
dirty gypsies.
Yeah, they take over land that isn't theirs, just kind of squat there. Do you know what I mean? They all live in caravans, and
That happens here, but it's meth based.
yeah, it's pretty much that. Yeah.
Oh,
There are
is
any
it? Oh, wow.
habits or like
That
things
isn't
like
theirs.
behaviors that are objectionable that people bring up?
What's that? Sorry, I didn't see the
Are
first
there
one.
any like habits or behaviors that people like commonly will bring up about them that like everybody knows about or whatever they're famous for?
They do steal a lot.
They steal, yeah. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, they are famous for
Gammon.
incest. Incest
Oh.
is a big thing.
I didn't know about the
Yeah.
incest.
Yeah.
They must not be really good
Wild
scammers if
heart.
they're
You
incest.
know that's a British thing.
Oh, it's
What
not.
incest
Molly.
is it?
Yeah, the royals.
Remember the
You
bloodlines.
guys didn't
Come
invent
on.
two?
You're a smart guy. You did history in school. You know all your royals were like cousins and brothers.
Yeah, but it's not a British thing. There are
Well,
It
because
is.
there's no incest in America.
No, not
Hey,
uniquely
they're not.
British.
If you recognize that was it the last queen that just died was a Saxe-Gotha-Coburg. I mean, it's a German, so it's the
Yeah.
Germans that are still inbreeding in England. They're dropping off their inbreeding royals in England and just filling it full of their little monkeys.
The ancient Egyptians, you know, kept it like that,
Interestingly,
right? They were very much a marry your brother. It's your duty. We want to keep this.
Yeah, because they thought they had special blood. They thought they had blue blood, like, you know. So all the royal family kept it in, you know, in
and
between those.
can I just fuck with Wild Heart? Can I fuck with you a little bit?
You're asking our permission?
No, I don't know.
Be
Let me
gentle.
rephrase. I'm going to fuck with Wild Heart a little bit.
That's better. I prefer that.
So the first British queen finally took it from the Scots, right?
Yeah.
She didn't have any fucking kids. She killed her dad's bloodline. She fucked the shit up. I'm not sure which queen it was. But the next one, Mary, Queen of the Scots, took back over. And that's the bloodline of Queen Elizabeth and Charles. They're Scottish. They're not even fucking English.
No, the Germans. Honestly, no. Most of the
they have German. But
yeah.
Yes. They don't care about that. What? It's the Scottish part.
So why do you think the king came to the White House?
They care about the Scottish part. So the Scots are really ruling Britain, not England.
Shit.
Anybody?
Why did it's all show?
Why did King Charles come to
Bro, Joe,
the White
did you
House?
see what fucking Trump gave him? That was the biggest insult.
What did he give him?
He's like, all my big bullshit tariffs, I'm gonna actually remove the tariff from English whiskey.
You know how I was taking a shit in your front yard every night? I think I'll
Trump,
not do
that'll
that
fix
anymore. I
heaps
think
of shit.
yeah.
I'm not having to
Shit in
go
your
at Trump.
driveway.
I think that's brilliant. That was his way of saying, I'm not giving you shit.
Yeah,
Like,
what?
okay, I'll remove the tariff off like expensive whiskey that most people can't even afford.
Yeah, what is it with Trump? I know I'm not up on American politics, but he seems to be like wanting to get in trouble with every European country. Like Germany's
No,
having a
he's
little
pissed off at them
In
because they
trouble?
don't hold up
Hold on.
their end of their
Hold on.
bargains.
Hold on. I want to examine that. In trouble.
Yeah.
As though any part of Europe could be troublesome for America.
No, no, like that. I mean, he wants to start arguments with them. Do you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I'm
Oh, the
really
White House.
interested. I'm really interested in anyone's theories of why the king came to the White House. Anyone else?
Come on,
Okay.
you know
Just
why, man,
performance.
Jojo.
Us.
He's just
I'm
become
not
ego, so he has.
suggesting anything.
Oh,
I'm
I'll go.
asking. I'm not suggesting.
Well,
I'm
that's my
asking.
suggestion. It's just formality. He's the new king. You know, he has to at least visit America. He's only going to get to visit everywhere once before he carks it. The Queen went round the whole fucking world because she was the Queen forever. This dude's got like 5 years left if he's lucky.
Well, and they're just hood ornaments because the prime ministers are the ones, and it would be different if it was Keir Starmer, but being that it's just the royals. I mean, it's
just
formality.
a show
All right,
and a
so
performance.
you two say it's just formality, it's just for show. Anyone else have a different theory?
Yeah, enough of these normie answers. Okay, so let's go. Let's go with the crazy, wacky shit. Okay, so Prince Andrew just got in a whole lot of shit for all of that Epstein stuff to the point of being arrested. Trump was friends with Epstein. Trump knows all of these people. The king has been in pure damage control mode for like the last 3 months over all of this shit, if not even longer than that at this point, right? And he needed to talk to Donald to know what the fuck he knows about anything related to this stuff, to see if there's even a glimmer of hope for Mr. Andrew, right? So sure, formalities and this and that and blah, 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 blah. But you have the psyop of the Iran war going on, the psyop of the UFO declassified project going on, all in the midst of us just getting to the meat and potatoes of who these fucking people are that actually run your country. And as soon as we're getting to the crux of that shit, all of a sudden the world blows up and all of this stuff gets down. So I believe there was another conversation that was taking place.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. And I agree that
photo op.
And I agree there was other conversations had. I'm sure of it. Questions would have been asked, so on and so forth. But as an Australian, and I think Wildheart would back me up here, as monarchs, we know from experience the royal family don't give a fuck. They already, the second Andrew was implicated, they said, fuck him, he's out.
Yeah.
When the youngest son turned his back and married Merkel or whatever fucking, I know that. No, that's the German president. Married that bitch he married. The what Queenie do? You're out. Like, the royals are very, very stringent and protecting their legacy and stuff. And they're happy to denounce one of their own.
Yeah, maybe the king came over to say to Trump, "Hey, Don, you got to start arresting some people here. Come on."
Yeah.
I mean, Prince Andrew's not
I think
even
somebody was actually arrested soon after. There was that guy. He was just like in a photo or two. It was connected with sex trafficking. Actually, he got arrested for. I forget that guy's name recently.
So,
and he knew he was in Trump
Joe, are
circles.
you saying that okay? Because Trump invited him, And so maybe was he trying to feel the waters of whether or not they're going to like snitch on Trump?
I'm
Or
skeptical that Trump invited him.
that could be it, yeah.
supposedly they did invite them partially for the 250 anniversary of America.
Yeah. I'm just exercising
He didn't
skepticism
invite himself, I don't
on
think.
that claim.
I would agree with you there, Joe, with being Trump's freaking ego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I invited the king to the White House. He didn't
Right.
say,
I don't
hey.
think he did.
But the
Because
royals,
Andrew's not even in jail, right? He's not even locked up. They just have him in one of their rich pool
He was
houses.
in custody for like 12 hours or less.
Yeah,
Right. And
but
he was
he
released
has,
immediately.
so far at least, he's lost all his fucking benefits. You know,
Like like of
he's
being
now
a-
just a rich man. He's no longer a royal.
yeah.
So
Well,
he's
I was
lost
going to
all
say
that.
the royals don't have any like political power in Britain, so I think Halsey might be right. It might be due to the Epstein thing, you know, just sweeping that under the carpet, like because
100% related to Epstein.
they can't. Yeah.
Well,
The fuck does the king need to go to
it
America?
was either side or both sides figuring out where they stand.
Yeah.
Trump wants to know,
like
what are
doing
you going to do?
more-
You've turned on Andrew. Are you going to like
Yeah, exactly.
cause shit for me as well?
Right.
Does Andrew have a new pronoun?
Just Andrew.
Andrew.
It's princess.
Just Andrew. No, there's a lot of weird shit going on, man. And there's a dude that that I've been watching for a while. His name Hughes.
Chase Hughes.
Chase Hughes, him.
Oh,
That dude is a fucking gold
NCO.
mine of information when it comes to being
Can you
able to
repeat
catch
the
shit.
name? Could you repeat the name of the person you were mentioning?
Chase Hughes.
Chase Hughes.
Okay.
Chase Hughes.
Former CIA, talks about
HUGES.
psyops, how to recognize psyops, and
Oh, he talks about a lot more than that.
Roger.
But yeah, he
I'm just
talks
saying,
about
you know.
that too. But
Is
he's like
it-
a behavioral analyst. He worked for fucking every major spy organization you could think of. Like, this guy knows his shit. And he's basically telling everyone that we're in the midst of a psyop right now. So strap the fuck in.
Roger, can I
Interesting thing
check
that he said. One of the more
HUGES.
yeah.
Yeah.
One of the more interesting things that he said on the Sean Ryan podcast is Sean asked him straight up. He goes, "What do you think has been the most successful psyop conducted on people?" And bro, without hesitation, was like the public education system. And then he just explains how and why. And then when you think of like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and their involvement with the education system and the structuring of it, it makes perfect sense. Like, it's just made to make you a little worker bee, churn out the little fucking ants that can work the widgets and run the gadgets and do all that shit.
There you go.
But yeah, he's a good one to watch for anyone who's not run into him. And he, like, people like him, they help you like understand like things like the culture wars that we're all dealing with, like even just the crap that William and I were talking about. Like, these are all ridiculous psyops, man. Like, it's just stupid stuff to just keep you occupied while
I
the
love
fucking
how people say it takes like 21 days to set a habit, as if every human being is some copy paste piece of mathematics, like a science project. I think if you do it with a 67-year-old man versus a 9-year-old kid, they're going to be very different. You get somebody who's trying to reverse a bunch of trauma, or somebody who's trying to stop eating cheesecake, but they're eating cheesecake because of some kind of trauma that they need to let go of. There's some differences, but I would say that you will get it the moment that you stop having to really force yourself and put things in the way and really piss yourself off. Because people are like, oh, I don't want to piss myself off and like disrupt my life. Well, what is the definition of discipline? I don't care what you need right now. I care what I need in 2 days. I care what I need in 3 weeks. So we've got to keep that in the forefront of the mind. And when it stops being about me forcing my conscious mind on me way off in the future, and that like my version of the me that I'm taking care of is a little closer, a little closer, a little closer, a little closer, until one day it's just like I'm just going to lay out my clothes for tomorrow because that's what I do. So it's how far ahead am I having to force someone's priorities in their life.
Who's Ming to that? Was it you, House? Was that on the vid?
And his I like his fate model.
Must have been on the vid.
His fate model is really good. It's like he says this is how you control people. It's how you can train an animal. It's how you can train children. But he's saying most importantly, it's how you train. It's how you can get an entire population of people to kind of behave in the ways that you need them to. And he breaks it down in it's called the FATE model. So FATE, it's an acronym for focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. So anything that can gain your focus, keep your attention, get you to focus on something, using the authority to do so. So, or is like the crowd going with it, is like, you know, that's the tribe aspect of it. Are people going for, like, COVID was a really good example of the fate model, actually. And then
hold that
and then
thought,
the emotional
Joey.
reaction to it, kind of thing, like how are people going to be, it's like problem reaction solution, basically.
Hold that thought for our 420 break here. Somebody, by request, we have a little request. Wait. Who is that?
I'm growling and grumbling at your 420 break. Sorry.
Well, it's my song though, House. So grumble less.
I suppose it must be mandatory. It's the whole thing about forgetting where we were at and what I wanted to say.
Well,
I'll just go ahead and forget it.
Write it down. Write it down.
I guess I'm the devil's advocate.
You are.
Cut both ways, I don't choose, win or lose, same moose, tongue split, clean divide, truth bends when it's tried, dead calm, razor thin, let it out, let it in, play fair, never that, I just tilt where you're at. I don't need to believe it, I just need it to sound right. Turn your doubt into reason, keep the edge in the light, say less, let it echo, let it hang, let it fall. I don't fight for a side, I get rid of you all. Shift the weight, early call, twisted late, black to white, back again, lose the line just to win, quick hands, slow reveal, make it bend, make it feel, no truth I defend, just the shape of the end. I don't need to believe it, I just need it to be right. Turn your doubt into reason, keep your mind in the light, say less, let it echo, let it hang, let it fall. I don't fight for a side, I'll get rid of you all. let it hang, let it fall. I don't fight for a side, I'll get rid of you all.
That was nasty.
Get in.
Thank you. Thank you.
What were you
I
saying?
like that. I like that the Spanish like flamenco guitar and that. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Tell them where you got the idea.
Not sure. I'll think about that. But
Was it from you,
a weird
Bojo?
coincidence happened. I said to Will, I've got something I want to show you. It's a weird fusion song. And he must have thought, fusion? All right, here you go. And before I got to show him that song, he dropped a link to a band I'd never heard that was essentially exactly what you just listened to. Like, look, Spanish flamenco mixed with modern electronic.
Was it Polyphoria?
Polyphia.
Polyphia, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Polyphia.
Oh, never heard of that.
And I was like, dude, I just said the word fusion. And you literally shared a band that was precisely what I was creating. Where did I come up? It sounds like you know where I came up with it from, Brojo. Did I tell
Hold
you?
on. I wanna
There
bring up.
was an inspiration for it.
I'm gonna
but I can't
bring up
remember.
this. I'm trying to find the song.
I'm gonna think back now. Actually, I think it might have been something you were playing on your channel, Brojo. I was
Yes.
like,
Was
yeah, I
it?
like the sound of this.
Was it this?
Yes, that's right. I love this. Fuck, I love this.
Kind of reminds me of Primus
Yep.
a little bit.
Because Sammy asked me for what prompt did I put in, and so I just gave him
That's
the
right.
prompt. Right, it was the slap guitar flamenco, isn't it? Experimental flamenco. Yeah.
And now I've discovered Polyphia. I'll share that with you later, Brojo. Will shared that to me. There are guitarists out there on YouTube. I'm not kidding. They're quitting playing guitar after discovering Polyphia because he's just
they just like
insanely talented. Yeah, it's like, well, I give up. If this dude's doing this, yeah.
It's some. I thought you were saying it's AI, some kind of AI thing.
No, he's real. He should be AI. He's a robot. He's a freak.
He's like
he
that
does
drummer.
like subhuman shit. Nah.
Who's
Well,
that drummer?
their
Yeah,
music's
fucking
really
wicked roll.
syncopated, and
It's go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, go house.
Well, it's impressive to hear and see it being played, but I, for some reason, also find it exhausting to listen to.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing with it, with all the syncopation house, and then you've got two lead guitarists. I know they call one lead guitarist and one guitarist, but he's not rhythm. He's another lead guitarist.
Right, they're
It's
just like
two
weaving
lead
around
guitarists, and an insane bass player, and then an insane drummer who's syncopated. Everything's like
requires
all over the place.
engagement.
There's so many levels. Yeah, it hurts your brain to listen.
Yeah, you've seen the movie Amadeus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, remember that part where the I forget who he was in the story, but he commissioned some work from him, and he's like, just too many notes, just cut a few. You know, I feel like it's too many notes in that. Not literally, but just to hear, like, you know, like I said, like you said, it's too much to like for your brain to have to connect with, and it's required to connect with it all, and there's so much of it. I mean, for me anyway. And it just like becomes like I feel this tension forming that I'm like, you know, like I gotta like stop, turn the music.
Gotcha. See, I like that tension. I actually want that in my music.
You don't mind it making you like really tense?
No, I want it.
I guess it was an unpleasant tenseness for me, so that's maybe why I reacted the way I did. It wasn't like
no, it's
energizing,
totally positive for me.
aggravated, sort of.
Did you hear? Have you heard many of their songs, or just sort of the one?
The guy. Okay, I'm thinking of the. He's. I don't. It's a guy that plays exactly like the guitar in your song. And I think I saw a video from Will first on it, and he does covers of some songs and he does some originals. But do you know who I'm talking about, Will? You must.
What was the question?
Well, if
the
it's
guy
Polyphia,
that plays the guitar like the style in Sammy's song. What's his name?
The guy's name from Paul.
Okay, so I didn't know that was his band. I just knew that from him.
Oh, I thought it was Ben. I have to look it up now. The little boy with the fucking tattoos on his neck, right?
Oh, there's that person, and then there's another.
Tim, not Tom. Tim Henson.
Tim Henson, yeah, Tim Henson, and you're thinking of the long-haired guy that's also playing with him, right? Halsey?
No. Actually, I was thinking of another guy that's not Asian and looks like I don't know, like he's from like Eastern Europe or something, and he plays with his guitar really high up on his chest, and he walks around a lot in his videos playing like just really intricately. I know you know like who I'm talking about.
Well, it is Polyphia, yeah. He does play high up.
Don't get a flag. Huh?
It's a different. It's a totally
different.
I don't think that's it.
Is it a cover?
It's a short.
Because usually covers are okay.
It's a short.
Okay.
It's a short.
Ego Death.
Oh,
Ego Death, Playing God, both of those.
I'm talking about Marcin.
Devil's Son.
Marcin. Yeah, you're talking about Marcin. Yeah. Okay.
No, Goat.
I didn't know
Goat's the one.
Yeah, let me.
Polyphia Goat. Bridger, if you check that out, like in your own or whatever. Greatest of all time. It certainly is the greatest of all time.
Who's Polyphia Goat? Who's Polyphia Goat?
Fucking mind-blowing. Mind-blowing shit.
Is it Goat? The song's Goat?
Yeah, the song's Goat and the band's Polyphia. P-O-L-Y-F... P-H-I-A.
I was just on Polyphia's channel.
I think I stumbled across
kind of Asian, but he also looks like maybe.
Oh man,
what's that Russian part that joins to Asia? Looks like that.
Are you talking about Turkey?
Maybe. Where it's like Russia, but they look Asian.
Mongolia? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I know what he's talking about. There are, like,
He looks like
Russians.
that. Yeah.
He's Mongolian.
It's like a little Asian, but a lot European.
Are you saying he looks Mong? Because I know a guy.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm saying.
I've met a Monger.
Turkish heritage are the people primarily from Siberia and the Far East.
Exactly. I even like into Scandinavian sort of a little bit.
Because you do have those Russians too that almost look Middle Eastern and they speak Arabic and they're Muslims.
Nice.
That's Habib Nurmagomedov is one of those. I stumbled across a genuinely interesting discussion on Twitter, and it's oddly enough because of Matt Walsh. It's about the death penalty.
I think it's no discussion. That's pretty straightforward. Rapists and pedophiles.
There you go. You bit, Sammy. You bit, Sammy. You bit.
That's what these people are debating, though, and it's actually there are some pretty good points being made, I must say, because they're referring to
then maybe murderers.
They're referring
finally, like
murder and pedophiles.
Well, they're talking about the Tanner Horner case, which is that FedEx guy that kidnapped that 7-year-old and killed her in his truck. That's what Matt's saying, right? Matt's challenging anybody to argue with the fact that this guy shouldn't get the death penalty just immediately, right? That's what he's basically saying. Like, why are we not just taking this guy out back and kind of shooting him? One person brings up the point.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
One person brings up the point that you can't build a system on that, claiming that because this is an obvious case, right? So then another person asks, why can you not do that? And he says, because not all cases can be the most obvious case by definition.
Yeah, but
so
then the cases you don't take out the back and shoot, but the obvious cases you do.
Right, but here's the contention. Here's the contentious point, right? So the person states that wasn't the question. The question is, why can't you have a system for obvious cases like this one? So a few questions need to be answered, like, is there video evidence, yes or no? Is there DNA evidence, yes or no? The only reason not to have this is overcomplicating it. Not everyone needs a death penalty. Some do, and it should be done quickly after the verdict and cheaply. Right. And then the person says video evidence removes all of that. Then one person replies, well, doctored video is a thing, and that will become more prevalent with AI and other tools being used on a more widespread scale. So obvious video footage cannot be used as an argument. And then it just kind of carries on from there.
Excuse me. Rope and a tree. Pretty cheap.
Yeah. But also, video experts can tell doctored footage.
Yeah, they can.
There is not much footage that they cannot.
Well, they can also be wrong as well. Even experts can be wrong about something. So, you know.
That's true. They did have an expert who just recently fucked up an entire case because he was an expert witness.
On testimonies. There could be like 10 people that say, yeah, I saw something that proves this guy did the thing. He could still well be innocent.
Yeah. I think that's the main problem with the death penalty. It's the amount of people in the past who've been like killed, and then they found out that they're actually innocent. You know, and then there's nothing
honestly,
you can do.
Though, Wildheart, it is fractional, but the argument is one innocent person should be enough.
Yeah,
for as a society to say no. we're not going
Yeah.
to do it because we would rather let 100 guilty people just sit in prison and die of old age
Yeah.
than accidentally execute one innocent person. And I kind of agree. I think that one innocent person's life is so valuable. Like, and if it was me, for example, yeah, I would want 100 dudes that were going to get executed to not be executed and have to be paid for by taxpayers for the rest of their life to live in prison.
Yeah.
At least I didn't get fucking killed unfairly.
Yeah.
think
Plus, I
it's
think
worth
it's more of a punishment to give them like life imprisonment. They know for a
Exactly.
fact they're never going to get out.
Have a
I
bit
think
of suffering. Yeah.
yeah, rather
Like,
than just
especially
kill
now
them.
with the jag injection. I was saying that earlier before you got here. It's like they just get to go to sleep peacefully. And that's what we all wish for.
Yeah.
So we're giving them the best possible death you could
Punishment.
have. Like,
I always found that strange. Like, why are you giving them that? Like, it should be the most uncomfortable,
scary at
embarrassing
least. Yeah, like
Short of like torture and that, obviously, but like
yeah, no,
you
just make sure it's not like
humanely,
easy. It shouldn't be
yeah.
easy, especially if they've
Yeah.
raped.
There's a good point that was made here that speaks to your point, Sammy. This person says, we don't have to argue Horner deserves to live. We have to argue the state shouldn't be trusted to decide who dies. And having faith in the state is not a smart decision here. And they just go on to kind of making it. But I think that's a good point, that it's not about whether or not we all know that those horrible people should die. That's what people think generally anyways. That's kind of like a consensus, but trusting the state to carry that out, and like you guys are mentioning, the mistakes that they can make and innocent people going and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's not the state, it's a jury of its peers.
I mean, the jury of the peers decides your innocence or guilt, but the
Based
state,
on the evidence presented by both
but if
sides.
the evidence is like, look what happened with OJ, right? Like he got off and all the evidence was there and all these things. So sometimes you can be making the wrong decision, even as a jury, even like look at the Central Park Five. They're the
That's why
best
I fear
example. Look,
of,
they sat in prison for so
death
long
penalty.
over something they didn't do, over a jury of their peers, quote unquote. Right?
Well, that's why I think a death penalty would have to be it would be for first degree murder. I mean, that's the only reason I would see it. Body has to be presented, a weapon, motive, all the bases covered.
Or a confession.
Oh, confessions can be dodgy, though.
Even a
You know,
confession
the-
could be
Yes.
unreliable.
Change your mind after you see
Again,
the
but
with the police work.
confession. If you turn around and say yes, I killed and raped the whatever,
Yeah.
I think you then have grounds, even if it was untrue. Like you couldn't hold it against the state
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
for punishing that person.
Well, isn't there a men? Isn't there? Sorry.
I'm sorry, well, I was
No,
going to say, if you just have a confession and nothing else, then I wouldn't say that would warrant death penalty.
Well, nothing else. Yeah,
No.
that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, you will need additional. Yeah. I was just going to say, isn't there like a mental disease where people admit to crimes then they know they haven't done, like for attention or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a
But
mental.
it's good
Call
that
this
everything's
liars,
recorded now.
pathological liars.
Yeah.
Because like we probably all do. I watch a lot of interrogation videos, and when someone gives a confession that's not coerced, and it's like, yeah, I did it, and then it's all on film. The detective's just asking questions, and the person's freely saying, yeah, like,
Yeah.
I grabbed him around the throat. I did this. I did that. That's a confession. That's The police didn't even raise their voice. There's no coercion. It's all on film. It's a confession. That's a fucking death penalty. But the reason that the argument against that is, if that's the case, then no one will ever confess. Why would you if you know you got the death penalty? So then they took the death penalty off confessions. So if you actually plead guilty, you won't get the death penalty. So it's a really messy thing.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Which is why America's one of the only few countries left that still do it, other than most developing countries. I think America's the only developed country in the world left with the death penalty. In fact,
we like it.
Yeah, it says.
Yo, there are people that straight up are like, I see a lot of these threads, man, and folks are. I think even Matt Walsh called for it too. Was like public executions, let everybody watch. I'm like, y'all need to chill.
We just brought firing squads back as an option.
I get that these are heinous people. I totally understand that, but we cannot turn to barbarism as a way to satisfy our urge for blood or whatever.
Why not?
Because, man, we're past that. That's why.
No, we're not.
Civilized.
No, we're not.
I think the argument
it's uncivilized to keep paying for the It's uncivilized and almost immoral to make people continually pay to support the life of someone who has no value and is only a drain.
I mean, but the idea is that... No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and if we're going to kill him anyway, let's make a party out of it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Make it worth it.
It's just insane. Like, some of the rhetoric is just nuts. Like, people will see, like, I saw a 15-year-old, black kid committed a crime, pretty bad crime. He pistol whipped some kid and accidentally shot him. During the pistol whip, the kid died. 15-year-old kid died. Just the things that people are calling for on this young man are just like absolutely animalistic. Like, he should be dragged behind a truck. He needs to be hanged from a tree. This is why they had lynching. This is why we had segregation. Like,
hang on. Half an hour ago, you were advocating. Now, let's say that kid did it to your daughter.
Advocating for what?
Exactly what you just were laughing at. Dragging him out, hanging him up.
Lynching?
Oh, shit.
If
Here
he
we go
did
again.
it to your daughter, one of your daughters, your eldest daughter, for example, you will be at the front of that lynch mob with the fucking rope in your hand.
I've had tragedies like this happen in my life. I did not react that way. Right. So that's not correct. Like, I've had these things happen to me. I did not react that way. You know, you get angry, but I'm talking about, like, these are like real people calling for violence against a 15-year-old, which to me, that's the crazy part. It's not that it's like some criminal.
Didn't you say he raped or some chick or some?
No, he pistol whipped. So there was I guess they were beating on this kid, and he went to pistol whip the kid. And the gun went off, and he shot and killed him. And it's just like,
one, he shouldn't have had the gun. One, he shouldn't.
Of course, like, no one's arguing that.
Kids with it. So, what consequences should he have?
No. I'm not talking about what consequences he should have. I'm more like speaking to the social attitudes of people are very like, they're blood hungry right now.
People have suggested consequences that you've said were extreme. So my question would be, okay, well then what would be acceptable?
Well, I think calling to have a 15-year-old boy chained up to a car and dragged.
So what would be acceptable?
Prison, like we usually do with murder.
Put him in prison for how long?
Ideally, I mean, I'm a life sentence guy. Like, I agreed with the 3-strike rule. I like that for felons.
He's 15 years old.
and he's 15, so it's like he's gonna go through the
like,
juvenile system, but
somewhat of
he'll
an accident. You
he'll
know,
age up to adulthood. So
it might be
I
like
don't know. I'm just
not maybe not murder or
my
attempted.
point's
I
not
get
the
that if
consequence
he
for
was
him. My
my
point is
kid,
more
but I
speaking to
also
like
then try and picture if my kid was the one that got shot in the fucking head.
I mean, the parents, people deal with this, man. It's the hood. It's what it is. And like,
Yeah,
but
you don't deal with it.
you do,
lock
bro.
those
There was like,
fuckers up
go
for
look up how
life.
many shootings were in Chicago
You
last
lock
weekend.
those fuckers up for life. Otherwise, it's unjust.
No, of course, like people agree with that. I'm more speaking to the social attitude of like Matt Walsh calling for public executions, and people see like someone do a heinous crime and they're just all over like the worst possible punishment. I think that's just a reflection of how people are feeling about crime in general and about how these things play out in the legal system. Like that guy that stabbed Irina Zarutska, he had like 13 fucking prior arrests before he did that shit, and like a lot of them were felonies. So someone like that should be locked up, and that could have prevented that crime. But you have like this crazy shit going on. But at the same time, calling for extreme violence is not the answer either. So I think we have to find that
Yeah, that dude should not
equilibrium again.
I mean, he should not have been in public.
He's schizophrenic. That guy that killed Irina.
But yeah, well, but
so that doesn't help either. You should be like in an
the
institution.
number of prior engagements with law. It's like this person had 16 charges before they killed somebody. It's like what was law enforcement doing or thinking? Like,
it was the judicial system. They were like super woke,
exactly.
and like anyone
How
who's
is the
back there,
judge
like,
going?
we gotta give him a chance.
Okay, you've come before me on your 16th charge of, say, domestic fucking violence or something. Like, yeah, you've not killed anyone or whatever, but 16 fucking charges. I'm gonna put you in prison.
Yeah, but how many were dropped? How many were dropped?
Yeah, but also
I
because
think he did time for most of them. Like most of them, he was
about
actually
precedent.
locked up for.
Yeah, and in America, it's precedent. So if the longest someone for that charge has been locked up is 6 years, the next judge cannot give more than 6 years because precedent has been set.
And is it true that it costs more money to actually kill someone, than keep them in prison for the rest of their life? I don't know whether that's
bullshit.
Is that
the
bullshit?
drugs to kill someone do not cost more.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Even 1 year in fucking imprisonment.
Yeah, it did sound
feeding them, clothing.
I mean, we can check it out. We can see, because I've heard that too, and it's not that it's killing them is what's more expensive, but the housing of death row inmates costs more than a regular prison.
Yeah,
but that's because they're in there for fucking 40 years. Why is someone on death row for 40 years? They have the death penalty. They should be dead.
Yeah, why not just do the next?
Once a judge says
it's precisely because there are people that
There's
are
a
on death row
appeal process.
that they get off death row.
Those are done, and those don't last as long as people sit in death row.
There have been some cases where people were on death row for like 20 years, and then because there was no DNA at the time of their crime, that the DNA evidence came and it was like, oh shit, you're not the guy, and they got to let them out. There's like over 2,000 fucking cases of death row people getting out because of evidence.
Well,
so there's a lot to consider with death row. But
you're arguing for keeping people on death row.
No, I don't want death row. It's either if you're gonna put that's the whole debate on Twitter right now, is that if you're gonna have a death penalty, that's what they're arguing. They're arguing if there's gonna be a death penalty, you either do it on the spot, get rid of them, or you don't do it at all. And that's what people are debating, is like, what are the conditions that are gonna like determine that, like, because people use the word obvious crime. That's what they're kind of going over, is like, well, what makes a crime obvious, you know? And then you have all that conversation, and then you also have to look at the cases of the people that did get off death row because of DNA evidence, or because of, you know, what something took place and they actually found out that it wasn't them. It's like the system itself is pretty archaic. So it's either you refine it to a point where you're only having the death penalty for those extremely certain cases, and that has to be a very narrow window of qualifications that have to meet very specific qualifications, or you just go to prison like everybody else, right? But
Yeah.
like death row, the system that exists right now in the United States, is the most inefficient, super expensive fucking thing that makes absolutely no sense to me. And yeah, so that's the debate. That's the part of the debate that I'm interested in, is why we have death row, what determines whether or not we should keep it, and if we do keep it, do we narrow it down to something more specific, or do we keep it as broad as it is right now? Like, so.
Was that an opening for a debate? Is that what that was?
Go for it, sir.
Sir. I have a question.
Oh no.
So, let me think. So,
Death penalty, sir. Yes, I'm
yeah, but if go, sir, you got something to say.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's super inefficient in America because the right wing wants to keep it, but they can only keep it by compromising on it over and over again. So now we've gotten to a point to where it doesn't do what anyone wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should just limit it to like big crimes like murder.
Yeah.
Right. If you could do an eye for an eye and it seems okay, you should probably just do it.
But even then,
how about treason?
Yeah, maybe.
Like I said before, though, the method's too nice. Like, you're just putting him to sleep.
Yeah, that's too expensive.
Literally just putting him to sleep.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's the
not
human rights
punishment.
aspect of the death penalty, right? Like, since we've introduced human rights, a lot of those things had to change. And yeah, so there is a level of humanity that needs to be done when doing this.
But what is the difference between lethal injection and a bullet in the back of the head? Do you know what I mean?
A sense
What's
of
the
peace.
difference?
Oh,
So-
because they can miss, or it can miss the brain, and you can.
Right.
And then
And you're gonna twitching on the ground.
They either have to
It needs another
shoot you
bullet in there.
again.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
You can also fuck up the
Yeah,
chemical
nasty.
mix too.
like a 3-inch buckshot to the back of the head's not going to miss the brain. Right, that's an easily
right.
solvable
Just
problem.
need to
There's
do
a
it
shotgun blast right to the back of the dome.
He might not even have the top of his head left afterwards, right?
That's not what they do with a fucking firing squad.
Oh yeah, let's go old school with like
See, the
guillotine.
implication for those things though is like,
Like-
what would it do to the people that are doing that? You know what I mean? Like, you're taking.
Well, there's been. You're spot on, Jay. There's been
That's like
times
guerrilla
where
warfare shit.
the-
You know what I
the
mean?
person wasn't shot.
Just don't hire the
Because
shooter again.
each soldier chose to miss shoot, hoping that some other soldier would shoot the person. But
Well, except for
because
two groups of
they
people.
all chickened out, like shot above or around the. He survived, and the law at the time was if you survived your execution, you were set free, and prisoners were getting set free because the soldiers were refusing to aim at them.
Yeah, that's an uncomfortable exercise.
No, but I think that's a
Absolutely.
great check and balance. Right.
Isn't
If whatever
Yeah.
you did wasn't enough to make at least one person on that firing squad go, you know what, fuck you.
Yeah.
Shoot you. Then
I
maybe
guess-
it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, that's a good bit.
And if the whole squad doesn't want to shoot you, like maybe you should be set free.
Think about it like a last round of jury nullification, right?
Because I do think things like that and public executions and stuff would fuck with our society like greatly, and it would be not good, like not good at all. Especially having people be subjected to seeing it and stuff, like it would just be really fucked up.
You say fuck with, I say build character.
Yeah, that's what you
Yeah,
said.
well, and I was gonna say more than just witness, like they were cheering that shit on.
Yeah, like I couldn't trust my neighbor. Like I couldn't be walking past an execution and seeing someone that I know cheering it and being like, oof, you're not, I don't want to fuck with you no more.
Oh shit, I know the person being executed and they're totally innocent of the charges. So what would happen to me if I say the wrong thing?
Okay, well, I got a minimalist position that I think I could live with, and that is for any like major crime, regardless of what the sentence is, the whoever's being prosecuted has the option of the death penalty.
I'm still so torn on the death penalty. Like I understand it, but to me it seems a little out of date, a bit barbaric.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think it's like in cases of life sentences without parole, I think it's actually more humane.
But that's where we get into there are innocent people that get those charges, right? So and if you make it that it's a decision that's made quickly, right? Then you run the risk of killing someone that didn't do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The minimalist position is it costs a lot of money to keep some criminal, quote unquote criminal alive in prison. And in effect, their victims end up paying for that, right, to keep them alive with taxes.
Okay, fair.
So if you could at least give the criminal the option of, instead of a life sentence, they could just get a bullet in the back of the head and that'd be it. It would save everyone money and it would save them suffering.
That's actually
and allow the victim's family to fire it.
Yeah, I love one of them.
Like, I don't care. Sure, why not?
I've just looked up first world countries with the death penalty, and apparently there's 4: America, Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan. I just find it interesting that the other 3 are like Asian. The United States is the only
Southeast Asian.
Okay, but where in the United States? That's you probably not
you got to look at which states.
In most states, it's not legal at this point.
Oh, right. No, I just looked at countries.
There's like a handful of states that still do it.
And the states that do have death penalties, it's not like they're killing somebody every month,
Right.
No, but because even if you have one state that it does it, that means you federally approve of it.
No.
No, because states have states' rights.
Yeah.
But can federal say no to something and states just do it anyway?
The way, well, yeah. But the Constitution delineates who has what power.
Yeah.
Right. If you're getting charged with a crime, 99.9% of the time, it's the state charging you with a crime.
Yeah.
They get to determine then the consequences. Right. If you commit a federal crime that isn't illegal in the state you're in specifically, then the feds will charge you, and then they get to determine what the penalties are.
But it doesn't really matter because it's just the 4 countries, the 4 first world countries that allow capital punishment. So it doesn't matter whether the states and that. It's just those that are the 4 countries. I just find it weird that the other 3 are Asian and the only one that's like Western.
And developing.
Yeah.
Wait, what were the Asian countries?
Actually, Singapore might be developed.
Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan.
Japan. Okay, Japan.
I know all those countries are developed.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right.
Singapore is actually maybe the richest country per capita. unless it just recently got like overtaken by someone else.
They're pretty strict.
Yeah, Japan's awesome. Like for all the problems they have, they're actually doing pretty damn good.
And they don't fuck around, man.
America
No.
should join Asia.
Polite society in Japan is taken so fucking seriously. They do not fuck with that shit at all. And if you come and fuck with that shit, you are thrown in
They're
jail.
also extremely racist and
they can be to certain groups.
Kind of.
Sort
I
of,
think
yeah.
I think it depends on like what you're focusing on, right? They're xenophobic in the sense that they don't want a bunch of
Xenophobic,
foreigners
that's
moving
the
in.
word I was
Yeah.
looking for.
Right, but it's not that they hate the foreigners.
Yeah, but
now, they hate
no,
most of the other Asians.
I'm not arguing against you, sir, but I've heard Joe argue against that very thing happening in America. If you don't want a bunch of foreigners moving in, then you're
Never said that.
racist.
I never said
Huh?
that.
It gets.
I've heard you argue Will Freeman against the immigration thing.
The biggest problem that America has with immigration is we don't have policies that keep people from ghettoizing.
Yes, that is a huge. It actually incentivizes people to do that. Actually.
Yeah, it does the exact opposite, which is where all the problems come from. If we
Especially
had
when the Democrats are in office,
right, if we imported like 10 million, what was the group that was causing all the fraud?
Somalis.
Somalis. But we had a policy where we split them up evenly across the United States, and they wouldn't ghettoize. None of these problems would probably exist.
Do you know, Australia figured that out in like early 2000s, late 90s. We stopped having all these big areas of, we call it housing commission, but it's government housing. And what the government did was go into suburbs and make every second or third house a housing commission and spread it amongst normal society, as for want of a better word. But and what happened was that we didn't get these slum type areas developing because they're not grouping together.
Yeah. And it works for like poverty areas too. The only sort of rent control that really works long term is when a place has a law that says new buildings have to have like 25% low income and the rest of the building be not low income. So you're spreading that out amongst everywhere.
Yeah, we do the housing complexes because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just, and they just group everyone together. It's not by some nefarious design. It's just
No, yeah, it's just a result. Yeah.
Well,
But the result is you have communities of lower income people grouping together.
It's one of those
frauding the government together.
It's one of those issues where the compromise makes problems.
Yes.
Right? The left wing wants to house people, which is fine, right? You should probably, in general, as a society, want to house people because it causes problems where they're not. But the Republicans don't want Republicans. I'm thinking Canada too. The right wing don't want it to cost a lot, and they don't want to make a bunch of laws restricting people that construct buildings to have to deal with a bunch of shit. So the compromise position is we're going to pick a spot, build 5 apartment buildings there, and that's where all the poor people will live. And then you have a bunch of crime and police.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And then, exactly, you have all that extra cost of all the police and fire and ambulance and all that stuff.
Lots of times you're better off of not doing it if the only way you're doing it is the wrong way to do it.
Now the problem is homelessness and drug addiction. That's the new one. With the crime still. The crime is there, but now you just have people sleeping outside everywhere too. And it's actually getting crazy in the West over here anyways, in the North Americas.
What the U.S. has been finding out since like the late 70s is when you purposely build those ghettos, the poverty. If you looked at a city like it was an organism, the poverty actually spreads like a disease because the crime reduces living conditions and moves stores away, which causes more poverty, and it just spreads.
Yeah. And it makes sense that that's what it would do, because when you drive, driving business out is the first step. Well, actually, no, really driving people out, and then business, and then
everyone that can move will move, and then the businesses leave because it's all that's left is people that want to rob them.
Exactly.
Right? And you got nothing.
That kid who there was a video of some kid. Oh my God! And this is it just speaks to the types of parents. That's why these kids act like that. But there was apparently this girl rejected this guy, and he asked for her number. She said no. So he fucking picks her up and slams her on the ground and then kicks her in the head. And then fucking the mom gets on the news talking about how she's a bully to him and he was just trying to be nice to her and all this and that and the third. And in my mind, I'm like, I grew up around kids that had moms like this, and you see exactly why the kid is the way they are. Because the parents are just there, or the parent, and often cases with these young boys, they're fucking just there making apologies and excuses for them and all of this stuff. And yeah, it's those people that are running around doing all the crime and shit. And it's sad to see all these communities held hostage by these animals, and you can't do nothing. You're just trying to go to work every day, and little Pookie or Ray Ray might try to rob you or some nonsense, and his mom ain't around because he lives with his grandma and all this shit.
Yeah. Black tiger moms need way more credit than they get.
Oh. Is that what Jesse Lee Peterson's talking about when he says about black mums treat their sons like the husband that left?
Or the husband that they've always wanted to is the common.
Always wanted. Yeah.
That's the
Well,
common
I'm talking about
here in
something
the black
different.
community. That's what we hear in the
What I'm talking about is the black mom that when their son fucks up and grabs him by the ear, drags him 3 city blocks back home and spanks the shit out of him.
Yeah, that video, that
that's
BLM video went
different.
viral. I remember that video. Mom legit came and grabbed him by the ear, man. It was like, you're not here protesting and doing all this nonsense with these people. Get your ass home. That's how my foster mom was. She would come to I remember she went to the basketball court to go get my sisters because they were hanging out with some no good people, and just like, yeah, my foster mom was like that. She didn't fuck around. But yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson, he's talking about them types. That's exactly who he's talking about. Them women that they'll get the child support check, and most of it goes to their hair and nails, and they're still begging for more. And yeah. And they dress their sons the way that they want their man to dress and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a weird parasocial relationship that some of these mothers have with their children, and it's not race exclusive by any means.
Yeah,
no. And then these boys grow up socially retarded, in like essentially looking for a version of their mum, you know.
Yeah, we just don't see it with white people because it takes place in trailer parks where the police don't go.
Yeah, and they don't film everything they do.
Oh, but it happens. Yeah.
Oh, it
That's
happens
the
a lot.
difference. And this is what I was bringing up to people when we're having these conversations, especially when I'm on Twitter, like battling these freaks, where it's like, you have to remember the people we're talking about, they live in an urban area. So they're in a very concentrated place where you're going to see all the shit they do all the time. And they're very tech savvy. They're very into the modern age of things, right? So yes, it's going to be in your face. It's going to feel concentrated. It's going to, it's going to give that illusion of the problem is bigger than it is. But if you read stories of like, out in the hills of wherever in the United States, it's the same with the same subgroup type of people. It's the same behavior, robberies, murders. Like Sammy was saying, we all watch interrogation shit. I watch enough of that crap to see that there is any one race of people that you could point to and be like, they're more violent than this or that. It's just the type of crime is different, and where it takes place is different, and that's really it. It's the racial conversation needs to die at that point. At least when we're talking about crime,
dead. Yeah.
At least when we're talking about crime.
It's across the board.
That's why I'm not even a fan of the white pedophile argument. It's like, shut up. Pedophiles are everywhere, dude. I dealt with them growing up.
Every race, every color, every anything.
It's like shit, man.
Like,
they're everywhere.
Humans are pedophiles.
Right.
Humans are criminals. You know?
It's all just finger pointing when it comes down to it.
I was about to say, I think the federal law for age of consent in Japan's still like 13.
Yo, age of consent laws trip me out to this day, bro. Like, I just don't. I get that it's for teenagers and stuff, but the way that it's like abused by adults is crazy to me. Like, that you just say if your age has a teen in it, you're allowed to date. That should be the rule, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, with some parental consent and grace and stuff like that. It should never be like if you're over teen, unless you're like 20 or 20.
It's teen, but plus or minus 2 years.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that. Like,
something like
we need to have like a reasonable rule. You know, because like
equation, was it half your age plus 5 or something like that? I think is what
some
it is.
shit. Yeah,
7. It's double your age plus 7.
Plus 7.
Is it 7?
Plus 7.
I think it's 16 in the UK. I don't know if it's
it's 16 in Canada too.
Yeah.
Sorry, not double your age.
Yeah.
So if I want to bang at 30,
it's half your age plus 7. So, for
Right.
example, I'm 44. Half would be 22, but plus 7, youngest I can go 29.
So if you want to bang a 28-year-old, you're creepy.
Suddenly 28-year-olds become very attractive.
Which is why Chop It is 29. I fucking made sure I'm not a creep. if only by 1 year, but still.
Yeah, I definitely didn't follow that rule with my wife.
Half plus 7.
Well, it's not like you have to shoot for the lowest possible.
Really? I wish someone told me that.
Yeah, you could have told me that 20 years ago.
Like, I met my wife, she was 21 and I was 34. Or yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
Something like that. We have a 14-year gap.
34 would be 15.
So she just turned
He's
26.
3
I'll be
years in
40.
the creep zone. 3 years in the creep zone.
3 years in the creep zone.
3 years in the creep zone.
Yeah, but see, the great thing about that equation is the creep zone. You eventually come out of the creep zone.
You will, yeah. Just
Yeah.
give it a couple more years.
Yeah. Well, she's 26, so I'm out of there.
Yeah, that equation is really just there so we don't throw 20-year-olds in prison for dating an 18-year-old.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Or a 17-year-old or something like
She's 17. She'll grow out of it.
that. Because I think a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old, like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
A couple of years between is fine.
Right. It's like crazy.
It's when it's fucking 15-year-old and a 30-year-old.
Right. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I like the women that are like 28 and they marry like 98-year-old men. There's only one reason for that. Do you know what I mean?
That's called smart.
Yeah.
But I was listening to an old Opie and Anthony clip, and Patrice was on there, and he was asking them. He was like, "There's no law, no social anything. No one's gonna crucify you or like anything." And he was like, "What's the lowest you would go?" And I think it was Anthony Cumia that was like 13. It like didn't even skip a beat. He didn't even skip a beat.
Jesus
And I was like,
Christ.
Oh, we
dog.
got happy 420, everybody.
That's the way to go into 420. Holy fuck. He didn't even skip a beat. And I was like, God damn, bro. Holy fuck. Like, and the scary thing is there's a lot of dudes that are like that. If you fucking grill them and you really try to pin them down, they'll tell you some weird ages, man. I've heard one guy, he said 15. I was like, brother, those are kids, bro. Like, you're talking about kids, man. Have you been around a 15-year-old? Do you know what they're like? Have you seen a 15? Like, they're the most annoying animals in the world.
I see him interact at all ages.
Yeah,
Ah.
if you're a 30-year-old trying to date a 15-year-old, you're getting like a daughter wife.
Yeah.
Right. You're spending as much
Yeah.
time trying to raise them as you are trying to fuck them.
Yes. Like, dog.
Yeah.
That's too much. That's too much work because you're already fucking raising a grown-ass woman. So now you fucking dealing with a kid legit, and you gotta, teach her everything about life while you're like, no, that's crazy. I never even thought of it that way, sir. Holy fuck, dude.
I mean, I
Get off on
I
that.
actually, I'm not gonna lie. I get it. Right. I get why men are attracted to young women. But how are you not just like, oh my God, like, how do you have the energy? Like, what are you doing?
That's what I mean. Like, there's gonna be that component of, like, I get that, like, age gaps. You know, when everyone's an adult, everyone's an adult. But you're literally dealing with someone who's like still trying to figure out their own existence. You know,
That's
and
why
like,
it's creepy, sir. Because if you've got the energy, if you're putting the energy into creeping on a 15-year-old, you're fucked. Yeah, every male might see a developed 15-year-old with big boobies and she's all, womanly and looks beautiful, whatever. But if you're moving on that shit, like,
and you can tell, man. Like, if dudes are out here telling me they can't tell when they're looking at a teenager, like, I get there are some outliers out there, like those 16-year-old
that
dudes who
should
look
mean
like
they're close enough to the age. Because if they're my age and they're saying they can't tell, then the simple answer is don't do it. Don't fucking go there. If I'm not sure if she's old enough, she's not old enough.
Well,
It's simple.
I think what he's getting at that even if you, because of some outliers, you can't tell from a distance, you should be able to tell after a couple minutes of them opening their mouths.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because I'm not talking about people that are questioning it. I'm talking about the people that cannot genuinely tell, and they are literally thinking they're talking to an adult. It's like you have some screws loose, man. If you even looking like the eye test, they are the outliers, but for the most part, you can tell when you're looking at a teenager. It's not that hard to tell. And if you're struggling with that, and it's like you're really thinking you're walking to a grown woman to have a conversation with her, you gotta chill.
Plus, that's it. There's a sex thing, but what would you do the rest of the time? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a 40-year-old man talking to a 15-year-old girl. What the fuck do you do?
Bringing up like 80s pop culture references and shit. You're like talking about like fucking Power Rangers in the 90s, and she's like, what?
Okay, I got
dropping like hot lines from movies and shit like that, and she's, what?
I got a tough one that I have a problem with. Okay, the version of it: 30-year-old with like a 75 IQ, smart enough to hold a job, right? Maybe drive. That's kind of it. And a 15-year-old girl that has like 120 IQ.
Totally acceptable.
I think it's actually acceptable. I don't think anyone's taking advantage of anybody.
No, I don't either. And that's what I'm all about. It's about power. It's about power. And when you're a 34-year-old man, a legitimate, like, brain working 34-year-old man, compared to a legitimate brain working, fully developed 15-year-old, there is a power dynamic there that is unbalanced. And that's where I think the issue for me comes in, is the power
Yeah,
balance.
if you're a normal guy, and even if she's like 20 IQ points on top of you, the life experience is most of the difference.
Exactly.
Right. 20 IQ points doesn't help you navigate the world. You have to learn about the world before you can use your intelligence.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
The power dynamic argument I've always found a little, like, I see Andrew Wilson challenge this a lot too when he's on the Whatever podcast, because that does seem to be the main criticism of like age gap relationships. And with like a power dynamic, I mean, isn't that relative? That's relative to each individual
course.
partnership, right? So I don't know if that could be because I've never had an issue with age gap relationships. This is the largest age gap relationship I've ever been in. But even prior to that, I've never like sought out younger women than me. But I've also never had an issue. Like if two people are adults, the way I see it, fucking go for it.
Here's the thing. I'm now advocating for the thing that I was attacking you for earlier, Joe. That's what I do, I guess. I'm sort of advocating for something that's totally relative. It's relative. This power imbalance. I don't have any objective thing to tell me that's the best way to go. That's just what I chose, purely subjectively. And I think we were sort of jumping on you because what you were saying was very subjective, because it wasn't based in law. I can say go by the law, then bang, simple answer. But if you're asking me morally and stuff, it's tricky. It's real fucking tricky.
Yeah, in a perfect world, you could go on a case by case basis and talk about what's moral.
Yeah.
Right, but we can't. We don't have the time to do that, so we have to make these laws that are relatively safe decisions.
Yeah. It's like you're saying with the person with a 120 IQ who's a lot younger than like maybe an older person with a lot less IQ. Who has the power dynamic there? Is it the smarter person or the older person?
Well, I think the older person,
right?
The older person, even when they're dumb, probably has a little bit of an advantage because they're the ones that's working.
Yeah.
Right? The 15-year-old can't really work yet. But I think after a couple years, that power imbalance switches.
Switch.
Yeah.
But if it switches, after the
But
younger
that's
person's like
right.
18 or 20, then whatever.
No, but if it switches, do we then now blame the young person and say you're taking advantage of this old dumb person?
That's kind of the problem with the argument, right?
See what I mean? Yeah.
It's like the power, because when people say there's a power differential or some power imbalance, I've never really got a clear articulation on what exactly that is. It usually comes down to like, well, this person has more money or this person has this, these types of things. But these are all things that can exist regardless of an age gap, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's the money. It's the emotional control, the ability to long-term plan.
But you can do that as well without an age gap,
you
right?
can
You
be
can have an
the
extremely
richest man
manipulative
in the world,
person
but
that's with somebody and they're
but
just
the 15-year-old girl that you've fucking chosen has something over you.
no, I'm not. I'm out of the 15-year-old girl.
As it might be.
I'm
saying.
What I'm saying is
she's got something over him. Even like as the rich, powerful man, there's a reason he wants her, so she can actually hold that against him.
So see, in a situation, what I'm saying is the maturity and the ability to long-term plan. It's not that younger people can't do that, but even if a younger person could possibly do that, they don't have the legal ability to do it yet, and probably, in 99% of the cases, are not going to do it because they're young. Where the older person who can and has knowledge about doing it could have essentially set the young person up to where they're just stuck.
Yeah.
That's I think that's the actual problem.
I've moved out of the realm of the underaged person. I'm
That's
more
what the power control thing is that you have things that your control they don't have. There's an unfair benefit to you. You have a knowledge or something that they don't have. That's the
Well,
perceived unfairness.
Isn't that just natural, and isn't that just going to happen in some way in every relationship?
That's the argument. That's the argument, Wildheart. Yeah.
I think that's why Andrew challenges this, right? Because all of what we're discussing, like if we remove the 15-year-old, right? Because I'm not talking about like a 15-year-old. I'm talking about adults, like two people, they're adults, legally adults, all that stuff. That's where these conversations live, right? So like a power dynamic, quote unquote, the examples, like even the examples you guys gave here, that can happen between a 24-year-old and a 23-year-old. That can happen between two 25-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get
Which
at
is why we say like teachers shouldn't date students at uni.
Well,
They're
the power
both
dynamic
adults,
there is that there's a
but
real consequence that could have an outcome on their grades.
But that's
on their
what power
scholastic.
Hold
Hold
means.
on.
There's
Just let me
a
flesh
real
it out completely.
outcome.
Let me just flesh it out completely, right? So any power dynamic, quote unquote, that has been listed here is not exclusive to age, right? It's exclusive to behavior types, it's exclusive to personality types, but it's not exclusive to age. A manipulative person can be a manipulative person to someone who's the same age as them, older than them, younger than them. That's not any sort of meaningful power differential. Like in the example you just gave, Sammy, a teacher dating a student can have a real impact on that student's education. So there is a real power differential there because the teacher controls their grades, controls how the tone of the class is going to be, their school experience. There's like real consequences to that. But in a relationship setting, which is just a social setting, there are no like real rules outside of the law. People are going to curate their relationships the way they do, but bad actors in relationships that are going to do these nefarious things that we're discussing here would do that regardless of the age gap between the two parties, right? That's the point that I'm making. So I'm not hearing anything exclusive to age specifically. I'm hearing outcomes that can happen as a result of age, but there's nothing that a person is doing specifically that is going to have some
I think
quote,
what
power
we're
differential.
saying, we're assuming that we're talking about power differentials, not about age, not about gender, nothing. They could both be the same age, but if one is a professor and one is a student, there is a power differential. And as a society, that's what we're disagreeing with. And that bleeds into the minor thing that we're talking about, which is why we have age of consent and stuff, because we're saying as an adult, you can manipulate a child just like a teacher could manipulate a student. So we shun relationships where there's a power differential in society.
I will question whether there's any relationship what doesn't have a power differential in some way.
No. There is, but what we're saying is before you've met. So when you meet, we're talking about when you meet. So in the military, for example, an officer, it's shunned that he dates one of his inferiors. You know what I mean? Because Yes, they might just be genuinely in love, but he might have said to that officer, "Look, suck my dick, and I'll give you extra privileges."
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it can be more nuanced than that, right? You could just,
Yeah,
an
of
officer
course,
could
yeah.
ask out an enlisted person, and the enlisted person might go along with it out of fear of what the person could do to them.
Yeah.
Right. Even if nothing like that, even if nothing nefarious was said or hinted at.
Yeah.
So
Like
the power
I've got
differential is not related to the age gap relationship then.
No, the age thing is only brought up because there can be a power differential from the age gap.
But that's what I'm challenging, right? That's what I'm trying to understand is that what power differential exists exclusively to age that doesn't
Legal rights,
exist.
legal rights and development of brain.
No, I'm not talking about a teenager, right? I'm talking about two adults, like because the challenge is not. Nobody's out here challenging age gap relationships
that
between a
was the
30-year-old
challenge.
and a.
It wasn't about age gap
Hold
between
on 2
adults.
seconds,
No,
right?
because hang on, you're off on a rant now on something no one said.
Sammy, I got out half
the
a sentence
whole
before you
convo was
interjected.
underage.
Yeah, but he's trying to move it somewhere else, though. He's trying to explore something
exactly.
else.
You're trying to go somewhere else. That's
No,
fine.
the initial
But
conversation
don't-
was about age
no.
gap relationships, and then you brought up the 15
with minors. No,
Sammy,
it
just
started
chill out,
minors.
man. Like you honestly
No,
have to just
because
chill,
you're
bro.
talking shit, Joe.
I barely said a
Seriously.
sentence.
I
barely
don't
said a
care if
sentence.
you said one word. It was incorrect.
No, I'm trying to understand.
I
I'm
started talking
clarifying-
about
I'm
minors.
clarifying with
okay?
serve.
Now you're talking about adults.